Good morning. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Let's start with the new journey, shall we? So, this is Divinity Original Sin. I kind of wanted to play this game ever since I got more into Critical Role. And for the longest time, I've never played things like Dungeons and Dragons, for example. And I know that this game, like the new Baldur's Gate that they're doing, I think is more based on actual Dungeons and Dragons rules. I don't know how much of that really is in this game, and, ultimately that doesn't really matter at all, but it's just sort of the thought, right? I got into Critical Role and their campaigns, or at least their newest campaign, about half a year ago, really, because I was sort of looking for something new to watch, right? And it just felt like, well, first of all, still am extremely annoyed at the streaming services going into 5 different directions, right? So I just said, well, fuck it. I don't bother anymore with them, right? I canceled Netflix, canceled Amazon Prime, and there is ultimately nothing really worth it on those platforms, right? There is the odd series here and there that would be worth watching, but ultimately I decided that if there really, really is something that is worth watching that you can't get anywhere else than on those streaming platforms, like The Legend of Vox Machina, for example, that I watched on Amazon Prime. I just got the 30-day trial or whatever it was, watched the series, and then canceled it right away. Which is how I'm going to do it moving forward, right? If they do have something that I want to watch, I'll just wait until they have enough so that it's worth it to either pay for a month, watch everything, and then cancel it again, or do something like a free trial month or something, right? Just watch the stuff that I want. Other than that, I actually calculated through that, funnily enough, and I had Netflix for like 5 years and ultimately realized that had I just bought everything that I watched during those 5 years on Blu-ray, the price would have ultimately roughly been the same, with obviously the difference that I would have had a lot more Blu-rays that I could watch at any given time, whereas now, since I canceled Netflix, obviously I can't access their library anymore. Anyways, that's a little excursion into that, but because of that, I ultimately, I was looking for something new to watch and came across Critical Role. I mean, I knew what it was, right? I obviously knew what Dungeons and Dragons was, but I had never really engaged with it, never really looked at, well, how is it actually played, right? What is all of this about? And how is it streamed and everything? I didn't even know how big Critical Role was, because apparently they're actually the highest earning stream on Twitch, which now in retrospect makes sense, and they definitely deserve that. I mean, they have basically a pretty big team now working, like they're a company, right? So it makes sense. But yeah, I didn't really know a lot about them, and so since I saw that when I got into it, their newest campaign was at like episode 7 or something, right? So that was obviously easy to get into, whereas watching 100 and, I don't know what it is, 43 episodes or something from campaign 2 or 1 or whatever, that would be a bit daunting, right? And I haven't done that up until this point. I've basically followed their newest campaign. But while watching that, I really, really wanted, I recognized that I just wanted to play a proper RPG again, right? Because it had been, basically the last good RPG that I played was The Witcher 3. And arguably, at least in terms of gameplay, it's not even, it is an RPG, but only to a certain degree, right? But it at least has an absolutely stunning world and absolutely brilliant quests, right? But other than that, obviously Cyberpunk being a huge disappointment. Red Dead Redemption 2 is not really an RPG, and it also wasn't as good as I hoped it would be. And yeah, other than that, there really wasn't that much that I was interested in, or where I went, oh yeah, this is really, really good. Except one game that I need to get back into, that I also want to play on stream, which is Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is really, really good. I started it, but unfortunately I made the mistake of playing it on hardcore, right? And I should have known better. I thought that they wouldn't make the same mistakes that Bethesda does in their hardcore modes, or Obsidian for that matter, in Outer Worlds, right? I haven't played that game, but I've watched somebody play it on hardcore, and it just... The problem is with those hardcore modes that they always overlook a couple of really, really critical things that ultimately make it so that the hardcore mode doesn't work, right? Because the reason I want to play it is because I want to be challenged, but that also in turn means that I'm gonna try and, play as best as I can. Now, unfortunately, in case of Kingdom Come Deliverance, I played that for about 10 hours or something, which is really not that long, right, for an RPG, like a proper RPG of that size. And just to give some context for the people who don't know, Kingdom Come Deliverance is a way more realistic version of Skyrim, basically, right? So it's somewhat similar in terms of how the gameplay works. It's also from a first-person perspective, but it's way more grounded in reality, right? It basically plays during the actual Middle Ages in an actual town that existed during that time, and also sort of takes all of that really, really seriously. They went nuts with the attention to detail of how the world is designed and how it really reflects how towns and stuff like that looked and worked during, I don't know, the 15th century or something like that. But, as I said, I tried the hardcore mode, and unfortunately it still has some really, really critical problems that ultimately make it so that it's not really fun. Like, it's still way too easy in most aspects, but then annoyingly hard during combat, which resulted in me basically having unlimited money after 10 hours of playtime in an RPG, which was really dumb, but at the same time basically almost being one hit by every enemy. So yeah, it wasn't great. And so I said to myself, well, if I'm going to play it again, I'm going to do it on stream. I'm going to not play it on hardcore and instead actually role play, right? Meaning that I very consciously avoid getting tons of money, for example, right? And only do it in a realistic way, because even as realistic as the game tries to be, in that case, for example, you can pick up, like, I think the way I actually got basically unlimited money, or way more money than you'd ever need, was I watched like a patrol and a bandit group fight each other on the road, and then once the patrol killed all the bandits, they were just lying there, right? Their bodies were just lying there, and the game didn't consider it stealing to just take everything from those bandits. And for some reason, especially when you have a horse and a horse satchel, you can carry a lot of stuff. So I took almost everything they had, which was like really, really advanced, like way higher level than I was at a time, like armor and weapons and stuff. Just went back to town, sold everything, and yeah, had way more money than I ever would have needed, probably. Which is obviously kind of dumb that you can do that on hardcore. It's not completely unrealistic, but it's also, like, in that particular case, for example, I don't think in a real world those guards would have just, like, they were just standing next to the bodies, right? Obviously, the game doesn't have guard AI that takes bodies sort of out of the world or something, right? Or takes them with them to, I don't know, do anything with them. Yeah. So it was just a situation where I used a thing that wasn't properly implemented, which I get that it's not, right? I mean, that would go above and beyond what a game wants to be. But anyways, if I'm going to return to that, I'm just not going to play it on hardcore. But coming back to what I was talking about, I really, really wanted to play an RPG again. And with all the sort of disappointing stuff that was going around, that desire sort of really grew in me. And the problem is, and I know I mentioned that a couple of times, probably way too much during my Elden Ring playthrough, is that FromSoft storytelling is getting really, really old by this point, right? And especially with Elden Ring being, like, don't get me wrong, I really like Elden Ring, but I also dislike some major components of it, right? And one of those is definitely the story, because I feel like Elden Ring actually, at least for me, subjectively, I was way more invested in the Elden Ring story compared to Dark Souls, right? I never really liked the Dark Souls story. I don't know. That also comes down to me not really liking the games that much. And the Bloodborne story, while being incredibly cool in terms of its atmosphere, I'm just, I'm not really interested in Cthulhu stuff, right? So while I can appreciate the atmosphere and what they created with Bloodborne, and I still absolutely love that game, mostly because it's also my first proper FromSoft experience, I was never really that interested in sort of the story aspects or the speculation that you can do with like pocket dimensions and whatnot, whatever, right? I did, however, really enjoy Sekiro. But as I said, in Elden Ring, the problem is that they kind of went back to, like, they digressed a little bit from the storytelling that they did in Sekiro and instead went back more to Dark Souls, which I think is really unfortunate because I really, really like a lot of aspects about Elden Ring's story. Like, I really like the sort of ideas that they put into it, but unfortunately the game just doesn't facilitate that, right? For a game of that size, again, it took me like 270 hours to complete Elden Ring. And within that time, I did like 5 quest lines, maybe, if you can even call them that, right? And the lack of, just in general, lack of dialogue with the NPCs, the unawareness of NPCs of what is happening to them, the sort of really, really static nature of quests. I don't know, in terms of an actual role-playing game, Elden Ring really doesn't give you much, right? Elden Ring is much more about exploration, about the combat, obviously, which is fine, but I wish that they would just do more with it because there could have been more, right? If they had just not included a story at all, or if they, I don't know, had done it in a different way, or if they literally had just copy and paste the Dark Souls story or something, then I wouldn't have cared. But I actually really liked some of the basic concepts of the story in Elden Ring, but sadly the game doesn't do anything with it, right? It's just sort of, it just exists as sort of background history knowledge, but you as the player can't really engage with it, right? And I find that incredibly sad. I really, really wish that they would have deviated a little bit from their typical storytelling and went more the Sekiro route, where there is an actual plot happening while you play through the game, right? And so those two things kind of came together, me sort of getting into Critical Role, and then also somewhat being disappointed, I would say, with how Elden Ring does its story and presents itself story-wise and quest-wise, that I just really, really wanted to get into an RPG again. And ever since I played Persona, I knew that I absolutely adore turn-based combat before, right? Because I grew up with Pokemon, and the problem obviously with Pokemon is it's way too easy, but I always wanted something that was more challenging, but also really well-designed turn-based combat. And so when I sort of accident. I had no idea what Persona was before I played Persona 5. I just sort of bought it on a whim because it was on sale at one point, like a year or something after it launched, played through it, and now it's one of my favorite games of all time. And yeah, absolutely love the combat as well, and what you can do, especially in Persona 5 Royal. It's just so incredibly fun. It could still be a bit more challenging in certain ways. The game definitely allows you to break it in all kinds of ways, but that's also fine, right? That's like min-maxing is still incredibly fun, and it's a testament to how well the combat in Persona is designed, because it's still fun even when it's easy, right? It's always, I think, when you can actually discover when combat is really well designed, right? Because making something challenging is actually not that challenging, funnily enough, but making something actually fun, regardless of how challenging it is, that's when you realize how good combat in a game is actually designed, right? But yeah, throughout all of that, I really, really wanted to get into an RPG, and I struggled sort of finding one that really spoke to me. And then I came across, first of all, I came across the new Baldur's Gate 3, right? I haven't played that. I know that they're doing, like, it's basically an early access game, right, in a way. And it's it's done by Larian Studios, which also did the Divinity series here, this one and the second one. And I kind of really resonated with the streams that they're doing for Baldur's Gate 3. I watched a bit of that and just really wanted to get into it, really wanted to play it. Watched a review of this game, and now here we are, right? And I'm really looking forward to playing an RPG that is just kind of letting you out into its world, right? Discover quests, discover interesting stories, while hopefully also having really engaging combat. And yeah, here we are. I hope that it plays well on console. Having watched a review of that and looked at a couple of screenshots, I realized that it's probably more of a PC game typically, but I just kind of hope that they've designed the interface well. At least partly, right? I mean, I can look over couple of issues here and there. That's not going to be the biggest problem as long as it's still functional in a way. Obviously, the game is a bit older at this point. I think it released 8 years ago, and then they did an enhanced edition a year later. And, well, the game's running, I guess, in 1080p probably. I don't think that it was PS4 Pro enhanced at some point, so I don't really care about that, obviously, but it's just something that I noticed being here in the menu. Again, I hope that it runs well, and I guess let's just get into it, right? It was a long prelude, but I always like to sort of, especially for myself, also, understand what I like, because I do struggle a lot with starting new games, or have struggled a lot with for the longest time, which is actually kind of why I started streaming them, because I felt like that would convince me more to play stuff, because I really wanted to play more games, and it just kind of didn't for the longest time. Anyways, let's get into it. Okay, continue your quest, new game, add-ons, options. Okay, I'm gonna play it single player, by the way, right? I know that you can play this multiplayer as well, which I think is just kind of brilliant that they include that option. But yeah, okay, so these are like, I don't know, I got this it's just part of the game and you buy it. Don't really care about this stuff usually. You can't unselect it either, so let's just go with it. hopefully won't break anything. I do appreciate the visuals of this game, right? It feels so old school in a way, and that's really really cool. Um, I mean, so far, let's keep the audio as is. Cinematics by default is a bit louder, so I think that probably makes sense. Let's see, controls. Hopefully the game will explain that to us. Attack mode for split screen, tactical view. Again, we'll have to see how well they translated this to console. Hopefully, pretty well. Autosaves, probably want to enable those. I guess this is the minutes until they occur, like every 5 minutes. Makes sense. Dual dialogues, I think that's probably for multiplayer. Probably want to enable the subtitles. Definitely need tutorial boxes. Piece highlights, combat highlights. Tactical highlights. Close-up dialogue. I think I'm gonna kind of keep the rest the same. Difficulty, so we have Explorer mode, Classic mode. Oh, nothing else. Interesting. So I guess Explorer mode sounds like easy mode, basically, right? Just go through the story, enjoy yourself, and then Classic mode, I expect is just classic RPG. Interesting there isn't a hard mode, but I mean, I did, according to the review that I watched anyways, the game is somewhat challenging anyways, right? Because it's not sort of pulling any punches. It can be quite unforgiving, apparently, in a couple of ways, which, yeah, let's just go with classic mode, especially since I haven't really played a game like this so far. I guess it's probably good to maybe not. Again, sometimes I do want a challenge. The difficulty is always that, especially with RPGs, and specifically with open world RPGs, the problem is always that they tend to be incredibly difficult at the start, right? If you select the highest difficulty, but regardless of difficulty, will become insanely easy after a certain time. Let's see how that turns out with this game, but yeah, that's choosing a difficulty with like open world RPGs is always a little bit of a struggle, which actually makes me appreciate that there isn't a harder difficulty, because that means that I don't have to think about choosing it, right? All right, new game. I already like the different scenes that they have here for the menu background. Single player. Oh, wait, no, never mind. There are more difficulty. Okay. Well, let's see. Explorer mode. If you prefer story and exploration over being challenged in combat, this is the difficulty for you. Well, no, I do want challenge in combat as well. The classic Divinity experience. You will need your wits about you both in and out of combat. Okay. Then we have a tactician mode. The foes you'll meet will be cunning, relentless, and come in greater numbers. They'll bombard you with nasty tricks and surprises that the Explorer and Classic modes don't feature. Not for the faint of heart. And then there is an honor mode. Failure is not an option. Up the stakes by adding but a single save game to the already highly challenging tactician mode. If your entire party perishes, the save game will be erased and your quest will be well and truly over. Yeah, I don't like modes like this, especially in a game that's also about story. Having this is just a bit weird. I mean, on paper, the idea behind this is actually really, really cool, right? Because if you have an RPG that is open world, right, and that allows you to do a lot of different things, having your save file deleted and you being forced to start over, and but also enabled to do completely different things your second time through, is an interesting idea. The problem is that it sort of clashes with the reality of how long it takes, right? So if you had infinite time, it might work, right? But a game that takes 100, for me, probably 200 hours to play through, even if you do have different options and different ways of handling quests, you know, if you die, let's say 25 hours in, well, that's 25 hours that you, yeah, I don't know. It just, I feel like a mode like this works better if it's actually part of the game, right? If you have a roguelike game, that at least, you know, that sort of fundamentally has this idea as part of its experience, and potentially allows you to at least take certain, either take certain things from your original save file over to the second one, or move the world forwards, right? And change certain stuff about that. But the only difference in this mode being that your save file gets erased, while otherwise it's the exact same game as in Tactician mode, is problematic. Well, now I do have the difficult option, or the difficult decision to make, whether or not I want to go with Classic or Tactician mode. I mean, I want to enjoy the game. I haven't played a game like this so far, so all of that, in theory, would point towards Classic mode, right? What makes me interested in Tactician mode is that they specifically say they'll bombard you with nasty tricks and surprises that the Explorer and Classic modes don't feature. So I feel like, and with knowing what, you know, I saw from like the Baldur's Gate 3 streams and everything, I think that there might actually be more interesting stuff in here. That might mean that a couple of combat scenarios are incredibly hard to get through. Difficult decision. The one problem is that sometimes, especially when you don't know the game and how autosaves works and everything, I guess I'm just gonna keep multiple save files or something. Let's go with Tactician mode, because I really want to get into the combat as well, and I would be yeah, it's always a problem when you don't. Anyways, let's go with Tactician mode. If it turns out that it's way too hard, maybe I'll start over. But I do hope that this game also allows you to just approach things in a very different way. And so, meaning that you can avoid combat completely, for example, if you deal with stuff in like an intelligent way. So, yeah. Let's see. Character creation. Welcome to the character creation screen. Give your heroes a name, change their appearance, and select one of the many classes for them to start with. Well, fuck. This is gonna take a while. Okay. Change character class. Browse, rotate character. So you get 2 characters in this game as far as I understood it, right? Which is interesting. And really, really difficult. Do I want to go with the male and female? Maybe. It's really, really cool how seamlessly they've designed split screen though, right? So that a second player could just jump in now and play with me. That's really, really cool. So first of all, the left character, that's basically going to be me, and I'll give him my name. Well, I guess I'm gonna choose the class first and then decide on his appearance. I think that makes more sense. Can you also, okay. Attributes and stuff come later. Let's see, so we have Witch, an intimidating presence whose bone-chilling powers terrify friend and foe alike. So my character, I want to be... I was thinking about it. I want to go with a higher intelligence character, but not very good in terms of charisma and stuff, right? So not really the best... Like, intelligent, but not really that well at socializing, right? Kind of a more silent, brooding type, I guess. Bit on the stronger side as well, but maybe not that dexterous or something. I don't know if I want to go straight up magic though. Wizard. Scholar of magic specialized in starting and ending battles with a flick of the wrist, exacting swift victory from a safe distance. I mean, that doesn't sound too bad, to be honest. We have a battle mage, amplifies brute strength with powerful magic. A cleric, heals allies or smashes skulls depending on the direction of the winds. I don't really want to go with a healer though. Enchanter, prefers to turn the tide of battle from afar, manipulating foes with powerful magic. That actually sounds really, really fun, because that is something that, unfortunately, most other RPGs rarely do. Right, you get wizards, you get your typical spells and everything, but actually sort of manipulating or enchanting foes is, most of the time, not really all that useful. At least in the Elder Scrolls series, for example. I mean, it can be useful, it can work, but you have to go out of your way to make it work, I feel like, compared to other things anyways. Then we have the straight-up fighter, brutal warrior, an expert in close combat. Interesting that they call it fighter instead of warrior. Inquisitor, a daring wand wielder, risking life and limb to decimate evil head-on. Ooh, that also sounds pretty good. A knight, specialized in war tactics, knights are trained not only to fight, but to rally troops. A ranger, a marksman with a legendary knack for self-preservation. Rogue, with a lot of skill and a little luck, this rogue sees the world as an open coffer. Yeah, I want to go with a bit more of a... Like, rogues, you know, you could steal a bunch of stuff, right? But especially for a first playthrough, I want to go with a bit more... Well, I want to try to stick to, like, an honor side, more or less. Shadowblade, a powerful assassin whose arsenal of both daggers and magic would terrify any enemy if they ever saw it coming. Wow, that also sounds pretty cool, to be honest. Wayfarer, survivalist, and a practitioner of magic, the Wayfarer is hard to hit and even harder to evade. And then we're back at Witch. Well, Enchanter sounds cool. Inquisitor, also pretty nice. I feel like the thing with the Inquisitor is just that, I don't know, it feels like an Inquisitor could also be... I always think of it as more like a magical detective. I don't know if that's really, you know, your typical way of thinking about it, but that just, it sounds pretty cool, right? As if you're like on a mission to, I don't know. I don't really want to go with a bow wielder, but also don't really want to go with a straight up knight. And as I said, I want to be a more like honest character. So as cool as Shadowblade sounds, I think I'm gonna go with the Inquisitor. As much as I like the idea of an Enchanter, but Inquisitor just sounds pretty cool. And then can I choose my starting skills, or is that always the same thing? Oh yeah, you can edit presets completely, I guess, huh? Ooh, it's gonna take a while. The interesting part here is that, well, who is going to be my companion? And why? Right? One thing that I don't know is... well, with two characters, I think they should be able to be anything you want, basically, right? So, do I want to create my waifu here? I don't know. What would make sense for an Inquisitor to have on their side? Either an Enchanter? I kind of... Actually, wouldn't that be quite an interesting sort of idea to have like a detective duel, maybe? Yeah, I know that it's not, Inquisitors maybe not the thing that you'd want to go with in that regard, but Knight, Ranger, Rogue. Huh. Shadowblade on my side is... I don't know if that would work quite that well. Straight up wizard, battle mage, cleric. Could go with an enchanter. I mean, that just sounds really, really interesting, right? Honestly, seems like a cool combo to have. It may be a bit too much magic focused, but anyways, let's go back to my character for the time being. AI personality determines if your character has an opinion of his or her own. Oh. Well, that was fast. Fuck. Can I get the... Well, that was dumb. Loyal, random, knight, rascal, maniac, judge, priest. But the AI personality, like, does that ever really come into play? Because I obviously want to control everything myself. Judge, priest, free spirit, no AI. Can I not get the tutorial back? That's unfortunate.
Careful now, that's a trap!
Look out, I see a trap nearby.
Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
What can I cook up today?
Ah, a forge. The one...
I may have a blade...
Better to detonate that...
Wait, so we have rogue, wizard, warrior.
I may have a blade or two that could use a honing?
Careful now, that's a trap!
Perhaps I can detonate that explosive from a distance.
What could that have done?
I think I'm gonna go with the rogue voice. Just sounds a bit more fun, to be honest. Why can we choose underwear? What the fuck? Holy, she looks like Yennefer. That underwear, man. What the fuck? Also, we're jacked as fuck. Holy shit. Look at those muscles. Okay, let's see. So we have like different heads. It's a great moustache. You know what? That's actually... What the fuck? What are these hairstyles? That's anime hair. That's a bit too... God, holy shit. Okay, those are some weird options. I don't know if this fits in the world, but I actually like this the most, probably. It's also kind of anime, but... You know, this is a bit too boring for my taste. I don't really want to go with long hair. And this is too anime, I think. As cool as it looks, that's a bit too much. And this is a bit more realistic, but also, well, then again, maybe, I mean, if we're a detective-style character, we would have a little bit more of a serious haircut, I guess, right? So hair 12. Yeah, to be honest, let's go with this for the time being. Maybe I'll decide on something else in between. Okay, and then we get all kinds of... Ooh. Just a tattoo. I mean, those also look pretty cool. And now we're back to 1. So either we're just gonna go with like a bit more of a plain version of a character. Don't really want to go with too much of a mustache or too much of a face paint thing. I always like these kinds of tattoos. It's a little bit similar to my Final Fantasy XIV character. So, you know, in my sort of headcanon, you could go with, okay, this is maybe his agency or something, right? His order or whatever we're working for that requires this sort of tattoo. So this would be number 14. The only other option would maybe be 2. It's a bit more inconspicuous, right? Definitely matches the hair, I would think. A bit more of a brown hair also makes sense, I think. Mithril blonde. And it actually also looks cool. In terms of the face, a bit more of an older character would actually make sense, but yeah, let's go with this. The fucking underwear. Why is that a thing? Are there like sex scenes in this game? Or you only get 3 options? Really? I mean, this looks just too ridiculous, to be honest. I don't want to go with the long underwear, so I'm just going to go with 2. I wish you could change the color, though. A couple more color options would have been nice. Also, maybe a body type option. And then we can choose our portrait. Which mainly changes our hair for some reason. I kind of wish this would auto-change with whatever hairstyle you chose and everything. Yeah, there are way more portrait options than character customization options, I feel like. I mean, this doesn't really match what we'll look like, right? Maybe this would be more accurate? Or this? Yeah, probably this, right? Yeah. Oh, the skin color. Well, I'm white as fuck, so I kind of want to go with that. Light, like something that burns very easily in the sun. Fair rose, pure. Oh, you can actually make it completely white. Sweet almond. Honey glow, golden touch. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with a basic one. And then I guess no AI person. I don't know if I want to choose anything here. Loyal, random. Probably would go with judge. But I don't want to... I mean, I hope that the game still includes some sort of way for you to decide whether or not you want to completely control your characters. Let's maybe go with no AI. I don't want to, like, make them do something that I don't want them to do. Okay, is it gonna stay the same? Yeah. Keeps my changes. Okay. So... the starting skills of an Inquisitor. Well, first of all, this is always where an Inquisitor starts. Is that it? And the skills are what I would go... Okay, yeah. So you can basically go through all of this. And I guess you get a maximum amount of points, right? If I see this correctly. Strength determines your offense rating. Strength-based weapons improves man-at-arms skills, how much you can carry, increases the weight of items you can move, and how far you can throw them. Oops. Right. I mean, that makes sense, right? Dexterity, offense rating with dexterity-based weapons, improves expert marksman and scoundrel skills, and influences your defense rating. Intelligence improves elemental and witchcraft spells and your offense rating with intelligence-based weapons. Constitution increases your vitality and your maximum number of action points. Survive longer in battle. Speed affects your movement speed, initiative, and how many action points you gain per turn. Perception affects your critical chance, initiative, start action points in combat, ability to detect traps, and accuracy when shooting over long distances. So most of these skills do seem to be mainly combat focused, right? So, Oh, remove point. That's a little bit weird. So, okay, so I can't go below 5, interestingly enough. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put points into... Well, then again, if we're kind of a detective character, maybe perception would be a good idea. So 8 intelligence, 6 constitution, 6 perception. I wish you could do a little bit more with this. Like, I would actually be interested in removing strength and adding more, I don't know, perception, for example. But then again, maybe when we level up, we can also, I guess, add more points to this. I always find it kind of strange when things start at 5, right, just as a baseline, because, like, why not start at 1? What's the difference, really, right? Somewhat of a weird thing that you can't put it below 5, but... Yeah, I don't... Like, I do think... So, the problem here is, right, we can basically only add 5 points to 6 different skills, which all already start at 5, which is a bit of a strange setup, I would say. Because I do think that I have more constitution than strength and dexterity, I want to go with, more intelligence, and I think my perception should be higher. So now we're kind of in a... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could remove 1 point intelligence and put it into perception, maybe? Then again, you know what? Maybe it would be a nice idea to have our companion here with higher perception. Possibly even speed as well, but less intelligence than my main character. I think that might be a good idea, yeah. So let's keep it at this for the time being. And then we got 5 abilities as well. Okay, so currently I have dual wielding and wand. And I guess I can just remove the point as well and put it into anything. But we only get 5 points, apparently. Reduces damage penalty and total action point cost when wielding 2 weapons. Level 1 sets dual wielding damage penalty to -20% and reduces cost of attacking by 1 action point. Do I even want to go with dual wielding? I mean, don't know. Does the Inquisitor necessarily need that? I mean, one seems to be... So I do find this really interesting. I could play an Inquisitor that doesn't use want, then? If I can just freely remove this? Single-handed increases damage when using a single-handed weapon. Dagger, sword, axe, or mace. Okay. Why would I want two weapons, though? Does that mean that I can basically wield a wand and a dagger, for example? This damage bonus is not applied when dual wielding. Makes sense. Two-handed... Oh yeah, that's two-handed weapons. And we have defense, armor specialist, armor rating, bodybuilding, improves your saving throws against knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded, weak, diseased, infected, and drunk. That actually sounds like a pretty good ability. Shield specialist, chance of blocking and using shields. Willpower improves your saving throws against feared, mute, charmed, stunned, cursed, slowed, petrified, decayed touch, mark of death, remorse, and shackles of pain. Reduces the chance to receive a status by 15%. That's actually not that much. Let's see, what do I currently have? Arrow Thurge. Determines how many... Arrow Thurge? Is that how you pronounce that? Spells you can learn and how many action points it costs to use higher level Arrow Thurge spells. Level 1 allows you to learn and use 3 Novice, 0 Adept, and 0 Master Arrow Thurge skills. Okay, Expert Marksman... Marksman skills, Geomancer spells, Hydrosophist. So those are water spells, I guess? These are wind spells, right? Earth-based spells. These are your basic pyrokinetic. Scoundrel. How many scoundrel you can learn, how many action points it costs to use higher level scoundrel skills. And witchcraft. I mean, I guess you can also unlock these later on, right? I don't think these will be completely locked out. Bartering determines your haggling skills with traders. Yeah, I don't want that. Charisma determines the first impression you make on other people. As I said, I don't think I have that. Leadership will give boosts to party members and friends that can see you. Boosts initiative and damage. A lucky charm, your luck. Yeah, I don't really want to go with all of those. Blacksmithing. Repair your own items. The more you invest, the faster you'll work. Required to create and improve metal-enhanced weapons. Crafting. Lore Master. Allows you to examine enemies and identify items. The more invested it is, the more in-depth your intel. I think I want to go with this, to be honest. And telekinesis. You can move items from a distance. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to have Lore Master. Nasty deeds. Lockpicking, pickpocketing, and sneaking. Okay. So, let's see. Yeah, I'm not really sure about dual wielding, to be honest. I think, well, typically an Inquisitor, I guess, goes with a wand plus dagger or something. That's actually a pretty cool idea. The defense stuff, I guess something like willpower, for example, would be cool to have. But I'd have to remove stuff, right? So I think I do want to have witchcraft and pyrometics, but maybe not this, the wind skills. So let's remove that and go with Lore Master. Well, so if I also want to go with, what was the other thing that I thought about? Wait, no, this already makes sense, right? Lore Master. To identify, use an identifying class on the item you want to identify. Do I have to get that from somewhere? Yeah, I think this makes sense. So I have pyro skills, witchcraft skills, and then also Oh, right, I was thinking about this, right? Willpower. Willpower. I don't know if I want to get rid of dual wielding for willpower. I wonder how you can change this, or if you can change this later on. I expect there to be a way to... Okay, you know what? Since we're basically starting out as a new character, I think I'm gonna go with dual wielding, but if there is a way to unlock more of this, I'm probably gonna go with willpower as soon as I can. And just, because that makes more sense than the other way around, right? If your character gets more experience, so to speak, right, you have more willpower to stand through things. That's how I'm thinking about this. So yeah, let's do this. And then we get talents as well. Holy... Oh my god, there's a lot. Okay, some of them are locked out. I guess probably you need certain things for those. Far Out Man increases the range of spells and scrolls by 2 meters. That doesn't sound like much. Stench decreases everyone's attitude toward you by 25, but melee opponents will find you less attractive in combat. Okay, as funny as that is, I don't want to stink. Arrow recovery, Backstabber, character backstab with daggers. Bully boosts non-magical attacks by 50%. Courageous grants you immunity to fear, but you can no longer flee from combat. Oh no, I don't want that. Elemental Affinity lowers the action point cost of spells by 1 when standing in a surface of the same element. Oh. That means I'd have to stand in fire, though. I don't know what Witchcraft does, to be honest, in this case. Escapists allow you to flee combat even when enemies are right next to you. Incompatible with Courageous. You know what? For a first playthrough on the highest difficulty, might not be the worst thing to have. I mean, technically, a more detective-type character would maybe have the cunning sort of ability to be able to do this. 5-star Diner doubles the effects of food. Know-it-all decreases everyone's attitude towards you by 20, but gives you 1 extra point in intelligence. Oh. Huh, I like that. Leech heals you when standing on blood. Holy fuck. Lightstepper gives you a +2 perception bonus for detecting traps and secrets. A character with Lone Wolf can no longer have a companion, but receives a 70% bonus to base vitality, 2 bonus to turn action points, a maximum action points, and extra ability point on level up. Incompatible with Glass Cannon. I do want to have a sidekick though. Magician gives you 1 extra use of 1 skill. Also not bad. My precious. Every time you hit or get hit, your gear has a 50% chance of not losing durability, okay? Pack Mule doubles the amount of weight you can carry. Pet Pal enables you to talk to animals. Oh, that also sounds cute. A Politician gives you 2 bonus points in charisma, but you lose a point in intelligence. No, I don't want that. Scientist gives you a bonus point in blacksmithing and 1 in crafting. I would like to be a scientist, but crafting I feel like doesn't really suit my character. Walk it off reduces the duration of statuses that have a bodybuilding saving throw by 1 turn. What a Rush increases your turn action points, maximum action points by 2, and your vitality is below 30%. Zombie lets you heal from poison but causes damage from regular healing. Okay, and then these require higher levels. Okay, so you get other stuff later on as well. I do like the idea of know-it-all. That's basically what I wanted to go with, right? An intelligent character, but a character that might, not really know how to talk to people, which is kind of weird for a detective, but also, that I feel like that's a cool idea. So decreases everyone's attitude. So I guess as soon as you enter a conversation, they have they don't really like you all that much. Let's go with know-it-all. Far Out Man increases the range of spells and scrolls by 2 meters. What was the other thing that I kind of wanted to go with? Escapist? Escapist actually sounds really, really fun. Allows you to flee combat even when enemies are right next to you. I think that's actually a pretty cool thing. Escapist and know-it-all. Also, kind of as like a, I guess from an RP standpoint, I would think of this as something that you, so as soon as you enter like an uncomfortable conversation, you just walk away, right? You don't care about it, you just say fuck it and go away. Yeah, that's kind of funny, I think. Okay. And then these are starting abilities that you can get. And you get 3 of these? Man-at-Arms. So this is mostly for, like, Novice Men-at-Arms. Novice Scoundrel. So one pyrokinetic thing, that makes sense. Burn My Eyes. Target gains a temporary perception bonus. Cures blinded. Special 100% chance to set Burn My Eyes for 10 turns. 10 turns? That sounds a lot. So it costs 4 action points, and it has 7 turns cooldown. Wait, and what's that below? 8? -1 turns thanks to high intelligence. So does the 8 reference my intelligence stat? Probably, right? Range 12 meters, boosts perception by 2. Burning Touch. Set fire to a nearby target, dealing 11 to 13 fire damage. 100% chance to set burning status for 3 turns. Saving throw bodybuilding. So that's what the enemy has to do, like a saving throw to... Okay. 2-turn cooldown. -2 turns, so I can do this every time, like every turn, because I have more than 4 intelligence. But every character has more than 4 intelligence. Or am I misinterpreting the 4 there? That only has... So I need to be close to enemies to do it, okay. And Flare casts Magical Heat that does 11 to 13 fire damage. So that... Flare is basically the ranged version of this, right? Can burn targets that are already warm. Can target terrain to create fire surface. Burn ooze or oil, evaporate water, or melt ice. Can explode some clouds. I already like all of these descriptions, right? That has like so much more thought put into it than in most RPGs already. The thing is, I really want to go with Burn My Eyes, because I feel like that's something that my character would have. Like, setting Burn My Eyes to my companion, for example, and then letting her discover secrets that otherwise we wouldn't be able to see. So let's go with Burn My Eyes. I can't do anything from the other ones anyways. Hydrosophist. I mean, I could still change my alignment here, right? Critical, Shocking Touch, Teleportation, Thunder Jump. So this is Witchcraft, okay. Malediction. Weakens and curses an enemy. 100% chance to set curse status, set weaken status. So I can weaken them, okay. Range 50 meters. Cursed lowers the target's chance to hit by 30. Oath of Desecration. Bestow a damage boost upon an ally. Vampiric Touch. Heal yourself with the life force of someone else. Damages them for 13, 14 piercing. 200% chance to heal 15 vitality. So I'm a vampire detective? I mean, I like the skill, right? Technically, it also does similar damage to the other ones. And what is this special thing? Staff of Magus. Launch a magical missile from your staff that deals 10 to 15 fire plus 9 to 14 air damage. Requires a staff weapon. Well, I hope I get that. Launches a magical missile that inherits the power damage type of the staff. The better the staff, the more damage the spell shows. Can target terrain. So this is what I always have, I guess, as a As an Inquisitor? Well, if this deals damage... I mean, having a heal, not the worst idea, probably. So I can weaken and curse an enemy, I can bestow a damage boost upon an ally, or I can heal myself. Well, I already have the perception boost for an ally, so... maybe the vampire touch. And also, does that mean that I am a vampire, in a way? I mean, not really, I guess, but... I mean, that way I'd have a ranged attack, I'd have a heal that does require melee, but that's fine. And I can boost perception. So what did I lose by deselecting arrow? I can freeze a target, I can electrify a target at arm's length, throw an item or character up high and drop it to the ground. Oh, that's cool. Thunder jump. Jump from one target to the other, hitting a maximum of 2 targets, stunning them and dealing 8/8 air damage. That also doesn't sound too bad. I mean, I could... in theory, I could select something else instead of Witchcraft, right? Heal 17 vitality on a target for 3 turns. So Hydro, that's actually pure create water surfaces, freeze a nearby target. I mean, that is something that I think my companion could have, right? So it would probably be a good idea to, for her, select the stuff that I don't have. I mean, the idea of being a secret vampire is not the worst. What is this? Bless the target, remove scores, boulder comes crashing from the sky, create an oil surface. Summon a level 1 spider in a 10-meter radius for 30 seconds. That actually sounds pretty good. The spider's fangs deal piercing damage and have a 10% chance to poison its target. It is very resistant to poison attacks itself. The spider has a special attack that can weaken its victim. It is immune to blinding attacks. I mean, I'm also a dual wielder, right? So if I do use a dagger or something on my second hand, then it makes sense that I would also go up in melee range sometimes, and possibly do the vampiric touch. I'm not 100% on this, but then again, I also don't really know what else we might be able to get, right? So... oh, wait, what? I still have 1 more point available, I just realized. So you get 4. The Staff of Magus is always there, right? Okay. Well, maybe I want to go with the Oath of Desecration then. Damage boost for an ally? Weaken and curse an enemy, I don't know if that really... The pyrokinetic stuff is not that interesting to me, though. I mean, I could also go with regeneration, and if I get 2, right, something like rain, maybe? Create water surfaces. Douses fires, makes characters wet. Wet makes target less resistant to air spells, but more resistant to fire spells. Well, that doesn't really make that much sense, right? If I'm using, Electrify target at arm's length. I might... want to go with Arrow Thirch instead of Witchcraft, to be honest. I think that fits my character more. Oh, so now I have 9 intelligence. Because of my talent, right? Makes me think that I might want to go with more perception. Although then again, I kind of wanted to be... I think, yeah, my assistant should have the higher perception, right? Feel like. I could go with more constitution. No, I like the idea of being very intelligent, to be honest. If I'm a know-it-all, like people don't like me because I know more than they do. It's kind of fun, to be honest. Oh, I don't have anything. Okay, let's see. I wanna... Wait, how did I... How did I change my frickin'... Oh, I need to select that here. I completely forgot about that. Okay, yeah, let's remove Witchcraft and go with Arrow Thirch. And then, I'll go with, I think Shocking Touch. Electrify a target at arm's length. Why does that deal air damage? 80% chance to set stun status for 2 turns. I kind of like teleportation, to be honest. Thunder jump from one target to the other, hitting a maximum of 2 targets. Yeah, that's not. Or freeze a target. Yeah, I want to go with Shocking Touch and teleportation. I do like those better than the Witchcraft stuff. I mean, I can always learn other stuff later on, right? Though I do like the idea of summoning a spider, but yeah. I think I'm gonna go with this. Escapist Know-It-All. And then, yeah. That's cool. Alright! First character done. Didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would, but that's also due to the fact that you can't really change a lot of stuff. Also, wait, so the dual wielding, do I have 2 wands in my hand? It looks like, right? I wish you could, like, take a look at your gear before you start. Prefers to turn the tide of battle from afar, manipulating foes with powerful magic. I mean, obviously, as I said, I don't want to double up on stuff, right? So I guess Enchanter would get a special skill that only an Enchanter gets? No, she also has Staff of Magus. It just deals different damage, I guess. What would a Shadowblade get? It's still the same. Wait, and what is that? Let's see if I go with the... I don't know, Cleric? How is Staff of Magus always the same thing? Can't change that though, right? Interesting. I mean, Enchanter sounds pretty cool, right? Gonna change a whole bunch of stuff anyways. I mean, having a rogue at my side would probably be pretty cool, but I kind of want us to be not too different, in a way. And Shadowblade is too... as cool as it sounds, I think that's too illegal for my taste. For the beginning. Wayfarer would also be kind of cool. Or just a straight up witch or wizard. So that's the spider thing. That's also vampiric touch. Let's go with an enchanter. I just like the idea of that. Also, what's her name going to be? Sarah is a bit too basic. Oh, it's always difficult to decide. Maybe something like Lillian? Lillian? Let's see. Let's keep it within no AI.
Careful now. Perhaps I can detonate that explosion.
What could that have done?
Oh, that's very British.
Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
Have I got anything that needs...
What can I cook up today?
Careful! I've spotted
I think I'm gonna go with the warrior voice. I like that. Probably also gonna go with golden touch though. Although then again, I mean, having the same for both characters might be a bit boring. Satin Sand actually looks pretty cool. Or just really white. Fair Rose. That's a bit too white though, right? Where's Sweet Almond? Honeyglow. Let's see, so Satin Sand would be a bit more sun on skin, maybe. I think maybe Sweet Almond. White Saffron. That has a little bit more sort of magenta in it compared to the Sweet Almond. And I'm gonna go with this. That's cool. And then also maybe Hair First. Although Hair 1 already looks pretty cool. Four, also not bad. A lot of shorter hair as well. Ooh, that looks cool. That looks very similar to whatever her name was in Metal Gear Solid 4. The woman that you meet again, that's also in the first game. She had a very similar... I don't know why I just remembered that. I'm not even that big into Metal Gear, but I don't know, it somehow reminded me of that. Twin ponytails. And then we're back to this one. I mean, this looks very sort of elegant and stuff. Almost a bit too beautiful for my taste. Or, that sounds weird, but, you know, in terms of the game, a bit too beautiful. I don't want to just have like a really, really beautiful woman at my side. I don't know. Maybe have Fawn that's a bit more sort of tame. Almost looks a bit younger as well, not as, let's say, experienced. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with 4, to be honest. Yeah, I like that. Spiced ale. Autumn wine. Well, I do like redheads, so... and... Visceral blonde, midnight crystal, silver sunrise. Don't want to do anything too crazy, to be honest. We're like a darker blonde. Spiced ale looks pretty cool. Autumn wine. The red, it's a bit too, like, it's a bit of a shame that there isn't a darker red. This looks too red for my taste. And then we're already into the different colors. Brown's a bit too boring if my character has brown hair as well. Sun-kissed brown. Yeah, honestly, staying with the orange, I like that hair color. This looks way more like a bikini though, rather than underwear. Especially with those crazy shoes. Yeah, this is just straight up. Is this not underwear, but instead like bathing clothes or something? Let's go with the same. Also, I don't know, something about her body is weird. Like her legs are way too long. Okay, no idea where this is going to come into play. But I am interested, certainly. Ooh, we could go with a bit more, God, that looks terrifying. And then let's hit 1. The only thing that I like, that I don't like about Head 2 is that it sort of looks as if her eyes are too close together. Like she's, what's that called? Your eyes are sort of not looking in the same direction. But I do like the, yeah, let's go with this. And then obviously change the portrait. That doesn't fit her at all. These are some cool portraits, though. Let's see if we can even match her looks. Maybe? Looks a bit too crazy in the portrait. Yeah, this would be more it, right? Although her makeup is different. Or this, maybe? Why does she always have to have that strong makeup from Head 1? This matches her hair more, though. The problem is that the head almost looks the exact same every time, right? Like her eyes and everything. Let's go with this then. It doesn't really match her her looks that well, but you know, maybe these portraits were taken. I don't know. Maybe she just put on more makeup for taking the portrait. Not that the portrait could actually be taken in this world, but you get what I mean. Okay. Enchanta. All right, let's get into this. So, What did I say? She needs to have higher perception than me, right? Probably also more speed, but I don't want her to be dumb either. So... Isn't my speed 6 as well, though? Maybe she doesn't need to be that intelligent compared to me? I don't know. I don't want her to be dumb, though. 7 speed, or I'll decrease the speed by 1. Maybe go with this. 7 intelligence, 6 speed, 7 perception. Yeah, let's maybe go with that. Okay, she doesn't have dual wielding. Fair enough. She has Arrow Surge and Hydrosophist. So if I have this, I think she should either go with Witchcraft or Geomancer. Probably Geomancer, because Witchcraft is a bit too strange to my taste. Personality. She's the Charisma. Yeah, I think that actually that's pretty fun, in my opinion, right? I'm the silent, intelligent type that insults people, and she's the one who has to constantly charm people because I'm too, well, quote unquote, too intelligent, but in actuality, it's just really bad social skills that she sort of needs to counter. I think that's quite the intriguing combination, so I definitely want to keep that. Telekinesis, you can move items from distance, heavy other items, yeah. That's also pretty cool, right? I mean, that's why she's a enchanter. Doesn't have any nasty deeds either. Telekinesis, I am the Lore Master, right? She has the Charisma and the Wand as well. So the only thing here is I think I'm going to remove this because I have that. And then maybe let's go with Geomancer. Oh, she has Escapist. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense if I have that, right? Elemental Affinity allows the action points cost of 1 instead of the same element. Yeah, that's maybe not too bad. Courageous. Light Stepper. See, she could be a Light Stepper and getting that extra perception. Or she could be the politician. But that loses intelligence. I don't like that. She could also be the scientist. Bonus point in blacksmithing and 1 in crafting. I don't really have those skills yet, right? But I'd be able to get them later on. Though then again, I could also get scientist later on. Though typically that is something that you're sort of just are, right? What was the other thing that I thought about? So I think I want to keep the elemental affinity. Oh, Light Stepper, right? I thought about maybe her being a Light Stepper. Well, let's say she maybe becomes a scientist later on, right? I mean, I could remove the elemental affinity, though. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do scientist and Light Stepper. I don't even know whether or not scientist is good in this scenario because she doesn't have the crafting ability currently, right? I mean, I don't have any... Oh, that gives me that automatically. Huh. Well, that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. That's really cool. Man, I really like what you can do here. Again, it just seems way more thought out than your typical character creation, right? I mean, just compare that to, let's say, Skyrim, where you can, like, it looks like you can do everything, right? I mean, I also know that Skyrim works completely differently, and it's more about appearance, more so than anything else, but I don't know, like, I always feel like, and that's true for a lot of games actually, that the character creation, while being really cool, like the sort of aesthetic standpoint, it's kind of crazy how much character creators have been enhanced over the years, right? You can really do a lot now, and especially in games that have a third-person perspective. It's really cool, right? How your characters look and everything. But ultimately, especially in terms of RPGs, I do want to have more of this, right? Where you can specifically decide, okay, my character is really good at talking, right? And that's also another thing. For example, the Khajiit in Skyrim, right? They're so afraid of letting you, because sort of Skyrim takes the approach of, okay, the character has to be able to do everything, right? But ultimately, that's why character creation doesn't really matter, right? I mean, the Khajiit are basically viewed as, well, really outsiders in Skyrim. A lot of the races are actually viewed as outsiders in Skyrim, right? Some of them are actually sort of, well, not being hunted, but definitely being, like, like, shunned, right? And I wish that would play a bigger role, right? I feel like they're really afraid of shutting people out of quest lines or anything, instead of coming up with a clever way to sort of circumvent those things, right? And maybe adding in like a small neat touch or something to a quest line that explains why you are capable of doing it, even though you are like what are they called, dark elves or something, that are always regarded, or that are not really liked very much in parts of Skyrim, right? I wish they would like flavor that more, because ultimately it feels like most of character creation is just kind of really unimportant in the Elder Scrolls series, which is really unfortunate. Okay, so what did I do? I have Geomancer and Hydrosophist. So Freezing Touch seems like a cool idea. And I think I want to go with Regeneration because I now removed the healing skill on my character. So let's go with Freezing Touch and Regeneration. And then, what was this? Bless a target removes curse. Oh, sorry. I don't know how good that might be. The thing is, I could go with Midnight Oil, but I don't have a ranged fire spell. Though it would be kind of cool, right? If I set that up as a sort of a combo. I could go with the spider though. I don't know, somehow I really like that. And the idea of a charismatic character that can summon a spider, it's kind of funny, to be honest. Let's go with that. I like the idea of the spell, the spider. And also in terms of her being a, what is it called, enchanter? I think it kind of makes sense to have the ability to sort of manipulate your environment in that way, to really create something, right? Like a spider. Okay, I think this is kind of what I want to go like, right? My sort of detective duo here. I have absolutely no idea if this sets me up for complete failure, right? But I also like the idea that it might do that. And how I'm potentially able to get through things utilizing these skills. Let's go with this. Let's go with this, and let's get into the game. Are you sure you're done with character creation for all your characters? Yes, I am.
In the days of old, the sorcerers of Riverlong cured the sick and healed the wounded through a great power called Source. But a terrible darkness invaded the land, and Source was forever tainted. The sorcerers who once healed now only destroy, and madness has overtaken them. A few brave Source hunters are all that stand between Riverlong and the dark power that threatens to destroy it. Wherever Source appears, hunters follow.
Okay, so far seems like a very basic setup. Larian Studios presents. Already like this intro. So you get like hand-drawn cutscenes?
Shine, Master Source Hunters. The captain wants you up on deck.
So we are those Source Hunters.
Means we're close to shore. I don't ever you go in there, Master Source Hunters. City's full of undead, hungry enough for blood. But you're supposed to investigate that murder, ain't you? They say it's Source that did the counselor in. Source in a city like Sicil, nowhere safe anymore. Here they are, Captain Sir.
God's blessings on you, hunters.
I already like that it went with like a detective setup.
But there's trouble offshore, so we'll have to sail in carefully. Here, have a look. Those are orc ships, and they're blocking our passage. We'll get you as close to the city as we can, and drop you off in the beach. Be wary now. Orcs are on the attack. Undead have closed every route out, and there's a sorcerer on the loose. If we're to get justice for the counselor, you'll have to keep your wits about you. May the luck of the gods be with you both, Source Hunters.
Already a very intriguing setup. So the counselor, I wonder if that's... Did he come from where we now are hailing from? Like, where did we start our journey? Divinity Original Sin. Well, yeah, it seems like a very intriguing setup. Really interested to see where this goes, to be honest. So we're here to investigate a murder, apparently, but we also have to deal with a bunch of undead and whatnot, apparently. Welcome to Divinity Original Sin. Move your characters around with L. Understood. Rotate the camera around your characters with R. Zoom in and out with R. Yeah, that's... So it's definitely a 30 FPS game, but I don't mind that. Obviously, that's not really that problematic with this type of game. The problem is that it seems to have a very unstable frame time. I don't know, it feels... Performance feels kind of janky, unfortunately. Again, I don't really mind it, but it is a bit unfortunate, to be honest. Okay, so we took like a little boat to shore. I like the music. Sort of interesting. What's happening to the... Oh, so objects get invisible when you're like close to them, I guess? It's a bit of a weird thing, but okay. The fact that my ones are constantly emitting like fire and lightning, that seems kind of crazy, but okay. hotbar. Move the cursor to an item or skill and press X to use it. Okay, so I can use this at any time outside of combat, I guess? I can't use this because I don't have a staff. I only have once, maybe? Wait, I still have Fireball, though? So I don't only have my starting skills, I guess. Advice. Get your magical claws out. Deals air damage. Resurrect Scroll. Resurrect a dead ally to 20% of its vitality at a location within 10 meters. Okay, so you get a resurrection right from the get-go. Interesting. What does that slot do? Hotbar assignment, skills and inventory. Select item or skill list and press X. Pick the skill or... Okay. So I can... Okay. Holy shit. Attack round, delay turn, disarm trap, end turn, into sneak mode. Holy shit, okay. Flee. Flee from the battle you're currently engaged in to the nearest waypoint shrine. Okay. Minor healing potion. Heals 20%. An elixir that restores your vitality. It makes a soft tinkling sound when you shake it. So we have one of these, or is this like something that has a cooldown or something? I guess we have 5 hotbars, okay. So Burn My Eyes is already set to a hotbar slot. Shocking Touch, Teleportation. Special, Staff of Magus, Attack on Ground. Attack a ground target. I don't know whether or not there are going to be like shortcut buttons for these, so that I don't have to put them on a on the hotbar. What kind of range does this have? This is a ranged attack as well, okay. Well, I probably want to change my hotbar at some point. Oh, there's an R2 menu. There is a lock, crafting, skills, character, inventory. Okay, so R2 is your menu, basically. Interesting. And L2 is your characters. So you can switch over to your other character, and then she has hotbars as well. Makes sense. What else does she have? Blitz Bolt. Shoot a bolt of electricity. Ice Shard. Shoot a chilling shard of ice. Yeah, I already like where this is going. And then these are the 3 skills that I selected. She also has Resurrection and a Healing Potion. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how the Healing Potion works. Oh, and you can enter split screen at any time? Wow, okay, that's really, really cool. Honestly, I wish that a game like Skyrim had something like that, right? Imagine how cool it would be to be able to just quickly enter. But then again, Skyrim doesn't really have a party system. It does, right? I mean, you have companions at Skyrim. It would be cool if they expanded on that system and just let you you know, quickly enter the game with that. Okay, so L3 allows you to basically free the camera from your characters, okay? What? I can sneak? Oh, that's funny. And I just turn into a bush? Okay. Okay, so right on the D-pad is ground attack, apparently. Left D-pad doesn't do anything, and upper D-pad, okay, gives you like an overhead view. Log. Quest log. A mysterious murder, a source hunter's journey. Day 1, 1335. Is there like a day-night cycle? Our orders are clear. We have been sent to the city of... How is it pronounced? Sicil? To investigate the murder of Councillor Jake. The wizard Arthur will meet us in the city to elaborate on this sorry matter. And a source hunter's journey. We're ready for our first assignment. It seems the murder of Councillor Jake is a clear-cut case of sorcery. It's interesting. So it's not sorcery, it's sorcery. Okay. And we're ready to nab the perpetrator. We landed on the beach east of our destination, so we should head westward towards the city of Sicil. Westward? Okay. West is the sea, though. Secret dialogue, combat log. Tutorial. Oh, AI personality. If your characters, meaning they will make certain dialogue decisions without your input. If you're not sure, leave it on no AI. Okay. I think I made the right call on that one. Crafting equipment. Inventory. Is your inventory where everything you pick up is stored. Press square to find out what you can do with objects in your inventory. So square is basically right click, I guess. Which is pretty cool because that's also how it works in Final Fantasy XIV. So we have backpacks. Grumio's secret trick bag. That's the weird thing that we got. Parchment written by Grumio. Crack it open, inhale the musk of its pages, and learn something new. Oh, so the resurrect is a scroll? So I guess that'll get consumed somehow? The Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. And we have two different inventories, I guess. Okay, read. The Order of the Source Hunters, a brief history. When Source was tainted so many centuries ago, okay, it's been a long while then, sorcerers who had once brought great good began to wield the force of evil. When one of the kind, Brachus Rex, came to power, he instigated a war that would have undone Rivellon, if not for the Council of Seven. These wise rulers ordered a new order of allied warriors, especially trained to fight the Source Menace. Brachus was defeated, and the Order of the Source Hunters began its legacy. Our objective is to eradicate the Source Menace from Rivellon, one sorcerer at a time. So I guess the sorcerers, in this case, they're not really all that powerful anymore, right? Okay, recognizing Source. Unlike other forms of magic, Source is particularly difficult to identify. Mages of many years' experience may learn to sense the presence of Source, as others smell the sick sweet scent of poison or hear the barely perceptible scrape of a sword loosened from its hilt. Source may be channeled through certain objects, weapons, gems, or metals. These are unpredictable as Source itself and may inflict terrible harm or magnificent feats of healing upon either wielder or target. Methodology of the Source Hunter. Ours is an order of cunning and cleverness as much as strength and power. The well-trained Source Hunter will examine and question, lift every barrel and analyze each testimony for the faintest breath of a clue. Nothing is insurmountable. If some knot puzzles you, mark its location upon your map and return to it when you've learned a better method of untangling it. There are no limits to a Source Hunter's resolve. No riddle is unknowable, no foe unbeatable, no mystery unsolvable. Well, sounds like a good setup for an RPG, to be honest. And then we have our orders. Your orders are to investigate the recent murder of Councillor Jake and inspect the city of Sicil for evidence of source magic. Your liaison in Sicil will be a wizard called Arthur, who is anxiously awaiting your arrival. Due to the nature of your mission, we've put at your disposal some of the most powerful spells and magic known to the Order, but treat them with caution and tread with care. Scrolls such as these are very rare. We'd advise you not to blow through your entire arsenal at once. Good luck and Godspeed. Signed, Captain Wattrous. Okay, we also get 200 gold. The Golden Grail? Zandalor's trunks. The fuck? Okay. Toggle info. Once an alchemist's simple bronze chalice, this grail was in just the right place at just the right time when its owner mastered the art of transmuting base metals. He charmed the Grail with the power to transform basic clothing and armors from simple cloth and steel to lavish gold, and he never ran out of cash again. It sounds pretty good, to be honest. My underwear. Your grandmother always did advise you to buy underpants that breathe, after all. And can I... So this is my inventory, right? Is there a quick way to... Ah, okay. So she has the same orders and everything. She also has gold. Blitzbolt scroll. Oh, so that's a scroll as well. This is a backpack. To place objects in there, move the cursor to an item in your inventory, press square and select hold. Notice that the object is held separately. Move the cursor to the backpack and press X to place the... What's up with these tutorials disappearing before I read them? Wait, how did I enter the... log? Move the cursor to the backpack, press X to place the object from your hand into the backpack. Why exactly would I want to do that? It doesn't really explain what the point of a backpack is, unfortunately. Sprocket. The cogwheel is heavy and made from a metal you can't identify. Though from the looks of it, this sprocket is a truly ancient item, it seems more advanced somehow than any other utensil you've ever seen. Try a die. Inert impish wand. A curiously shaped wand. For the moment, it has no magical properties. It's very nice, straight... Okay. Empty grenade. 2 half spheres of thick yet brittle stone. They're currently empty. Why not fill them with something exciting? So, is there like a reason for having backpacks? Like, does it make sense to move stuff into them? Okay, these are the same... Yeah. I kind of wish that the game had more UI customization. Like, I would like to make things smaller, but have more on screen. But I guess that's not really something you can do in this version. I mean, I have to remember this is like 2014, right? PS Pro hadn't even come out, so this is set up to be played on, you know, full HD TVs that maybe aren't that big. I don't know. So it shows items on the ground, yeah? If I can interact with an object, that'll be shown to me. Okay. Looks like a couple of ships have crashed here. Oh, okay. Auto-saved. Press X while facing an object to interact with it. Hold R2 to open the panel selection radial. Point the L in the direction of the inventory panel to open it. Wait, did I pick it up? I did. Ingredient can also be ground to dust. I can throw it? Well, technically Lillian would need those things, right? Because she is a crafter, or a scientist rather. Can she do more with that? Combine with. Okay.
If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd mistake this for a placid beach.
At least the orcs make a bit of noise when they attack. It's dark-dealing sorcerers that'll strike with neither warning nor mercy.
True. Consume, move, hold, okay. Oh god. So I'm just gonna pick up everything? That's already... Holy fuck, okay. Effects unknown. From your recollection of travelers' tales on your journey, this appears to be the main ingredient of the Rivelin famous pie from the King Crab Tavern in Sicile. Okay. So I guess it makes sense to have something to create food with? Okay, wait. Let me go back to my inventory. So it says 7 out of 10. 7 out of 110. So that does mean that these things... Oh, they look different. So fresh you can suck the flesh right out of the shell. So I guess I could eat those? Consume. I could also consume these. What was I gonna say? Right, these weigh not really all that much. So I can pick up like 1,000 of these. It's just, you know, pick them up. I think it's always a good idea to have a bunch of stuff to eat, I guess. There are that many lying around here. So I have to go to the west, though, right? That's correct? I do have a map. Okay. Yeah, that's what my... Ooh, that looks like very far away. So we landed here. Oh. I hear something. Can't move over there, though. I guess we don't really want to get too close to the orc ships, but we also probably want to... Oh, do they stack, by the way, in my inventory? I hope they do. Yeah, they do. Okay, there's a bunch of different ones, though. Lizard mystics have been known to use these shells as musical instruments in their death rituals, invoking the haunting howl of 4 sea storms. And although the shell is small and unassuming, a haunting past digestive experience urges you to cook it thoroughly before eating. Okay, so I guess we do get information on whether or not we can actually... do something useful with them. So they're like old ruins here as well. Wooden crate. Nothing in there. Oh, I do like the UI for that, right? Like showing you sort of the inside of a box, but at the same time it's also clearly an inventory screen. That's pretty cool. Oh, that doesn't look good. What happened here?
What's it doing here alone?
What? Did you expect it to have an entourage?
I like your attitude, lady. Dead men. Rain scroll. Cast skill, okay. You found a magic scroll. With it you can cast spells you haven't yet learned. Ah, okay, so I can cast rain now once, I guess? Wait, Lillian is the one who can do... Yeah, let's send it to her. She's the one who can do the hydro magic stuff, right? Dead men. Open. Open is a little bit of a weird... Ooh, and the bones around that? Okay. By the looks of it, this book took a tumble down some cliffs. Oh. I can read it right away. Juna 21. Rejoice, for the statues have granted my wish. Their whimsical nature, however, must not be taken lightly, so before I soar through the sky like an eagle, I shall attempt a mere hop from the cliffs down at the beach. This should be a small feat for the man that can fly. If this experiment is successful, the sun shall be my next target. Well, when your party members have exclamation marks on top of their heads, highlight them and press X. So we can talk about this, I guess.
Can you believe this? The man jumped off a cliff at the behest of some statues, of all things.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb, I have to agree. Well, great deeds require the occasional leap of faith. I myself have done the same. Pure madness! How could someone be so utterly naive?
Pure madness? How could someone be so utterly naive?
Oh, I like that everything's voice acted. My answers as well. Oh, and I can select her answers too? Oh, that's fun. Agreed, call me skeptical, but a little proof goes a long way for the rational mind. Rivlon is no stranger to the supernatural. He might well have flown into... agreed. Call me skeptical, but a little proof. Yeah.
Agreed. Call me skeptical, but a little proof goes a long way for the rational mind.
Pragmatic +1. Some dialogues require you to voice your opinion. This opinion gives you a trait which can result in a stat or ability bonus. Over time, your traits can change. Oh, that's cool. So depending on what you choose with your dialogue options... That is cool. Wait, so can I... character, status. Level 1, attribute points +1, ability points +1. Attributes panel shows primary stats on the left, secondary stats on the right. Primary stats have a direct influence on secondary stats. Okay, yeah, so we have vitality action points, we have a reputation, we have sight, hearing, movement, initiative. Damage, armor rating, blocking, critical chance, offense rating, defense rating, and then fire, or resistances, I guess. Ooh, shit, I like that. And can I, yeah, if I switch over to her, okay. Really, really cool. Man, I like this so much. Abilities, what a character can do. In order to level up an ability, spend the number of ability points equal to the ability's next level. Abilities are capped at 5. Okay. So I'd have to have, let's say, 2 ability points to increase, for example, my... What was it? My lore master, right? Wait, why do I have crafting as well? Traits. Pragmatic. Romantic. Traits are assigned to a character after voicing opinions. If your character is consistent in their opinions, their trait points can result in a stat or ability something. What is up with some of the tutorials just disappearing way too quickly? The talking statues. Oh, that's a quest. We learned from the Diary of the Dead Men that he jumped off a cliff believing that some whimsical statues had granted him the ability to fly. I guess that's treasures in there. No, that's under stats, right? Abilities, traits. Now, well, let's take the books. Hold R2 to open the panel section. Radio. Yeah. Let's take it. If we want to talk to somebody about this, we can show them the journal that he wrote. Okay. I do like the way the game controls. This pretty intuitive and pretty well thought out so far, I think. Hello, who are you? Oh.
How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
What's your stone? Hoo boy.
Arise, fair dead. Seize upon our enemies.
So that was her turn, basically? Oh, and they're just running away. Lillian's turn. Combat in Divinity Original Sin is played in rounds. Everything you do in combat costs action points, which you receive each round. Your turn ends when you have no AP left. Ah, cool. That's cool. So I have 8, it looks like, currently. And then I get them back next turn, and my stats obviously determine how many I get back and everything. Okay, understood. The order of the portraits from left to right determines in what order the combatants will take their turns. Combat movement. Move the cursor with L, press X on the ground to move, press X on an enemy to attack. Oh, wait, they're also behind us. Oh boy. This already looks pretty dangerous. Cursed Servant. So can I get, like, information on them, or... So does this mean that it would cost me 3 action points to move over here? I guess so. And then I can do some sort of basic attack. Cursed Servant. 100%. I don't know what that means. Oh, I think that's my chance of hitting them, right? Oh, so for example, I can't hit the one that's behind the other two? Interesting. Well, I should probably try and deal with the... I don't know if it can be hit in the back, though. Like, is that a thing? Shouldn't I maybe try and move somewhere that is safer for us to deal with them? Like, over here? So that would cost me 3 action points, right? I could move over here and then try and do some sort of ranged attack somewhere else. Or maybe I can still move after I've done something. So let's see. I can... Blitzbolt, scroll. Rain scroll. I mean, that's just rain, right? That's not really going to be to shoot a bolt of electricity that deals 11 to 13 air damage, and I can stun them. Stunned makes target unable to move or act. Can target some surface and close to electrify them. Okay. Freeze a nearby target, dealing 4 to 5 water damage. Oh, we have to get close to them to use that, though. Summon a level 1 spider in a 10-meter radius. That might also not be the worst idea, right? Then they have something else to turn their attention to, possibly? Spider's fangs deal piercing damage and have a 10% chance to poison its target. It's very resistant to poison attacks itself. So these are undead, though, right? That we're fighting currently, so... Okay, this R1 cycles through them. I can also open up this. I can change my characters. Cancel. Oh wait, did that already cost action points? Okay, so I guess I just accidentally spent some points to sneak, apparently. That's a bit of a weird setup, but okay. Examine. Ah, okay. HP. Talents, Opportunist. Gives you the ability to perform attacks of opportunity. So that's all that he has? That's... I mean, this can stun a target, right? So I should probably do that. Deal with the melee one. So he's stunned and took 13 damage. And I still have one action point. But there is a torch. Wait, I could do something with the torch? Oh, that's a bit weird to select that. Okay. Interesting. I mean, since they're undead, you know, maybe I could actually... Let's see, can I move over here? Okay, and that... So, since I accidentally tried to sneak, it unfortunately took away some of my action points, I think. Oh well. I wonder if that lets me get out of range of those two guys. So what do I have? I could increase her perception. That doesn't really mean much. I could... I mean, he's stunned, right? So he shouldn't be able to do too much. Let's see. Teleportation... I wouldn't be able to move anymore if I do that. Electrify target at arm's length. 85 chance to get stunned status for 2 turns. Plus 5% on my intelligence. Could I try and do this? Oh, okay. So I have to move first. So, moving actually costs a lot of points. So this is 3 AP, right? I have 7, theoretically. So moving here would still allow me to cast that as well. So I could move here. It's actually quite funny how long it takes to move. And then I can cast the skill on him. Alright, that was... I'm wet. Okay. He's poisoned. Holy fuck, that's actually... Yeah, that I already figured that out. So... Probably want to move out of the poison cloud, to be honest. Yeah, holy shit. I mean, fighting 5 enemies at once is already pretty difficult, I'd say. Right, let's see. So I could cast, what is it, Freezing Touch on that one guy? Let's see, freeze nearby targets, frozen status for 2 turns. I don't need to heal yet, I think. So this costs 3 AP, right? So moving here... The fuck was that? I wanted to move there. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, because I already had the attack selected. Okay, yeah, some of these things are a little bit weird to do. Now I'm in the movement option. Holy fuck! So movement causes me to take poison damage as well? Well, shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. What is with the dumb sneaking being on a D-pad button? That's really dumb. Can I, like, use my... I think that's only on self, I guess, huh? So this is still on cooldown. So I guess if I want to just do a normal attack, I'd have to do this. The AP you have left will be saved for your next turn. Okay. So I can save my AP. Oh wait, this thing is already dead. I kind of want to move here though. Use resurrection scrolls to call the departed back from the afterlife. Cycle through targets. So you really need to be mindful to not... Okay, so I can resurrect her as well. Choose teleport destination.
I needed that.
Ah, cool. So I can... You finally missed. Yeah, they're dealing a crazy amount of damage. If too many enemies are concentrated in a small space, you can press to get a top-down view. Okay, yeah, I get that. I guess I should try healing myself first. What's more, healing using this or doing this? I mean, this only costs 2 AP, right? Okay, that means I can't use the thing anymore, though. Like the resurrection scroll. So let's cast this on this guy. Is my normal attack, like, better or something? I'm just gonna die.
The 7 call me home.
I mean, I know that I selected the highest difficulty, but this just seems a bit too much, to be honest.
Too slowly to sustain me.
Okay, so I can delay my turn as well. The party has been defeated. Okay, so I need to get back to the autosave. Well, okay. That was interesting. Interesting introduction to combat. I thought I wasn't too bad with that. Like, I stunned them the first time around and everything. Okay. Well...
If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd mistake this for a placid beach.
At least the orcs make a bit of noise when they attack. It's dark-dealing sorcerers that'll strike with neither warning nor mercy.
It's just a bit... Well, I wish that the autosave would be... Wait, why doesn't it show the... How did I make it show me the, Ah, that's R3, okay. So R3 shows you the interactable objects in the world. Okay, that's cool. Makes sense. I think I'm gonna keep that on for the time. Wait, why is the broad skull not being picked up? Also, I didn't look at this crate earlier. Nice. Yeah, okay, so, I guess... I mean, I think I saw the woman that, what's it called? That casts the undead spell zombies or summoned them, I saw her standing there, right? So I guess every time you get to a situation that kind of looks like it could result in combat, I just need to make it a habit to save beforehand. I wish the game would do that on its own, kinda. It's not a big deal, because I've selected to autosave every, like, 5 minutes or something. But,
Is that a corpse? What's it doing here alone?
because it's kind of a...
Did you expect it to have an haunting?
It's kind of... not annoying, but it's a bit unfortunate to have to go through all of this dialogue again, right? Okay, so I already read that. New log entry added. And I can talk to her about it.
The man jumped off a cliff at the
Pure madness.
How could someone...
Agreed.
Call me
Alright. So obviously I just want to take the same options here. Do you think it might be worth it to try and eat one of the shells before I enter combat? I don't know if that gives me a bonus to anything. So I think... I think I need to focus the... I think I need to focus my attacks a little bit more. Oh! Ah, I just saw that there is like the symbol on the map. Do you see that? Those might be the... Pragmatic, okay. Those might be the talking statues, right? Okay. So how quick is it to save? Oh, there is a quick save, okay. So yeah, I definitely want to do that quite frequently, I guess. Okay, yeah, do I want to... let's see. Inventory. I think these were the ones that are supposed to be tasty. Effects unknown. I'm going to keep the regeneration scroll, and this I wanted to give to Lillian, right? She can also have the skull. Shell. Can I consume one of these? +5 water resistance. Well, okay, that wasn't really all that beneficial. Also, it's like, what? Okay, so you want to keep these... They all give +5 water resistance, okay? Although it's just one haunting pasta just thoroughly before eating. I wonder if you can also get some down effects, because now I technically know what it's doing, right? It's nice to have, I guess. Yeah, I wish that would sort of be kept in your... Okay, let's see if I can... I see her, right? So that means save. Quick load. Quick save. Still quick saving for the time being. I might want to also... like, have cycle save slots or something. I mean, if the game's going to be this difficult, then it might not be the worst idea.
Source hunters, how did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you
Yeah,
say,
she's kind of right on that. You know what? Maybe I should actually focus on the two that are at the back, like the ranged guys, because the melee guys have to move towards me anyways, right? So why should I spend my action points to make them move towards me if they also have to move? So I think it might be a good idea to deal with these guys first, right? The problem is that I really don't know... Oh, by the way, if I examine this guy... So they're all opportunists. Do I know? So if for example, I mean, these guys are a bit more. They're a bit stronger, right? 42 HP. But for example, this, I mean, it makes them frozen for 2 turns, but it also doesn't deal that much damage overall, right? So the problem is my normal attack. I'm just not really sure how much that does. And I don't really know how to... Is the Staff of Magus, is that... But no, I don't have a staff weapon according to this, right? Skill. So I'm just not quite sure how much damage my normal attacks deal. It's a problem. I wish it would show me. Okay, that's 9 damage. Cursed Servant. What is that action though? Like, what? Oh, that's not an... I'm an idiot. That's the name of the guy. Oopsie. Well... Yeah, how do I... Character... That's really cool music. How do I know my basic attack damage, though? That's something that I don't really get. You know, should I try and do something with these torches, maybe? I wonder if they're capable of, like, dealing with them very effectively. Because, again, they're undead. I think they might be... Let's just cast that on this guy. But I... I mean, it might be beneficial to end my... yeah, let's end the turn. I really like the music. Teleportation might be a good thing to use on this guy, huh? Oh, I can also... So that deals damage and teleports them away? Huh. Interesting. Wait, so I can basically, for example... Wouldn't that be a good idea to do that to one of the melee guys and just move them back a whole lot? Holy fuck, yeah, that's a pretty good skill. That poison cloud is crazy, though. Like... That dealt a whole fucking lot of damage to me when I moved last time around, so I don't think I'm gonna do that now. Let's consume the healing potion, so that heals over time as well, I guess, right? And then... Let's see... Oh, yeah, it's triangle. Don't have enough action points for this, and I would have to be close to him to do this. So let's just deal a normal attack then. So if you're poisoned, you basically don't really want to move? Is that how it works? Because now I'm only, quote-unquote, taking normal poison damage. Okay, so I can't do this, right? Because that's also only a 3-meter range. So let's do a normal attack on this guy and hopefully take him out. Nice. Can't do anything else. He gets 2 fucking attacks? Are you kidding me? Why does he get 2 attacks? That's actually really good that I teleported him away so far. Yeah, she definitely needs to do regeneration on herself. Problem is they're getting close again. I mean, this guy's already almost dead, right? So I should probably take him out. Nice. Okay. Might want to take out the other melee guy. Oh. The thing is, though, I'm being constantly poisoned while I'm still in the poison cloud, it seems. But again, moving cost a lot of, like a lot of damage. Let's consume this. And then maybe do the shocking touch on this guy. It didn't really do all that much, unfortunately. So my normal attack also costs 3 points. Yeah, she's already dead again, right? Oh, that missed. Okay. Well, resurrecting her at least... Oh, for fuck's sake! That's really, really dumb that you can sneak on accident! Can you turn that off? For fuck's sake, I don't want to sneak all the time. Down button, toggle sneak. Yeah, I don't think you can change that. That is really, really dumb. That's gonna probably happen a billion times to me, isn't it? Fuck's sake. I wanted to... Why? Yeah, let's move her away from the melee guy. Can't do anything else, right? Can we flee? I mean, we're not really close to waypoints right now. Also, I kind of want to, like, try and get through this. Yeah, this doesn't work either. That is a lot of fucking trial and error, to be honest, that you have to get through to do this. And this is the first fucking battle. Holy shit. I mean, I'm really intrigued. I feel like... So, should I maybe try and use the torch? So one thing that definitely helped was the teleportation. So, if I teleport away the guy that's using the poison cloud, maybe that would already bring me enough sort of... Because then their normal attacks don't deal that much damage, I feel like. Also, why am I not able to do this, by the way? Do I just not have enough... Oh, yeah, that costs 9 AP and I only get 7 or something, right? Wait, let me actually... Equipment. So equipment screen, select the slot and press X to view. Old wooden fire wand, old wooden air wand. So this is the normal damage that I'm dealing, yeah? How do I do a dual wield attack though? So can I do like because I have dual wielding, can I do, like how do I select which wand I use to attack? Because if I attack with my fire wand, in theory that should show me whether or not they're weak to fire, right? Old wooden fire wand, old wooden air wand. And she has a water wand. So this does 8 to 13 water damage. Okay, and the critical does twice the amount. Allows you to cast Ice Shard as well. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I think I definitely need to like properly get into this, right? I need to figure out how this works. I need to figure out what best to do in certain situations. Again, it might be a really good idea to teleport the guy that's throwing the poison.
How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple.
Can I like...
These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
But again, might also be a good idea to use the torches, but the problem is I just don't know...
Dead. Seize upon our enemies.
I guess I have to... So I could just do a normal attack on the back guy. Oh, I can't even reach him. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So I have to move first as well? Holy shit. Let's see. I could also summon the spider. I mean, maybe that would distract them. Bolts. That still doesn't allow me to hit him though, right? Wait, why can I now not scroll through targets? That's kind of weird, to be honest. So I'd have to take out the first one first. Moving also just requires so much frickin' like movement, right? Should I just summon the spider? I mean, honestly, at this point, I can literally just, try out a lot of stuff. Let's summon the spider over there. Ooh. She looks bigger than I would have thought she would be. Huh. Wait, I also get the spider. Oh, that's cool. Weaken your target and deal 5 to 6 piercing damage to boot. Chance to weaken status. Okay. So I can weaken that guy. Problem is I wouldn't be able to teleport him away if he's behind the other two, right? So I don't know how good the weaken status would be. The normal attack only has a 67% chance to hit though. Let's try that. So he's now weak. Oh, I get more actions as well. Don't have enough action points to perform that action. Understood, yeah. So I only have 1 action point left. 4 action... Wait, what? She still had 4 action points? What? Okay, some of these things are sometimes a little bit unclear, to be honest. Okay, let's see. The problem is the teleportation requires 7 action points. So, yeah. Oh, I can hit that guy, though. For some reason. So, is my basic attack just with both staffs, or... Wait, doesn't that mean that I should also be able to teleport him away, though? Yeah, I can. So let's just... well, maybe move him over here somewhere.
The higher my throw, the harder the fall.
So now he has to move back. Because he's weakened, he doesn't get that many action points, is that it? They just moved. Okay. Cool, I guess. Yeah, this already seems like a much better setup compared to previously. Though having 3 ranged targets to deal with is still kind of tough, I feel like. Let's see. The Blitzbolt scroll, I'm gonna save that for the time being. I could do the problem is these little guys, I think, are better to take out quickly rather than do status effects or something on them. Maybe the spider can already deal with them? Just do a normal attack? Okay, they're immune to poison. Is this on cooldown? Oh no, that requires... Okay. So, I can't attack that guy because I don't have enough action points. I could move, though. No, let's end my spider's turn. And then... let's just do a normal attack on this guy. Ah, okay. Wait, what? Did I just stun myself? What happened? What? Where did all the stun come? Oh, because I used my lightning staff in a pool of water? Oh yeah, that's really dumb. So that can happen as well? Fuck, so that means I can't use a normal attack? Okay. Well, moving the spider into this, wouldn't that also shock her as well? Yeah. Okay. Well, now I know. I already have a much better idea of dealing with this. Ooh, that missed. Wait, why is he going first? Okay, yeah. I think I know how to do this now. That is something that is... okay, so I can't use my lightning staff while I'm standing in water. I wish there was a way for you to... I mean, maybe you can unequip your weapon or something and then only do the one thing? I could cast Resurrection, right? I could also just take him out. Wait, can I cast Resurrection? How much action points is that? 6. I'm gonna guess move him over here somewhere. At least I get my turn first. Oh fuck, I always... Wait. You only get one action point? No, never mind, you get more.
Into the fray once more.
Consume this. The problem is if I... Well, I could normally attack this guy, right? Oh, my normal attack requires 5 action points, though. So I guess I have to do this if I want to do something. The shocking touch.
I've got the magic touch.
At least that guy's shocked. It's also like they're dealing way too much damage. Holy fuck. Oh, my spider's already dead? How did that happen? Oh, because it was poisoned? Shit, that requires way too much stuff, though. Right, this is 3, right?
Into the fray once more.
Let's consume this, and then maybe do... We could still cast this. Maybe on this guy over here? So now he's stunned as well. Oh, where did... Wait. Now the water's gone. Where did it actually come from? That didn't deal any bonus damage, though. So the, already dead again? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, somehow the... Where did the water come from? Seriously. Well, I am getting better, though. Oh, having more points in Lore Master reveals more information on your target? But wait, didn't I examine them with... I guess I never... okay. Yeah. Alright, this worked a lot better than last time, though. So, I think I'm getting closer to figuring out how this all works. You need to be really, really aware of what's happening, though. If I hadn't stunned myself, then it would have worked out way better. So... I guess the water's just there by default, and it got removed because I stunned it? Is that how it works? Like, does that, if the water gets affected by a certain spell, then it goes away? Is that how it works? It's really unfair, though, that you're starting out in the water, right?
These whelps will be easy to crush.
Unless there's a way to avoid that? I mean, the cool thing about this, though, is that if I move backwards a little bit, so I teleport out the guy that does the,
dead. Seize upon our enemies.
The thing explosion first, right? Like the poisonous stuff. I think I kind of want to start the same way I did last time. Because the little melee guys also need to move towards you quite a lot. So, yeah, let's see this again. So 10% of poisons are resistant. It's immune to blinding attacks. So weakening them, does that also give them less attack points, I wonder? Wait, how's that out of sight? What? Target is blocked. I'm standing like slightly further to the right than I did last time, right? Okay, that's really dumb. Wait, what? Why is there no way for me to summon the spider? Shouldn't I be able to... Is there something weird going on because I'm standing on like a... Wait, can I do this maybe? And then cast it? Yeah, now I can... That was weird.
Come spin your web for me!
Well, at least I partly moved out of the water already. Wait, let me take another look at this. So this is reducing damage by 50% and strength by 2. Oh, I misunderstood what that does. So he's dealing less damage when you do that. It's not that he's getting weakened. Okay. Well, if I'm teleporting him anyways, then... Although that's for 3 turns, right? If he moves back and does his ranged skill, yeah, that's not the worst idea. Let's still weaken him. I guess it wouldn't count for his, and then attack one of the smaller dudes here. I guess the weakened thing doesn't really count for, his poison, thing, though. Please tell me I can still teleport him. I can, apparently. Oh, he's also called the Cursed Lieutenant. I didn't realize. Okay. Well, I would still be able to, normally attack a target that's outside of the water, though, right? With my attack. Like, that should still be possible. So maybe I should take this guy out first? With normal attacks? Or rather... You should maybe attack him, or should I attack both and then... Because my character gets 2 attacks, right? Which technically should take out this guy. Because he has 32, and my attacks deal about, like, 22 something. Let's attack him once. 12, yeah. Doing this should hopefully do that. And then the spider can't move there. Oh, that requires 7 action. Ugh, that's unfortunate. You still have a maximum action point count though, right? So... You know what? Let's move her here. Oh, she's very slowly. And save her points. My guy will attack him. Should I try and move out of the water as well? No. Not necessarily. Let's hold it. Okay. Thankfully, he's throwing that onto the spot. Of course, he's still hitting me. Shit, I should have moved! That's unfortunate. First of all, I need to heal myself. Can I take him out? Yeah, I can. Or not. Fuck! Because I healed. Oh no. Spider can attack him though. Nice. Guess I'm gonna end my turn. I can attack this guy, though. Wait, I have 7, so I should be able to heal and also attack this guy, right? 7? Are you kidding me? At least he's preoccupied with the spider now. Why can he attack twice? What the fuck? I mean, that's a big question here, right? Do I want to, like, heal myself, or do I want to take out one of them? Because he now has 22 HP. I could potentially already take him out. The problem is, my main guy can't attack this guy, because he's also standing on water, right? I don't know. I was going to say, maybe I'm going to play it safe and heal myself, but I don't know if healing in this case is really playing it safe. Because, you know, a dead target can't deal damage. The problem is I can't take out the other one in this turn, so... I could... freeze a nearby target. The problem is, I wonder, if I freeze him, am I also gonna freezing my character? You know what? Let's heal her. That'll also save 2 action points as well. Oh, it's the spider's turn still. Ooh, can I actually attack the lieutenant? I think I can. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, seriously? Ooh. That was an unlucky damage roll. Oh boy. Oh, that heals twice though, okay. Well, now I can't use it anymore though. Yeah. I mean, I can take out him. Sure should probably do. I mean, I can always try and resurrecting my main guy. And if he's dead already... Let's do that first. I should probably move out of the water slightly. Like this. And then I can still stun him, right? With this skill. Oh, no, that would... Oh, for fuck's sake, because he's standing in the water. Wait, why did the spider die? Did it still take some passive damage from the whole... from the poison and everything? Can I even really move out of the water? Is that a thing? If I move here? That would be 4 AP. Well, then I wouldn't be able to attack at all anymore, right? Is this still, like, can I examine this? Is there a way to know where exactly the water is located? Well, not this way. Bow, two-handed weapon? What does that mean? Oh, that's lying on the ground, yeah. Ooh, okay, because I have Lawmaster. So, yeah, they are weaker to fire and crushing, okay. So they do have a little bit of a fire thing, but the problem is, as I said... Isn't this gonna kill myself? No. Wait, what? Why did that not... That was weird. Why did that not trigger the shock thing again? The problem is I'm out of healing. Can I actually... Ooh. I can do this. Means at least he can't attack next turn. Nice. Wait, can I not? Where? Oh, yeah, I can. Oh boy!
Their leader said something about escaping with a stone.
Stolen from this dungeon, I imagine. Can we get inside?
So I just... I was wondering about that. I still died because... Okay, so I guess I have to... Can I have to cast Resurrection though, right? I mean, that's a thing that you always have to do either way. So can we, like, rest or something? Wait, is the bow two-handed weapon pickup? Equipment. Hold R2, point of direction. Yeah, I know. There's a bunch of gold here. They dropped nothing else? I mean, not gonna lie, this was incredibly fun. Oh, it's actually cool that the spider's also still here. It was incredibly fun figuring this out, but it was kind of insanely difficult. And I'm also almost out of healing. Unless, wait, can I just cast this repeatedly now?
As good as a new penny.
Yeah, it'll take some time, but I can heal that way.
Bless the seven, I am restored.
Which that's a good thing. At least that means that out of combat I can actually properly heal, I guess. They also level up or something? Log. Source Hunter's Journey, Day 1. We were waylaid by a group of tomb raiders escaping with a stone of some kind. Their leader used necromancy, a further indication that Source is in play in Cyseal. We could investigate the tomb or keep heading towards the city. Yeah, I think it might not be the worst idea to head towards the city for now, since, you know, getting more resources probably wouldn't be the worst idea.
Back on my feet again.
Because the thing is also, I'm now out of a scroll of resurrection, right? She used hers, yeah. Holy fuck. I completely... I probably should have used this scroll, right? Okay, is there any sort of... Did we level up? No. We got kind of a lot of experience from this, though, but... You know what? I should probably save it. And actually save it to... Let's see, so there's like quick save 1, quick save 0, autosave 0. Let's do a new proper save for the time being. I mean, this is probably going to be a dungeon, right? I guess I can just move out again, yeah. You can recap all the tutorial messages, yeah, I know that. I mean, there's always a chance that I can just go through here. I mean, well, I don't know whether or not this dungeon is going to be easier than that combat section we just did, or harder, right? But I guess getting some resources is probably not the worst idea. I mean, maybe we can just get a couple of really good stuff in here. A rat. Wait, we can talk to it? Hey, where are you going? It's running away from us, I guess. Base.
This seems to be broken.
Cool. This is locked.
Appears to be locked.
Highlight the chest and press square to bring up the actions menu. Select attack and confirm with X. Okay, so a locked chest you can either crush, pick up, move, attack. Oil flask, whoa. I guess it was lucky that we didn't break the oil flask when we destroyed the chest. Open your hotbar, move the cursor to an empty slot. Yeah, okay. Ooh, fire arrow. Burn stuff. Deals fire damage. Requires a ranged weapon. Okay, makes sense. Maybe you can sell that somewhere. You can turn candles on and off. Squeak! You don't understand a word this animal is saying. If you had the Pat Pal talent, you could have had a meaningful conversation. Huh. So, wait, let me see. Inventory. Can't do anything with the arrows. The oil flask would be good because we can deal fire damage, right? I might actually want to give that to Lillian because she can throw it on something and I can set it on fire. That also works out quite well because she gets her turn first. I really don't know if there's any point in me being in this dungeon. I mean, technically that's moving against our orders, and also... Oh, is this blocked off anyway? Highlight an object and press... Although this seems like a tutorial dungeon of some kind, right? Press square to bring up the action menu, select the move option from the actions menu and confirm. Okay. So we can move objects. Are all of these things empty? No. Ice shard scroll. Nice. More fire arrows. It's not that easy to select the proper one, though, all the time. Poison arrow. Leather scraps. Wait, so I do have a bow, correct? Let's see, character. No, not character, equipment. What is this, by the way? Source Hunter Sarong. Careful embroidery sprawls across this richly made garment. A loving hand has paid close attention to every stitch. Oh, okay, so 6 equip. I guess we can equip and unequip stuff, right? So I could, for example, unequip one of my staffs if I wanted that to be a thing during combat. Okay. So, let me see though. If I switch over to Lillian and go to her equipment, can she can't dual wield, right? Which is, I guess, why we can't select the bow. An elven bow of antique design, yet modern construction. The nock is a deep V-shaped groove in tribute to the famed archers of Verdistis. Whatever that means. Let's quick save. Okay, so actions, move. Wait, probably want to move the middle one. Move the object. Boop. Okay, cool.
Careful, there's a mine in the middle of our path.
A mine?
Someone must have an interest in protecting whatever's kept here.
Oh, a mine as in, like a mine on the ground. Okay. I was wondering, wait, mine? I was thinking of the mine where you get ore from. Okay, can I, like, do something with it, though? Arrow shaft. Disarm. Examine.
Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself. Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
Oh, so wait, can we, like, move further away and then, attack it? Well, that still hit me, though. That was weird. Is there no way to, is there no way to do that without a tooth? Because I thought, since I'm ranged, right, that I would be able to attack it from a range that wouldn't have hit me? Holy shit, there's so much stuff that you can, like, look at and pick up and whatnot. There's a bunch of rats in here. Vase. Broken vase. Wait,
This seems to be broken.
Okay, yeah. So the broken ones, they don't contain anything anymore. It's also pretty big. Tomb chest key. Huh. Smoke grenade. That sounds cool. Burial chest. Old wooden water wand. And another oil flask. Holy... Okay, wands are special type of weapons. They have a weapon function allowing you to wield them, but they also have a skill attached to them. To use the wand skill, assign the wand to your hotbar. You can also look for the wand skill in the item skill tab of the skill pane. So that's only if they have a skill, though, right? Wait, so... Allows you to cast Fireball, allows you to cast Headvise. Ah, okay, yeah. So you can... Those are assigned to my hotbar, though, right? They require a lot of AP, though. Wait, where do I see... action points 13 plus 6, it says there. She has 12. Actually quite a lot. And then to go over to my inventory, let's send that to Lillian as well. Old wooden water wand. That allows you to cast Ice Shard. Isn't that the thing that Lillian actually has? Oh wait, I'd have to go to her equipment screen, right? Yeah, that's what she has, okay. I kind of... Okay, so once you look at stuff, like the vases and things, right? Light old crossbow. It shows you that it's empty, which is cool. Yeah. So that way you know what kind of things you have already looked at. Let's do another quick save. Since that quote-unquote tutorial battle, I'm now really, really on edge. There's a whole bunch of stuff in here, right? Why did somebody place a mine in here, though? Isn't that kind of weird? As if somebody is trying to protect themselves?
I've always heard there's typically more to a king's tomb than meets the eye.
It could be a myth, or it could be our lucky day.
Wait, this is a king's tomb? How do we know that exactly? Also, the The other guys came out of this thing, right? So I guess they must have already probably emptied this out for the most part. What is that sound? Sounds like some sort of device. Fly agaric mushrooms over there. Oh, right. I completely forgot that you can also... You can completely turn the camera around as well. It's a lot better to look at this sort of side of the cave. You see something that looks like poison over there. Interesting that all these chests are locked. I mean, this chest lock doesn't seem very advanced. Find a lockpick to open it. Wait, I have... So the key isn't possible to be used here? Whoa! Okay, this chest has a lot more hit points than the other one. Hey, there are lockpicks over here. Okay, clearly this... To pick lock, select the locked object and press square to bring up the actions menu, pick lock. Okay, clearly this is some sort of tutorial dungeon. Muck of beer! Okay, I do know the effects of that. Technically. Okay, wait, let me... Let's see. Inventory. Let's take a look. Oh... Light-out crossbow, lockpicks. A fine metal lockpick for prying open locks when you have misplaced the key. More intricate locks require lockpicking ability. Okay, so these are not... what is the tooth, by the way? The product of a very conscientious toothbrusher. This tooth makes a fine trophy of war. Okay. Let's send this to Lillian. Probably want to send her the... Oh, old cloth braces. 7 armor rating. Stitched with heavy thread, these braces were crafted to last a lifetime. So they don't really have any sort of disadvantage, though, right? I mean, it costs... Oh, I have traveling braces already equipped. Okay, so they have more durability than the ones that I have equipped. Okay, but they don't have any sort of downside, because I was thinking that maybe heavier armor would give you less action points or something. But yeah, I guess that's not really a thing. God, I already have so many items. Fucking hell. Okay, so yeah, the lockpicks. So these are basic lockpicks. If you want to pick harder locks, you need the actual ability for it, but they don't have, like, they don't get destroyed, I guess? Pick a lock. Old cloth braces. And more poison arrows. Did I already look at this bone pile? Yeah. So... equipment. Okay, so I have traveling braces, and I guess Lillian probably has them too, right? Yeah. So no real point in equipping them currently, because they have the same armor rating, but they have more durability. So if my braces somehow lose all of their durability, I guess I could change it to the other ones. Wait, where's the advanced selection cycles? Move close to the tomb and cycle through objects in front of you. Oh, okay, so I can press... That's interesting. So... How do I pick up the mushroom, though? Ah. Now I have it. Not what I wanted to do. Yeah, the selection of stuff, I mean, it works, but it's maybe not perfect. Is it so clever to open a king's tomb, though? Milk. Hello. This thing actually continues quite a bit. Can I examine it first? Oh. It has a lot of HP. And some resistances. Oh, old parchment. There's only old parchment in this? Okay. Read. Gravekeeper Ragequin, tend the graves in the antechamber before moving into the inner rooms. To proceed, stand very close to the impressed door and press the button that appears on its right-hand side. Okay, the impressed door and a button to the right-hand side. Wish you could look over there a bit more. There's some poison going on, something's burning over there. I'm slightly,
I've spotted something interesting.
Oh, something hidden has been revealed. The higher your perception, the more likely you are to reveal traps and secrets. Ah, because her perception is fairly high. That's pretty cool. So I guess we would have seen this either way without the notice. I don't like that she sometimes sort of awkwardly runs ahead of me, though. I wonder if that can trigger combat if I don't yet want to be in combat. I don't know. Another locked door. Can I pick this? No.
Fastened tighter than the treasury.
Move your cursor to the... Okay, I can't attack it, though.
We made short work of that door, but I don't imagine our weapons would survive such use for long.
Wait, really? So... I mean, the weapons also have durability, I guess. Ooh, yeah, okay. That actually goes down fast. Fire resistance potion, okay. We might need that, huh? Hey, we get another rain scroll, though, down there, so... I guess that's so that we can get past the fire. That's pretty cool. It's best to make a quick save game before entering high-risk areas. Press options to bring up the game menu and select quick save. Yeah, to be honest, that would have probably been better to tell me... I mean, obviously I knew that was a thing, but... You know, considering how difficult that first encounter was... You know, might have been worth it to tell me that sooner. Oh. So there's a bunch of options to deal with this fire then. Oh. Ah. So if you have a character with more strength, you can pick up this water barrel and, I guess, get rid of the fire that way. Fire surfaces. Water removes fire. Use a water spell or destroy a water barrel to clear the fire up, but take care to avoid fire surfaces. So if she moves on her own into an environment, or I guess she'll she won't move in there on her own? A rat's tail. Another oil flask, nice. Let's see, if I attack this... Oh yeah, that already worked quite well. Let's see, did that do anything to my durability? It did. Wait, so do you lose one durability with each attack then? That might be a thing. That would be pretty crazy, to be honest. You do. Holy fuck, okay. Wait. Come here. So you do I really like that, though. I think one of the biggest problems with durability in a lot of games is that it's just sort of, well, I wouldn't say random, but certainly quite, I don't know, somewhat, how can I put this? Like, durability in games is very rarely well done, so I do appreciate it being like this, right? Where you can actually, like, it just makes sense this way, I feel like. Okay, so is there a point in me having two? Oh, okay, so I misunderstood that earlier. So using lockpicks once, that's why I wasn't able to open the other chest. Even though I thought I had or why I wasn't able to open the door. Even though I thought I had lockpicks, because you lose them very quickly, okay. I like the design of these pillars here, with those faces up top. Okay, there's another water barrel here. Probably have to attack this as well, right?
What just happened?
Wait. Ah, see, yeah, that's really, really strange. So, my stun ability, basically, or my... okay. I need to be aware of that. So it was still foggy because of the water barrel, because of the water that I had spilled. And when I used my thunder staff, we got stunned. And then the fog got removed because I interacted with it, basically, right? Oh, there's a trap disarm toolkit here.
Look out! I see a trap nearby.
So... I do find that a little bit weird. Like, it makes sense in terms of the elemental interaction, right? But, yeah, that's a bit weird. I guess with the water staff, oh, right, with her water staff, I probably would have also been able to just attack the ground. Ornate key. And then there is a trap disarm toolkit here. I let a trap press square, okay. Is that another one-time use, though? I mean, it says toolkit, so I'd imagine you'd be able to use that multiple times. No. Gets rid of it. Okay. Well, at least now we know, huh? And the key was the correct thing. Old blackjack, one-handed. A blackjack crafted from coiled and woven leather, wound many times and well oiled. Someone took loving care of this particular weapon. Okay. And empty potion bottles. Should probably do another quick save. Don't want to lose all the items that we got here. The Legionnaire Companion, a hefty tome about crafting and cooking. Its author seems something of an expert in both. Huh. Ooh, nice. So, would it make sense to read that with Lillian instead of my main character, or does it not matter? Let's see. Let's move this... Oh, never mind. Crafting and Cooking with Maradino. I mean, I guess both of them can read it. A Guide for Urban and Feral Bachelors. Part 1, The Bachelor's Guide to Crafting. Because girls will put ribbons and bows on your club and axes. Maradino the All-Knowing. Okay. Whether you're lost in a metropolis or the untrodden wilds, a proper bachelor can craft all he needs to survive an orc ambush or a singles ball. Let's have a look at some Maradino's classics. A good arrow starts with its shaft. You can make your own arrow shafts out of any tree branch. All it takes is a knife. Then create your own special arrowheads to really surprise the enemy. But we'll leave that for another chapter. If you think a dagger takes you too up close and personal to an ugly enemy's face, try sticking it at the end of a tree branch so you can poke him from a bit of a distance. If you're not the stabbing type, glue 2 branches together and you've got yourself a staff. Sounds pretty cool in terms of what you can do with crafting. Part 2, The Bachelor's Guide to Cooking. Because girls' dishes take ages and come with too many vegetables. The fuck? Who was this Maradino guy? Oh boy. And prepare yourself for the most versatile dish around, one that I have dubbed the Sicilian pie. All you need is a wheel of dough and whatever toppings take your fancy. Flesh, fish, or those funny mushrooms, yours is the choice. Urban bachelors, prepare your pie and slide it in the oven. Feral bachelors, prepare your pie and heat it over a low fire. Asterix, the delicious smell may attract hungry savage creatures. Maradino cannot be held responsible for the death of pie-baking feral bachelors. Okay, you can't go amiss with the Sicilian pie, the ultimate bachelor sustenance. Here's some of Maradino's favorites. First off, prepare your dough. All it takes is some flour and water. This is your base ingredient for bread, but you can turn it into cheese bread dough with cheese, or Sicilian pie dough with fish, or even a pizza with pizza sauce. To make a pizza sauce, just smash a potato with a hammer for all I care. New recipe, arrow shaft. Tomato sauce. Okay, I'd imagine that I have those recipes with both of my characters, though. Crafting. Homemade spear. Arrow. Potential combinations. Okay. Branch. But you can also experiment, okay. But yeah, we have the same recipes, I guess. Makes sense. Cool! That's a lot of stuff that we got from that book. I wonder if you can sell that book on the market. Save again. Okay, so this area is poisonous. Fireball scroll. Try using fire on poison surfaces and poison clouds. A fire spell or fire arrow will do the trick. So I can use fireball, right?
There's no evading my blazing fury.
Whoa! An orange. Oh wait, what? Oh, so right on D-pad is drawing your weapons. Yeah, the D-pad actions I wish would be a bit clearer. Like I wish there would be a small, I don't know, something on the screen that would tell you what your D-pad does, right? Metal Temple door key. Sounds important. Also, you know what? I might want to increase the camera turn speed. That was a thing, right? Panning speed, yeah. Let's put it at 1. Oh, I need to accept it. Oops. That's still fairly slow. What does 3 do? I don't know. It still feels about the same. Don't know if that option actually does anything. Oh well. I do like the elemental interactions that you can do with your weapons and stuff, but I do have to say the fact that it decreases your weapon durability definitely makes you think twice, right, to use it. Oh wait, this is only... I thought we were able to sit there... No, whatever. Green fishing rod. Two-handed weapon? Why is it called a weapon? Can you fish with that? Let's see. Green fishing rod. Deals piercing damage? A simple rod suitable for saltwater or freshwater fishing, or mischief. Yeah, how exactly does that work? I mean, we didn't get any sort of tutorial about fishing, so... I mean, I can just... That's two-handed. Does it come with any sort of spell? Wait. No. As an attack. Maybe you need like a fishing spot or something to actually use it? I don't know if there's fishing in this game though. Background, delay. Yeah, I don't think that's a thing. Let's equip my staff again. Huh. I wonder what the thing is for then, though.
I've spotted something interesting.
What? How the hell did you spot that? Okay, so with good perception, you can just see things that weren't there before, I guess. Let's maybe not turn the lever right away. I'm not entirely sure. Although, yeah, it might be the only way to open this thing, to be honest. But there does seem to be... That looks like another lever, though, right? Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted to do. Rusty lever. I wonder if that's a fake lever. Can I, like, examine the door? I can. Lock level 0. Holy shit, that has a bunch of... So would I theoretically be able to destroy this? Oh, no, I wouldn't. Because my attacks would require durability from my weapons. Oh. That's clever. So I can pick the lock. I guess we'll try the lever then. Let's see what this does. Let's save. Ah, okay. Well, now I wonder what the other one does. I probably don't want to try it out then. Holy shit, how big is this dungeon? The fuck? Oh, a fuse. So it can blow stuff up, I guess? I really, really like that this dungeon isn't purely... This is exactly what's missing from, for example, Elder Scrolls dungeons, right? They're, like... This... It isn't exactly puzzles, but it is certainly...
I've spotted something interesting.
Place an object over the pit to stop the puddle or cloud from spreading. Wow, that's a thing too? I hear something moving.
What's this? I found something.
Might only be a rat though. Oh, there's another one. But wait, what's with the middle one? Why is the middle one so different to the others? Okay, so let's see. Can I, if I move this and place it here? Oh. The Adventurer's Field Guide, Volume 4. Charity begins at home. Apparently so does the art of assassination, if this creepy how-to book is anything to go by. That sounds interesting. Holy shit, I already have so much stuff. The Adventurer's Field Guide. Any old kitchen knife can be carved into a deadly dagger after the right amount of time on my anvil. Oh, that's all there is. Superior dagger. Wow. Can I move this over here as well? Ah. Huh.
I spotted something.
That's really fun. I just like the idea of having so many different sort of ways to deal with this stuff. I heard somebody yell something. Is that an enemy or somebody I... Oh. Are they expecting us? Aged robe, 14 armor rating. A loose-fitting, beautifully dyed robe allows for maximum freedom of movement and comfort. It's where it can focus on mindful strategizing. And a thread. Is that better than what I have? Source Hunter robe. Requires intelligence. So... Is this just straight up better? Like 14 armor rating? Is that really, really good? Huh. Looks quite good. Doesn't look red. Beautifully dyed robe. I thought it would be red, but oh well. Why can I equip this? That counts as a belt? Kind of funny, actually. Wait, so, what are they doing over there? What the fuck? So, let's see. Armor rating 28. How much non-magical damage your armor absorbs when you are hit. You have 15% physical damage reduction versus enemies of your own level. Okay. And Lillian has 20, it seems. 10% physical. Okay. So a higher armor rating basically gives you more damage reduction. What the hell is happening over there?
The last thing we need is to surprise another angry summoner.
Yeah, agree. Enter sneak mode by pressing down. Stay out of the vision cones of those around you to remain hidden. Ah, okay. So, are we both? No, only one of us is sneaking if I do that. Okay.
My robes are soaked. You better hope there's no heat of a flame in this place.
Sneak attack. Sometimes it pays off to scout ahead. Ignite the oil those skeletons are standing on to damage them prior to combat. Highlight a candle and move.
I feel uneasy here. I better keep my weapon at the ready.
Wait, there are skeletons? Where are their vision cones, though? That's something that I don't quite understand. So I can use... How do I know where the oil is? That's... I mean, let's just do this. Sneaking failed. But they're already dead. Or almost dead, rather.
This is the end for you.
Oh, the poor rat died. Oh, so... Do I need to make sure that my other character is really... So I need to sneak with both characters, though? Ah, okay. See, there's a bunch of stuff that the game just doesn't really tell you, isn't there? Wait, why can I not... Buried mummy. Why were they able to talk exactly? Wait, what? Oh, the other one died because it was still standing on fire? Okay, so I do need to make sure to have my other character close then, in case I... Wait, didn't I already have another recipe? Oh, no, they're not the same. Well, that's kind of weird. Okay. Picked up one hair. Well, at least that was way more of a tutorial battle than the first one, right? The first one was kind of crazy, to be honest, in terms of difficulty. Yeah, so how does this work exactly? If I enter sneak, right, and then move somewhere, like this. Okay, so if we're both sneaking, then we're also moving together. Okay, that makes more sense now. This frickin' dungeon is already taking ages. Which, don't get me wrong, that's really, really cool, but I just didn't expect it. Bunch more broken stuff. Can I... This tomb is nothing to interact with, yeah, okay. Orange juice. Yeah, I'm sure that still tastes great, you know, having been in this dungeon and all. Okay. Traps, pressure plates. Pressure plates can be activated by your own body weight or by an object of sufficient weight. They make a click sound when they're activated. So I guess we could both stand on those. Or I could just move an object over to them. So can you actually move the broken vases and stuff? Yeah, you can, okay. Okay, she can apparently also just run over those. I guess in order for it to stay open, we'd have to move an object over to it though, right? Move. Click. Save. How close am I to level 2 then? Probably still... yeah, still a little bit away. Oh, there's more weapons. I don't hear anybody this time around. Also, I just... durability is still somewhat fine. Ooh, there's a bunch of stuff here. Medium intelligence potion. Stunning arrowhead. A cooking pot. What? What was that? Did I pick something that smelled bad?
More junk.
That's not junk, are you kidding me? Cooking pot. Combine with. Oh, that's why it's called a stunning arrowhead. I thought it just looked cool. Oopsie. Actually sent a bunch of that stuff to her. Sent that to her as well, since I have the thing. Toggle info, +2 intelligence, duration 3 turns. This medium-sized potion smells faintly of old books and is capable of boosting your intelligence. So technically that increases my attack then, right? For the next 3 turns. I have a hammer. Very useful object, a less useful weapon. Okay. The fireball scrolls I should probably also move to her, since she doesn't have the fireball as a normal spell, correct? But wait, does the cooking pot actually do anything? So is there like a point to using the cooking pot? Okay. Tomato sauce is literally tomato and hammer. Just imagine somebody in a kitchen, right, having a tomato in front of them, just picking up a freaking hammer, smashing down on the tomato to eat it. Holy shit. Any knife, any anvil, and branches, okay. Is she technically better with crafting? She's a scientist, right? So does that sort of increase what I would theoretically be able to do with experimentation? She doesn't have, so I need to move it to her inventory first? That's a little bit annoying, okay. Let's see. Do I want to try anything? Like, is there a point to... Can you combine the cooking pot and the raw meat, for example? Oh, I also have this mushroom. Mushroom. Just a friendly little toadstool, minding its own business. Friendly, yeah, of course. That's always what mushrooms are. So I guess... Wait, let's send that over to her. And then... Let's see if that does anything. You've created nothing. Cool. But it also... Okay, it doesn't remove them from your inventory. At least that makes sense, right? Because putting a piece of meat into a cooking pot and literally doing nothing with it, other than putting one into the other, definitely doesn't damage the items, right? In a way. At least not enough to make them disappear, I guess. So... I don't think there's any point in doing anything else, other than I could... I don't know, combine the seashells with anything? I don't... Could try combining some bones. Oh, I should be able to... Wait, let me see. No, frick. Inventory? If I move the arrow shafts over to her and also move the stunning arrowhead over, in theory that should be able to create something, right? Stunning arrow. Huh. I mean, that makes sense. Don't know what to do with the arrow, though. Okay. Do you have anything else that I would think could combine into anything useful? Fuse. To a grenade maker, fuses are an abundant pleasure. Fuses to be bought, fuses to be found. A whole world of fuses. Of course, the really fun part is lighting them. Okay, so I guess with this we'd be able to... So for example, I have a smoke grenade. But that already has a fuse though, right? Creates a smoke curtain with a 4-meter radius. A rat's tail. I wonder if you can also combine weapons or something into something else. Anyways, let's move on for the time being. I think so far the game seems incredibly logical in what you can do with items. You still need to be creative, which I think is a really, really cool combination, right? You still need to be somewhat creative to figure out, or to be aware of what you can do, and not to figure it out, right? Figuring it out is the easy part, but being aware of what you can do is sort of the harder part about this, which I really, really like, right? Because it means that it's not obscure, basically. Oh, oopsie. I completely misunderstood what that meant. So when I saw that earlier, I thought that it meant that I am able to use split screen, but it actually means that you can split the party. So that's how you can stand on multiple plates, for example. Hold L2 and use L to highlight the party member you want to play with. You can switch party members while browsing the inventory as well. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So I guess I'd have to... Is this dangerous to do? Oh, it's not. It just... This literally opens up the other one, right? Ah, that's pretty awesome. That's another thing you can't really do. Oh, it auto-saved. Was that just on accident, or is that because there's an opponent coming up? Either way, that's another thing that it's just you can only do in a game that has a party member from the very beginning, which is pretty cool. Uh-oh.
A living rat dares disturb the slumber of the dead? A thieving fool insults the sanctity of the grave. The Bloodstone Defiler, where is it?
That's not us. The Bloodstone is what the others took, right? And this Rage Queen character, that's the one we read about, right? Or that's, like, we found his, diary or something? I met a trio of strange cult-like figures before the entrance of this tomb. They seem to have a precious stone in their possession.
Strange indeed. Robed indeed. Your tricks will not save you from retribution, deceiver. The Bloodstone, deliver it now and I may deign to end you quickly.
Can I switch over to move up? Is there no way to... I thought there might be like a way to get her into the conversation because she has a higher charisma thing, right? Who are you?
In life, I toil to care for these holy grounds. In death, I protect them from profaners and poachers. The legacy of Cecile is mine to preserve. Her traitors are mine to destroy.
Can I just leave? And would he care about that? I mean, I don't know what the Bloodstone is.
I suppose you only crept among these sacred tombs for leisure. I suppose you had no lust for the treasure of the dead. Ha! Run
yeah,
if you
really.
like, Defiler. Whichever way you take leads you to the grave.
Okay, it always... Oh, fuck, he also spawns in others? I wonder if I had... like selected Lillian. I mean, if I die, that is something that I can definitely try, right? To potentially go in with Lillian first, because she has higher charisma. I wonder if I would have been able to tell him that we're not the ones who took it. Maybe there would have been like a quest to get it back. Okay, this guy's standing in water, which is fairly good. Yeah, see, sometimes these toggles are a little bit weird. I mean, you can do this, obviously, but... 21, well, that's not a lot. 51. Well, that's good, but not that good. I wonder what he can do, though. Let's go in with our trusty spider again. And then I guess end my turn. And the spider can weaken him. Oh, I should have summoned it closer to... whatever. In turn. I could just take this guy out, right? In theory. Probably a good idea to do so. I could also just teleport him away, which he probably wouldn't be that fond of. But I also weakened him, so... Nice. He's stunned. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad, to be honest. This, again, feels much more like proper introduction to combat than the other one. Having said that, though, you know, knowing that I can summon my spider and everything does make this somewhat like easier to... Like, I already know how it works and everything, right? So putting that really, really hard encounter in front of you earlier meant that now I know what to do a lot better than previously, I feel like. I should get rid of him, right? Yeah. He's still weakened, so let's attack this guy as well. End my turn. I should be able to just take him out, right? Boop. That's those two dealt with. I have Shocking Touch. That costs so many AP, that's crazy. I could move? I don't really know. I only have 3 AP left, though. That would also move me into the water, potentially. I mean, he has to move to me anyways, right? I think. Wait, can I not end my turn? Well, now I could, okay. The hell is he running?
Oh, I could do with a cold drink.
The fuck did he do? Oh, I forgot to examine him with... Oh, that was unfortunate. Wait, what? What did he do? Can I... Soul Hunter's Journey. We met with an angry undead in the catacomb from which the tomb raiders emerged. He told us they stole a bloodstone, an ominous name to be sure. Oh, Rage Queen used fire magic to create an unstable surface, and we're both warm, whatever that means. Turned into a pincushion? The fuck? What does unstable... What is unstable, though? I wonder what that does. I mean, I think I'm just gonna attack him normally. I only have 7 action points, though. This requires 11. Those are so insanely expensive. I mean, he doesn't have that many HP, right? So... just doing this pretty much is already doing a whole bunch of things. Wait, I don't have enough action points to attack him? Oh. I guess I'm not doing anything then? I could do teleportation. Or headwise. I have to be close to him though for that, right? No, I don't. Wait. 90% chance to set blinded status. Number of users 3. Okay. Blinded characters cannot target others unless they're standing right next to them. That's actually really, really good, right, in this scenario? Oh, right, before I do that, though, let's examine him once more. Okay, he has the same sort of stuff. I mean, in theory, just attacking him normally probably already takes him out, so... yeah, that might be the better option, right? Well, almost. Fortunately, I can't do this. I might want to set up my hotbars differently. But, oh well. Oh, wait, what? Us being warm means that we're exploding in the next turn? Holy shit. I mean, he's already kind of dead, so...
Death never dies, fool. Death in 1,000 forms rules all.
Wait, what? Oh, he's still alive. Rage Quinn's ghost. Well, that means I should probably heal. And then move... It's no longer burning, okay. He dropped a bunch of stuff though, holy shit. So let's attack him with the spider. Oh, okay. That was... The spider's a pretty good tank, which is kind of funny. Okay, that should move me out of the fire as well, right? Wait, it doesn't? Are you serious? Am I still standing in it or not? I could attack the smoke grenade? Okay. Let's examine him. 31 HP. He's not really strong. Can I see how much damage the fire deals to me if I keep burning, though? Well, let me actually see. Can I... if I... Let's see. Item. Because I have the... Where is it? This one. Regeneration scroll. I think I'm just going to move upwards a little bit more. That way I'm not burning anymore. Maybe that was a little bit overkill to use the scroll. No, that was probably good. You froze me or something. Can I do the shocking touch? Oh, that was not... Oops. I think he's... Yeah, he has 100% resistance to that. That was kind of dumb. Anyways, I think that was also really good because we're both standing in the fog. And so... Yeah, that probably would have been a bad idea. World tooltips. Okay, well that worked better than expected. I might have not actually had to use my scroll there, but oh well. Hey, finally have more healing potions. Ancient stone gate key, old cloth cap, smoke grenade. More stunning arrows. Well, this was fun! This was really, really cool. Oh, we can use the tombstone? Oh, fucking hell. Why am I poisoned? Are you kidding me? Did I get poisoned? I think I got poisoned by my own spider.
I feel better already.
There's nothing that we might be able to see on that tombstone. Anyway, before I do anything else, let's take a look at my inventory and what I've got. Because I think, for example, the minor healing potion. Split. And then send one over to Lillian. Fire resistance potion. I wish that this had an option to set it to the hotbar. Old cloth cap, 7 armor rating. Sturdy yet lightweight helmet made of specially crafted cloth, woven in a fine, even thread. And then, where's the key that we got? This one, right? Ancient stone gate key. Also probably want to send, let's see, let's split those. And send one of them to Lillian as well. Okay. And I might want to set the healing potions to the hotbar. Also the smoke grenades, and possibly also the where is it? The oil flasks. So that I don't forget that stuff. For fuck's sake. And do the same here. Set the healing potion. Potentially this one. Although, yeah, wait a second. Smoke grenade. Let's do this. Okay, don't walk through the poison again. Okay, so what are these tombs exactly?
Here lies Master Ragequin's second apprentice, killed by dying.
Killed by dying, okay.
Here lies Master Ragequin's first apprentice, killed by a falling corpse.
Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, I probably want to save. Okay, so technically we have the key for this thing now, right? Oh. Oh. This just moves us out somewhere else. Oh. Wait, would we not have been able to move on normally? Oh, I also wanted to... I wanted to check something. So, if I sent this hood over to her... Let's see, equipment... I mean, unfortunately her hair's gone now, but, you know, might not be the worst idea to keep her hidden a little bit more. Somebody talking? Well, that was fun. That was a really, really cool dungeon. And also kind of, thankfully, looks like not the entire game. Access the optional tutorial area by entering the dungeon behind you. Oh. Yeah, I think I was meant to go up the staircase first, and then it would have said, oh, yeah, by the way, go into the dungeon if you want a tutorial. Well, already did that, but Either way, it's fine, I guess. That is pretty cool, though. I mean, that means that we... Yeah. I don't know exactly why the combat section in front of the tutorial is so much harder than the tutorial itself. I wonder if we could have run away from those initial zombies or something like that. Like, if we... Maybe we would have been able to... Oh, now her armor rating is almost a 28 as well. Maybe we would have been able to escape that battle somehow. That gate looks kinda... potentially dangerous. A shovel. You found a shovel. If you find a suspicious-looking mound, you may be able to dig something up. Okay. A paper knife. Nice. And there's so much stuff. A tomato! We can make tomato soup with the hammer. Oh, this is a waypoint shrine. Okay, okay. So this is where we would go if I select escape from battle. Okay. You've discovered a waypoint. These allow quick travel between any of the waypoints you've visited so far. Sicil Tranquil Beach. Okay, that's cool. So we have a way to get back here then. That's also cool because since I have the ability to run from combat, you know, it'll move us back here. Which is neat. I really, really like how the game keeps the stuff around. Like, even our dead spider is still there. That's pretty awesome. I wonder how long that would stay there. Okay, this is where the waypoint shrine is. A couple more shells over here. I'm just gonna pick them all up. That looks interesting. So the experience is for discovering new locations and whatnot? Ishmael.
Look!
Oh.
A wanderer comes my way, walking the sands upon which this poor shell must suffer.
What the fuck? Who are you, Sir Shell?
Call me Ishmael, son of the sea, an outcast upon these wretched shores. An exiled shell, doomed to live under a canopy of arid sky, not his native, tender water.
It seems strange that you can talk. I mean, you're pretty close to the water. I can put you back in if you want. You say you're doomed.
My fate is a cruel one, I assure you. How many snot-noses have held me up against their dirty little ears, only to claim they can hear the ocean?
So what? I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world.
Of course they can hear her, the brats. We are on the very edge of the great aquatic mother, whose embrace I so desperately long for.
So it's the sea's embrace you long for?
Yes, yes. I, King of Pearls, ache to repose anew on his coral throne. Hurl me toward the water. Swing me as far as your arm's strength gives lease. And treasure long sunk I will grant thee.
Sure. Let's do that. I should decide what I want to do with you.
What do you say, kind knight? will you return the King of Pearls to the sea so he may yield you long-lost treasure?
Sure. Kindness is its own reward, and then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea. King of Pearls, you say, sounds lucrative. Let's sell him to a local merchant. No, let's throw him into the water.
Kindness is its own reward, and then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
Oh, that's it. I was gonna say, wait, why is this voiced with my own character now? But it's because you're talking to your companion. And pass up the opportunity of simply taking him and selling his valuable pearl? I think not. Agreed. Let's send him home.
Let's send him home.
Don't even know where to sell the pearl, never mind how much it would be worth.
Liberator, kind benefactor, bless me the might of your sea-bound rich.
The voice acting is really good.
The sea, I have returned, where every wave feels like a mermaid's kiss. May the bounty of the deep be yours, along with my eternal gratitude.
He just throws the chest onto the beach. Nice. Mermaid's Kiss. Plus 11% water resistance, plus 9 HP. Oh, that's awesome. That is also worth 294 gold, by the way. Okay, so the thing with this is, though, right, if I were to equip it, I'd also have, either I'd have to repair it, I guess. I mean, there has to be a way to do that, right? Because, I mean, the effect isn't bad, but it's not necessarily an effect that I'd always want to have, so... Well, that was cool. What an unexpected little, thing to find here. But... Okay, let's see, log. A shell on the beach. Okay, so I was gonna say, I don't think there is a day-night cycle, right? Because it's daytime, but it's 11 o'clock p.m. apparently. On the beach, we met a talking shell called Ishmael. He's very unhappy to be stranded on land and wants us to throw him back into the sea. We threw Ishmael back into the sea. He was grateful and raised a treasure chest from the seabed. Cool. Traits. Altruistic. Oh. We are still egotistical, though. If you have the altruistic trait, reputation is increased by 2, trait score 1. You have this trait because its score is greater than egotistical. If you have the egotistical trait, bartering is increased by 1. You don't have this trait because its score is less than or equal. Okay. Oh, now I get it. Okay, so currently you are altruistic, and it would change to egotistical. That's why that's... Okay. Yeah, I don't... Okay, now I understand what the UI is trying to tell me. Makes sense. The map's already, like, kind of big, to be honest. Oh, right. Do I want to equip the ring or not? I mean, plus 9 HP is pretty good. This is unique as well. Let's equip it. 29. I mean, at some point there has to be a way to repair durability, right? Because I don't think that you just straight up lose your items like that. These ships look really cool. What ships? when I set out to play this game, I kind of said to myself that I might not want to, pick up everything. Okay, there's standing somebody there. Are they invisible or partially invisible? I originally didn't plan on picking up everything, but to be honest, I think this game is specifically built with that in mind. At least so far it seems to be. Hey, there's a sand pile. The dirt here appears to have been freshly dug. If you have a shovel, you can dig here. Just like the buried treasure. Nice. Hey, that means that I can also equip this hood. Ah, that looks awesome. Oh, they're not invisible. Oh, that was just because they were on the edge of the screen, I think. Are they, like, drunk or something? But it feels like they're trying to prevent us from going over to that. I really like the design of that. It just looks so unique, right? This statue's head here. The game has a really cool look to it. Like, it's not the most advanced graphics at all, but it has so much love put into it, right? You can really tell just how well crafted these environments are, which is always something that, I was never the biggest fan of, like, action RPG action RPGs like Diablo and stuff. Oh, this is where we came from, okay. But I did actually like Diablo 3's graphics when I played it. But this just feels, because it is, right? Diablo 3 or Diablo in general has randomized environments, whereas this is obviously handcrafted, and it looks so much better. Crafting and cooking with Maradino, we already have that, right? Okay, let's save before we approach them. Also, let's change over to Lillian and see if she can, if she leads the dialogue, if we can do more.
Hold it right there, orc scum! No one slips past the Legion unchallenged.
I guess they're drunk and think we're orcs. Well, that's not very nice.
Calm down, Junius. Doesn't look like one of them orcs to me. Not a single horn in sight,
We are wearing hoods now, so...
Just hold your tongue, will you, Bibius? Can't be too careful. We are sworn to protect Scythiel.
It seems to be somewhat clear who they are. But I don't just want to go in and... We are here on Source Hunter's business. Here are our orders. Who are you?
Legionnaires, of course. On the lookout for orcs, for they've been attacking from the sea. God knows why they do it, but we stand firm. We of the Legion, liberators of Rivellon.
Liberators of liquor too, aren't we, old chum?
I like you. I don't know how effective you guys would be at actually defending the city against orcs, though, but...
Shh! Just pipe down, will you, Bibius?
Seems you've been enjoying a drink or two.
Ever kept the watch? Stood on the lookout for hours on end, bored stiff. Boredom's a demon, buddy, and booze is the demon hunter. There. I do declare it's time for this hunter to take another shot. Huzzah!
Okay, where did those guys move that we saw earlier? Like the ones who took the stone out of the dungeon? Shouldn't they have come through here as well? Unless maybe they took the portal and just ported themselves somewhere else. So you're liberators, you say?
Aye, a noble word for watchdog, that. For that is what we do. Watch over the local dogs that ever so often aim for one another's throat, and separate them to keep the peace. Separate by the sword, that is.
Best way to calm a wily dog is to neuter it. Ha! Spay for pay. Legion's motto.
Just put a sock in it, will you, Bibius?
I'd like to ask you a few more questions.
What do you want to know?
I believe we're close to Cecile.
Sicile, yes.
Sicile.
Where fishermen
Never
come to
mind.
live and street dogs come to die. Now, which of the two would you be, then?
Just cut the cackle, will you, Bibius? Now then, stranger. If it's the city of Sicile you're looking for, you're heading in the right direction. Even though most folks are trying to escape rather than reach the damn place these days.
Can't fault them for that.
Not that I could blame them. This place is cursed, I tell you. First the dead rise from their graves, and then entire tribes of orcs sound the trumpets of war. You take to the rifle-less.
Okay, so the dorks. Not the dorks, fucking hell. The orcs are out on sea, right? And I guess they're blocking sea routes from entering the city, potentially? Or, like, ships and stuff? Tell me more about those orcs.
Bunch of barbaric bastards, a lot of them. They'll kill your spouse and eat your children. We've been putting up a fight against them, to be sure. But they have the strength of an ox in every single one of their fingers. Takes an army to dress down a dozen.
Well, we did bring a legion.
A drunken one, it seems.
Just bite your lip, will you, Bibius?
Change the subject. We're here on Source Hunter business. Here are our orders.
So, you're source hunters, are you? And how are we supposed to verify that's true? We can't read, my friend. So for all we know, those papers say you're a polymorph parrot on the lookout for a 2-bedroom birdcage. They don't prove a thing.
Well, that's unfortunate.
You know what? We'll take you two to the wizard. I know he reads. He has books large as a house, that one. Yeah, he'll squeeze the truth out of you, one way or another.
This seems somewhat of a strange setup. So they're placing guards here who can't read and therefore can't determine whether or not you would be, whether it would be legal for you to enter the city. Okay. This is a cooperative dialogue. It allows you to role-play discussions between the two main characters. We already had that. Ooh, that's a bit too... I don't want to fight them. I mean, I don't think they would be particularly difficult to defeat, given that they're drunk. Though they do have a dog with them, but, I mean, that doesn't seem like a good idea, especially we do just want to enter the city normally, right? And I don't think that it would be good for our investigation if we were to just kill their guards. So, yeah.
The wizard, you say? Sounds good to me. Lead the way.
Agreed. Wizard is bound to know more about what's going on.
Agreed. A wizard is bound to know more about what is going on around here.
Captain, come along. We're not far from the city.
You gained a level. Bring up the panel selection radial and select the character panel to allocate your points. Nice. Guards at the bridge. We met two tipsy legionnaires guarding a bridge. They suspected we were spies and wanted to arrest us. We agreed to go to the wizard to resolve the issue peacefully. I do kind of wish there would have been, like, a little less aggressive other option. Like, I thought that we might be able to just, what's the word? Convince them? Convince them that we should be able to... no, whatever.
You should have enough liquid courage in your system.
Go through
by
all
now,
tabs and
you're
spend
ready to face
available
an army.
points. Okay. So you get an attribute point per level then? Ooh, what the fuck? I have 102 vitality all of a sudden? I gained like 30 HP, like basically 40% HP or something with one level? Holy shit. Okay. Well. I feel like I kind of want my intelligence increased further, though 1 point in constitution might not be the worst thing, since I'm at 9 intelligence already. Let's go with the point of constitution, yeah. That'll give me even more vitality, more action points as well, which is probably a good idea.
Single malt, my stubbly arse. You've been had by one of them smooth-talking salesmen again. Come, give here before I sober up.
Okay, and then we get 1 ability point, yeah. Oh, right. So I would need 2 ability points to increase this, right? Okay, yeah. I did want to go with willpower. That's what I said, right? I wanted to increase willpower as soon as I was able to do so. Because I already have Lore Master. Yeah, let's go with the willpower. Knockdown, burning, frozen, bleeding, crippled, blinded, weak, diseased, infected, and drunk. And willpower is feared, mute, charmed, stunned, cursed, slowed, petrified, decayed. Technically, maybe this would fit my main character better, whereas willpower would fit Lillian better. I mean, bodybuilding is just... I don't like the name of this. Let's go with willpower. Don't have anything for talents, though. Obedient. Oh, okay. So we're currently pragmatic, altruistic, and obedient. Interesting. Are you sure you want to confirm your changes? Yes. And then we'll do the same for Lillian. I mean, I could put up her constitution by 1 point as well.
You keep them eyes open, you hear? Shh. If the orcs show up,
And then maybe go with another point into perception next time.
The heat and the drink are getting the better of me. God, I'm over my sleep.
Yeah, let's do that.
Don't tell me
And then,
you should have enough liquid courage in your system by now that you're ready to face an army.
Charisma. Haggling skills. I think I might want to keep her ability point and potentially go with more charisma next time around. Yes. The dog is called Tuesday? Oh, that's adorable. Woof. I actually wish we could talk to it. That would be really, really cool. But I don't know if I want to go with an animal talk skill.
Pass the bottle, would you, Junius? My throat's dry.
again, this is a single malt imported all the way from Hawkesbury, you know. It ain't the local pig swill they sell for ale.
Single malt, my stubbly arse. You've been had by one of them smooth-talking salesmen again. Come, give here before I sober up. Lovely day for a swig and a song, isn't it?
Let's ask a few more questions. About Counselor Jake.
So, it's Jake you're looking for. Ship sailed on that one, I'm afraid. Fellow's dead. Murdered.
What can you tell me about it?
Can't tell you much more, except that I heard he was found face down in a puddle of blood, being used as a water fountain by his own pet mongrel.
Pet mongrel?
They say 'twas his wife that did it, and I'd bet a bottle of brandy they're right. A devilish flirt, that one.
Okay.
As if that proves anything. Just keep your trap shut, will you, babies?
Can we just trade with them as well? Oh, we can. Can I... Ah, she has a better, like, okay. Better standing towards them. Still on the top right, the attitude of the trader towards you determines the price you pay for the products. Higher the attitude, the better the price is. So I basically want to go with Lillian on that one, right? Antique plate armor. Refreshes once you level up, so be sure to come back often to see new goods. Oh, that's a cool way to refresh the inventory of traders. Buy, sell, donate items to anybody to increase their attitude. This might be helpful if people refuse to engage in conversation with you. Supply of gold. And the gold will replenish if I level up, okay. Select to remove an item or barter with, balance the offer out, and confirm the barter by holding. Remember, no one likes to give something for nothing. Okay, so you can also exchange items if you want. And then we can repair stuff. So I feel like repairing our equipment might be a good idea. Don't know why these drunken guys are capable of repairing stuff, but fair enough. Wasn't too expensive. Oh, so if I do want to sell things though, I'd have to move them over to Lillian first and then sell them? Okay. Well, kind of makes sense, right? Nail bomb. Antique plate armor fused rabbit's paw. I mean, he doesn't really have that much to... Skull, broad skull. Do I just want to sell a bunch of stuff? I mean, for example, the stunning arrow, stuff like this, I don't know if I'd ever be able to use it. I mean, this stuff isn't really worth all that much. Though it's also not worth nothing, right? Just sell the orders to him. Shell fireball scroll, that's worth quite a lot. But those might be really, really good. Sorry, I had to sneeze. Leather scraps, yeah, I might still want to have that for crafting. I don't know if there's any point to having the cooking pot, because it seems like you're able to craft and therefore cook without a pot. But I'm not entirely sure on that. You could sell the shells, though. Right? I don't know how beneficial it will be to keep those. Oh, I'm in donate. Oops. Alright. Cool. Still not entirely sure what the point of the backpack is, but... oh well. The skulls I'm going to keep because apparently you can craft something with them. Leather scraps in here as well. We can literally sell them. Wait, isn't that the same book that we found earlier? I thought did I not pick up the book? And that might, yeah, I might have forgotten about that. I don't know. Okay, let's close this up.
Fare thee well.
So, I do want to, let's see. Old cloth braces. I mean, if we don't need those anymore, because they're not better than the ones that I'm wearing, right? Oh, wait, they are. Right, okay, let's send one over to Lillian. Two-handed practice sword. I have a bunch of stuff, right? Okay, let's maybe send like crafting stuff over to her, at least stuff like bones and things. The shells, except maybe these ones, because they're fresh, right? Let's maybe keep one stack of them in the inventory. So if I want to sell these, let's send them over to Lillian as well. Let's send these over to Lillian. The tooth, I'll send over to her. The mushroom as well. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted. Send to her. A fire resistance potion. I'm gonna keep the milk and the mug of beer. Probably want to sell these weapons and stuff, right? Except for the fact that they can't really, like, they don't really have enough money to buy all of that. The branches I'm gonna keep, I think. Branches and wood chips. Oh, no. Crafting and cooking. No, it unsorted the stuff again as well. The knife I probably want to keep. Stunning arrow. I could sell this, but that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Thread, arrow shaft. Send that to her. I'll keep the shovel. Send this to Lillian as well. Yeah, let's send these weapons to her, because I don't think that I need them quite right now, so it might be worth it to just get rid of them and sell them. Bow as well. And give her the rat's tail. Potentially these as well. Old parchment? Oh, that's just empty parchment, okay. Oh, yeah. Let's switch back to her.
Lovely day for a swig and a song, isn't it?
Okay, can I... What do I get for these? 16... Let's sell the weapons. I really don't need those. And the shells as well. At least that got me some money back. I definitely got the money back that I got from repairing my stuff, which is good. And then I'm actually going to, let's see, equipment, traveling braces. Let's equip these, right? Because they have more durability. Not that it makes much of a difference, but let's just do it. Okay. So they're following us now because we're supposed to go to that sorcerer guy. And they don't mind us just sort of trudging around and not actually doing what they... I mean, sure. Let's pick a couple mushrooms. Yeah, those drunk guys will probably be really, really happy if we constantly run from left to right over the map. Wooden fire staff. That's a two-handed staff. Whittled from the column, something's going on over there. Whittled from the column timber and wound with bright silken ribbon, this versatile staff is as well crafted as it is powerful. So this way we could do pure fire damage with a two-handed attack, and I would also be able to cast that other thing. Why is it making this weird sound? Also, let me heal up in case I get into combat again.
Into the fray once more.
I honestly kind of wish it would just auto-heal you outside of combat. Well, then again, if I didn't have a healing skill, I wouldn't actually be able to heal, right? So... Guess it makes sense that that exists. I wonder if we could heal the drunk guys from their drunk status. What is happening over there? Holy shit.
Orcs! Bloody orcs! Come, let's go back to the bridge. Let the source hunters handle their big brutes.
Oh, you're just gonna flee? Well, I guess that solves that situation. Wait, I don't want to pick up the water battle. Ooh, outdated longsword. That looks really cool.
Not even worth the rummaging.
Holy shit, that's a lot of orcs coming in though. Do I really want to deal with them? I mean, I could try sneaking in. Oh, fuck. He just moved over to me, and that's why we're... okay. Well, that was unfortunate. She still gets a sneak attack, though? That's a lot of orcs. I mean, there's still 2 legionnaires over there, though. Oh, well, that was unfortunate. Black cultist. They're all really strong though, but I guess we're not the ones who are supposed to fend them off. If this guy's over here as well, I guess they're not necessarily going to attack us. Wait, wasn't there a second one? Oh yeah, he's over here. Character has no talents. Let's try and weaken the orc. Oh, I have to... I don't know if I even want to engage with this, but I mean I saved, so... Attacking the oil barrel would probably kill the Legionnaire as well, though, right? So... I can just attack the Orc Trooper, though. They're really, really strong, all of them, though. Oh, they're gonna move over, okay. Okay, so they're gonna fight alongside us. That's good. What was that spell? Was I hit by some status effect? Not really, right? Should probably try and deal with these guys. Oh, should I try and throw oil down there? Try and poison this. Yeah. Of course it didn't work. Wait, oh, he teleported. Ah, he switched positions with the other guy. That's a thing, okay. I could also do that. Move the black cultist over. The problem is, yeah, I mean, this guy's still alive, but... Oh, wait, what? Yeah, well... I didn't know that that could happen. Didn't it, like, tell me? Out of sight or something? They're pretty, like, well, somewhat strong. Oh, I definitely need to deal with that guy if he heals the others. I don't know what the explosion radius of this would be, though. It would probably hit him right now. I guess I probably want to try and take out the cultist first, though. Nah. I mean, the spider is a good tank in a way, but it's also missing a whole lot. Okay. How would I have seen that doesn't hit? Is there any... Oh, it probably had a hit chance 0 or something? No, what? Why does it say hit chance 100% but still don't hit? That's dumb. That's really, really dumb. It should tell you that that you can't see them. Oh, was that an attack of opportunity or something? Oh, he made himself invisible? Well, at least the Legionnaires can tank for me. The problem is if I move. That was really, really annoying that I wasn't able to attack them twice in a row and it just doesn't tell you. That's really weird. Like, how are you supposed to know? I mean, yeah, I can see the stone, obviously, but, like, standing here should have definitely been able to hit him, right? I mean, I'm, like, way above the stones, but somehow it still didn't hit him, but the game didn't tell me either. Do I have anything that I can cast? I need to be close to them. Let's keep my action points then for this turn. At least the healer is dead. Oh no, that might have killed him. Oh, he's coming really close. Okay, I mean, he's engaged with him and he might be able to kill him, so I probably want to deal with this guy. Why does that require 9 AP? Am I so far away from these guys? Do I want to try and cast Freezing Touch? Can I actually? Would that... Can I not attack him? Is he like hidden beneath my character? No. He actually has a lot of HP, holy fuck. Do I want to try and freeze him? Is there... I could teleport him away with my character, right? But is his turn first? No, that's the other guy, right? Wait, who is he? I think it's his turn first. Ooh, that's dealing a bunch of damage. I could hit the oil barrel. But I kind of want to cast teleportation on this guy. Wait, did I select the right character? Sometimes that's a bit... Okay. Let's move him over here, somewhere close to the barrel. Maybe behind the box. Oh, did I also hit the orc with that? Aw, seriously? He misses that second one? Oh, he's moving. He's coming back over. Uh-oh. This actually looks pretty bad. Yeah, the problem is that I'm too far away from the frickin'... I can... wait. I don't want to move anywhere. I can just kill this guy, right? Yeah. Should I just move up a bit or try to kill this guy? The problem is the other Orc Trooper will come over here as well, right? Oh, did he switch places again? Ugh. That's not good. I mean, he's still alive. He might be able to deal with the Orc Trooper. That guy also still takes some time to get to me. These guys are really strong. Let's maybe consume the healing potion. Kill him! Oh, for fuck's sake, really? How did he heal? What? Let's kill that guy first. Maybe let's go with the freezing touch on this guy. Is he frozen? Holy fuck, he's really strong. Could actually try and move out of his range again. Should be able to take out both of them, right? Hopefully. Oh no, the Orc Trooper healed. Never mind. How much AP is that? 5. Shit. I mean, I could also heal myself though. I should have utilized the barrel way earlier, but I wasn't quite sure whether or not it would, like, help me. Oh, that was really good, though, that he took so long to move here. Oh, shit! He's stronger than I thought. Ooh, that's... Does that kill him? Oh, thankfully it did. Because now I can cast this. He's really strong, fucking hell. You don't seem to be doing a flee by using the flee skill on your hotbar. Yeah, no, I don't want to flee, what the fuck? I mean, he's not that strong. The problem is that I don't have... Wait, do I still have a healing scroll? Resurrect scroll? Cast Ice Shard? That requires a lot of... No, it's frozen status for 1 turn. The problem is... boosting her perception won't really do that much. Teleportation isn't available. I don't really have anything else, though. I don't really have that many action points. You know what? Let's end my turn, because I'm not in range of him. And I could just heal myself. Problem is he's really dealing a lot of damage. I don't know if this would bring me out of his range, though. Oh, oopsie. That's still in cooldown. Well, then just move away as far as I can, right? Hopefully he'll attack my other character. Nope. Well, I should be able to attack him though, right? 90% chance to set blinded status. I mean, that could potentially be really beneficial.
You're pressing class.
Okay, he's blinded now, right? That's good. I didn't realize that my heal had a cooldown, unfortunately. This costs 4, which I can't use, right? So I guess I want to keep the rest of my action points.
Back on my feet.
Oh, holy shit. What kind of cooldown does this have? Can I attack him? Oh, now I see how it works. Okay, so technically I'm out of his range right now. Because I would hit the... okay. I don't know why the game doesn't recognize that, though. Like, it should definitely tell you, oh, hey, by the way, your hit chance is 0 because your, like, hit things is going through a rock. He's just question mark. Okay, that was good. So hopefully I'll be able to summon my spider again, because maybe that'll make him attack the spider instead of me. So he's still blinded for like 2 turns, correct? Should be anyways. Summon the spider again. Yeah, I definitely didn't do this optimally, but... Alright, you can still... I'm gonna preserve the rest. I can weaken him as well. Technically, I mean, that's still a good move, right? Oh, this way. He's still just question mark. Okay, that status persists for 1 more round, though, right? I hate that... Oh, I can just press this, I was gonna say. So, does that mean that it lets up during his next round, or is it still active during his next round? Anyways, I'm just gonna attack him. Oh, he's stunned as well. Nice. I could potentially... Wait, how much damage does this deal? Air damage? Can I do that? This is only 2 AP. Ah, it's 3. I mean, maybe... Would that get me in range? Let's see. Am I in range? I am.
There's a question upon you! Did you see that? Those orcs had a human commander.
How very curious. And how very disquieting.
Well, holy shit, this was, Huh. Kind of cool, kind of... I used up my, my healing potions, right?
I feel better already.
They had a bunch of gold with them as well.
A stitch in time, eh, my friends?
2 dead spiders on the ground. A pair. A healing potion. Okay, by the way, I should definitely save that. That went better than I thought it would. Like, I definitely thought that I might lose that there at the end. The thing is, I'm pretty sure that exploding this fire barrel would have done a whole lot of damage to that orc, or to both of the orc fighters. Let me... One second.
That.
Alright, I'm back. What was I gonna say? Yeah, so the fire barrel definitely would have done a bunch of damage to them, but I really wasn't sure whether or not they,
another one for the collection.
Wait, where's the knife? Oh, there it is. I really wasn't sure whether or not they would also kill the legionnaires, which, you know, in this particular case, I think was more beneficial overall to do that rather than, or rather to keep them alive, right? Because they tanked for me, basically. Which is kind of sad to say now that they're dead, right? But I wouldn't have survived without them. So, yeah, I guess... I mean, it's not my fault that they aren't really equipped to handle an attack like this. Man, I appreciate so much that all the bodies, like, are still lying here, though. Like, that's really, really cool that the game doesn't despawn them. Really makes you appreciate when a game does that, right? Why is that capable, like, why is the game, like a role-playing game like this, capable of doing that, but not an action game that doesn't even have to...
What's this I've spotted?
Load in that much. A tiny pearl. Huh. It's probably worth a bunch. Oh, okay. So you can only look at the corpses or the people that die during combat, basically, that you see die during combat. They just drop their loot normally, and the people who had been dead, who had already been corpses when you arrive at a certain destination, they're the ones you can look at. Can I move on to the ship? Oh, that's unfortunate. Stardust Herb. Why is there a chest here? Oh, holy shit. Wait, what's the lock entry though? Fire, fire, fire. A ship in the harbor has been set on fire by the orcs. A Source Hunter's journey. We wandered straight into an orc assault on the beaches of Scythiel, but they were no match for us in combat. I mean, it was close. They were led by a human, and it can hardly be a coincidence that he was dressed like the Tomb Raiders we met earlier. What on earth is going on here? Orc fight on the beach. Seems we have arrived just in time. The beaches of Scythiel are under attack. We defeated the platoon of orcs attacking Scythiel's beach and harbor. Curiously, it looked like there was a black-clad human giving the orders. Okay, so this has been absolutely incredible so far. This game has fulfilled all my expectations and more up until this point, which, 5 hours in or roundabout, is definitely a good thing to say. But I'm going to take a lunch break here. It's going to be about 30 minutes, and then it's going to be more Divinity Original Sin. So let me actually create a second save slot here. Let me see. So we have... Holy shit. So the game just creates new quick saves every time? I expect they'll size seal 1 hour, 43 minutes. Yeah. So let's do 2 normal save slots, and then the rest will be autosaves and quick saves, I guess. Save successful. Does the game actually continue while you're in the menu? I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe it's just that the water and stuff still flows, but technically the game doesn't continue. That will be weird. Either way, I'm going to take a break, and we'll be back here in about 30 minutes. See you then. Alrighty, we're back. Lunch break over. Let's continue with this really, really good game up until this point. Kind of wish we still would be able to go onto this boat though, but oh well. Before I continue though, let me just take one additional... Wait, what? We couldn't put out the fire, so the ship sank. So that's one thing that I dislike a little bit. Some of these are sort of time sensitive, and you kind of need to react quickly, but it's happening almost off screen. So yeah, I don't know. I was just sort of waiting here. I didn't even enter the town, but the ship still sank. Whatever. It is what it is, right? I mean, that's not my task. That's not why I'm here. But it's a little bit strange that, especially in a turn-based game, they then kind of force you to react to some stuff more quickly, I guess. Okay, got a couple of new shoes. These are both the same, right? So let's send one pair over to Lillian. Firestorm grenade. Probably want to give that to her as well, because I have the fireball spell. Tiny Pearl, shiny. Looks like the world is your oyster after all. Wow, that's worth quite a lot. Stardust Herb. A gift to Rivellon from one of the elemental monarchs of the realm of Fairy. I'd send that to her as well. All the crafting stuff. Probably want to sell the shell, so... Sharp fighting knife. One-handed. Ooh, okay. A cutthroat switchblade. Dark as the traditional garb of the Calavian assassins. It can be used for backstabbing, obviously. Yeah, probably want to sell that. What I want, a tusk. Find trophy to commemorate the slaughter of an innocent beast. That's probably for crafting. Outdated longsword, standard issue bow. Those are things that I want to sell. Okay, a jar. An empty jar. Dreaming of one day having its potential tapped. Send that over to her as well, because she can potentially craft, stuff, right? This I probably want to keep. Oh, right, if we want to sell the pearl, need to give it to her as well. Bluegill mushroom, effects unknown. A gaggle of garden mushrooms bunched together conspirationally. Sent to her. Shell sent to her. I guess the traveling braces, I can just sell them. And I have 2 hammers now, but I'm not entirely sure. Also, the keys, I guess I just keep them, even though they're only for the tutorial cave, I guess. And then, so she has a bunch of stuff that she can sell. Is there anything that I would want to give over to my other character? Antique leather armor. 24 armor rating chest. Special +1 initiative. Requires dexterity 5, durability 40-40. A set of fortified leather braces, enhanced by protective touches of battered metal, steals the wearer from thieves and assailants. So typically, Lillian goes first anyway, right? So I might want to keep that on her. Also, technically, she has less sort of resilience currently. Let's bring up the... Oh, she still has 1 point open, yeah. Let's bring up the equipment. So... this would be a lot more in terms of armor rating, right? And they don't have any special effect anyways? I mean, these do, but yeah. Also kind of like how it looks. I mean, I don't really like the headgear, but oh well. She could equip those. And then I can change the boots, right? Because they're also better. Looks okay. Yeah, not bad. Switch over to me, change the boots as well. Alright, let's enter the city. That's a cat.
What's all this ruckus? Sounded worse than a dozen tomcats fighting over the world's last mackerel.
Why do we understand you?
Ah, but I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. Source hunters have arrived in Sicil.
Yeah, sure, we did that with ease. It's not like one of us almost died.
You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Ahu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city.
Wait, I thought it was Arthu. Or Arthur? Arhu?
Yes.
I was summoned here by a cat?
So you were, and so you weren't. Behold!
Oh, are you like a... what are they called? Changeling or something?
There we are. Meet my other half, Hunter.
Hello.
No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one.
Oh, so he can do like transfiguration or something.
So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councillor Jake's murder.
Sure, I guess. I mean, I kind of would prefer to talk about that in, like, a more private environment, but sure.
It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same.
Why is he talking in cat lingo?
Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead.
Okay, so Captain Aureus, okay, disagrees with the one person who probably knows the mountain. A councillor has been murdered, so I assume there are some suspects.
So there are, or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed. But to be frank, I have my doubts.
Definitely sounds like a very simple answer.
She seems a likely candidate, to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink. Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find poor Jake's widow.
Okay. And where can I find the scene of the crime?
Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Sicil proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek.
Great. The one guy who might be actually responsible for the murder? I don't know. That sounds like... I mean, maybe that's too easy as well, but... Alright, there's something else I'd like to discuss.
Good on you. These boss men respect confidence, you know. So what did he say?
Well, what does it matter? Day labour's more
From what I've seen and heard, this isn't the first time you've had problems with marauding orcs.
Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating.
This fucking cat lingo, man.
We've cordoned off the western beach where most orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here. There's nothing of interest along the waterfront, except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools.
Well, they were after stone in one of those caves. It may interest you to know that the orcs we took care of were led by a human.
A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack.
He's actually talking like a cat. Or, well, not really, I suppose, but you get what I mean.
And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts. A shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely nowadays.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster, to be honest.
I don't quite know what to make of this news, but thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand.
Definitely true. And what exactly is the trouble you're having with the undead?
Ah, the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed. The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistary, they'd have gotten the better of us by now. Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse in a lion's mane.
Do tell me a bit more about this cat trick of yours.
Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise you that I enjoy taking a feline guise?
Not really. It seems quite beneficial.
Such magic is a gift, Hunter. To tread upon the realm of instinct. Even articulate speech, perhaps humanity's greatest asset, cannot give expression to something so inextricably innate. To be out in the night, to stalk on silent paws and hunt with only the moon as your witness. You couldn't possibly imagine the thrill.
That is actually a good point, though, right? If you were capable of transforming into a cat, I'd imagine that, you know, maybe during those times you would be running way more on instinct, which might be a really, really good sort of way to, you know, to potentially recognize patterns better or something. I don't know.
But of course, it's handy to speak in more than meows. And I couldn't brew potions or make machines without opposable thumbs. This I freely admit. Let's just say I have found a way to enjoy the best of two worlds.
Yeah, sounds legitimate. I mean, if you had the capability to do so, why not do it, right?
I'm glad we've met, Source Hunter. And I'm certain we have a lot more to talk about. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. I've set up a workshop in the Legion's headquarters.
Okay.
Once you're there, just take the stairs. But do pay a visit to Aureus first. He may bark like a beagle with its tail stuck in the door, but you won't get very far in your investigation without speaking to the de facto leader of Sicil.
I see the leader, though. I thought he was like the knight commander or something.
And with that, I bid you adieu, Hunter. Adieu and good luck. May your enemies prove to be mere mice, and you the dauntless mouser.
Sects, undead, orcs. Well, looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go see that Aureus chap Ahu mentioned?
Let's do that. Man, I really, really like that you have two characters to play with. Because it's so cool that they can talk to each other, right?
Good on you. These boss men respect confidence, you know. And so what do they say?
Well, what does it matter? Day labour's more suited to my nature anyhow.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day.
Can I just open these crates? Is it not stealing to take this stuff? I guess not. That's a bit strange. Wooden lock. A sturdy and unremarkable lock, ready to be whittled into something more remarkable in your hands. Ah, for fuck's sake, for some reason I always think that you toggle through the stuff with the right D-pad. They're just called citizens.
I said myself, if I don't start earning an extra gold piece an hour, I'll walk out.
Ah, so that would be stealing if I took those. Okay. But that makes more sense. Let's take a look at the ship then. Pablo.
Damn those orcs for bringing fire into our harbor, and damn you for not lifting a finger to help extinguish it.
What do you want? When I saw the ship burning, I wasn't even in the city. How about that burning ship?
She was targeted by the orc shaman during the attack. Now she's left to the ocean's cold embrace. We just couldn't get ahead of the flames with nothing but a few men and some buckets.
Okay. Sorry about that, but yeah.
Really? The greatest warriors in Rivellon can't cross a rope.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's weird. Can't reach, okay. So... That's kind of funny that the game is sort of self-aware of how dumb that is. I guess, would you be able... I mean, I have a knife, right? Would I be able to cut through this? I mean, then again, I don't really want to potentially destroy somebody's rope. But before I continue, I mean, I talked to him about the ship. Oh, I guess there's another one that got destroyed.
Our home, our livelihood, all sunk in a matter of minutes while we could do nothing but look on.
What happened here?
These damn orcs. They can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here slinging fireballs and swinging swords. Wasn't a thing we could do to defend ourselves.
How about that burning ship?
Those souls are just as pressed for luck as we are now. A shame nothing could be done to save her.
Tell me about yourselves.
Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. With our ship sunk, we're little more than 3 men with nothing more to say than boo.
What is this
With
about
our ship
finding work?
gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though.
Okay, so if we find a job, then we can talk to them again?
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything. Really.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything.
Okay. Look. Holy shit, there's so much going on! Mysterious murder. Our orders are clear. We've been sent to the city of Cyseal to investigate the murder of Councillor Jake. The wizard Arhu will meet us in the city to elaborate on the sorry matter. He welcomed us to Cyseal. Clearly there are many strange things going on in this town, but the murder of Councillor Jake should remain our top priority. Arhu saw the room in which Councillor Jake was murdered, and he saw traces of sorcery in there. We should have a look for ourselves. Arhu informed us the main suspect in Jake's murder is his wife Esmeralda, but that he has his doubts about that. Could she really be a sorceress? That will be for us to judge. Perhaps we should talk to her ourselves in her shop near the town square. Arhu told us to talk to Arius, the captain of the Legion, in the Legion's headquarters up in Cyseal proper. We'll need his authorization if we want to see the scene of the murder, which is located in the King Crab Inn. Into the dark. There are more orcs to be found on the western beach near the entrance of an ill-omened cave. It may be worth our while to investigate what it is these beasts are up to.
Difficult to find a day of labor.
Okay. The shipless sailors. 3 out-of-work sailors, Louis, Max, and Philip, mourned the loss of the ship and asked us to help them find employment. Well... Okay, so it's not stealing to open boxes, but it is stealing to take stuff that's lying on the ground, I guess? Alrighty then. Waypoint Shrine. So this way we could go... Why do these waypoints look so demonic? Like they look like an entrance to hell rather than a teleportation point.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my hands.
Where's this lead though? Oh, that's a warehouse, okay. Yeah, let's so let's go to the market, wherever that is, and try to see new information was added to your journal, bring up the panel selection radar and select the lock panel to open it. Yeah, I just did that.
Halt! These gates are to remain closed at all times. Captain's orders. Wait a second.
Wait, where do they lead, though?
Well, I'll be a little red imp's uncle, the Source Hunter. Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognize you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the investigation?
He's a chappy little fellow. So civilians aren't allowed outside this gate?
You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack the Orcs did on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Arhu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive.
Is there any point in me opening this gate? And there are a bunch of orcs out there, but that's about it, I think. These trees look exceptionally well kept for this place, for some reason. I guess this will lead us into the city proper, right? And that's that western beach he was talking about? Wait, let me... So... The murder. Jake's murdered his wife Esmeralda. A shop near the town square. Let's look for that first.
Good luck with these Sicilians, Source Hunter. They'll run you ragged if you let them.
Okay. Open your map. Important characters will mark destinations on your map. Oh! Ah, so we do have quest logs, or quest markers rather. Crime scene, okay, that's the crime scene and this is the town square, and I don't know what the rest of the stuff is. Oh, that's the strange cave, okay. Wait, that's the town square. Oh, how big is this town? Holy shit. Wait, that means we were already really, really close to the town the entire time. Interesting. General store closed indefinitely? Squatters keep out. The general store's closed? Why is that? Oh, we can look inside even though we... Okay. I don't have... Wait, I thought I had a lockpick, but I don't have the... like, enough... Could set this thing on fire. Westgate, Morgue, Sicil Center, Barracks, South Harbor. Let's maybe do this properly and talk to the captain first before we just venture on to the crime scene. Oh, those are cute goats. Do that bounce again, they look really cute. Man, the game looks really, really well done. Pick up the Whisperwood.
Say,
oh.
No one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow, indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Well, first of all, there is actually a cat wizard here. What are they doing?
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear.
This is going to be interesting. Aren't you an habit of stealing?
I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times, but what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal.
Oh, this is going to be interesting.
So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
That merchant needs to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
It's a little bit strange, though, that, I mean, this is more for multiplayer, I guess, that both players can choose their own, because...
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Let's see what happens if I answer something different. I'm sure this one little fish won't starve the merchant.
I'm sure this one little fish won't starve the merchant. He should take the fish.
If you encourage thievery, I'll have to treat you as I would any common criminal. Whoa, okay. I never should have expected to find Source Hunter in the land to encourage thievery. Your judgment is the gold standard, you know. Charm. That fish simply isn't ours to give. We can't offer it up as though we had the right to do so. Oh yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
That fish simply isn't ours to give. We can't offer it up as though we had the right to do so.
Neither I nor my fists would take kindly to someone... Oh, you can actually have longer conversations if you disagree. Interesting. Ethics are fine in theory, but nothing would stop me from helping you through a hard time. This man merely holds that same principle. Whether the merchant loses a fish or if this man goes hungry, someone will suffer in this equation. We might as well help the man in the most dire need. Let's go with the second one. I like her being charming. Ethics are fine in theory. Okay.
Ethics are fine in theory, but nothing would stop me from helping you through a hard time. This man merely holds that same principle.
Rock, paper, scissors. Win a series of rock, paper, scissors matches to convince the other party. Put points in charisma to gain an advantage. Hold circle to skip the RPS. Okay. Okay, that's fun. So reason 1. Oh, so she gets, because her charming skill is better than my reasoning skill, I guess, so she gets more points for winning. Okay. Oh no! The charm won. Lillian won this argument. Okay, cool.
Alright, we'll do it your way.
That's the spirit! Or should I say, the soul?
That's actually really cool.
Sir, did you just steal that fish?
No, I paid for it. The merchant just left, but I paid. I paid before.
You were a witness to this event now? Tell me what happened.
Well, I mean, technically she won the argument, so... Yeah, he paid for it.
This man is telling the truth. He paid for that fish fair and square.
Quite so.
Quite so. I saw him pay the merchant.
I can't thank you enough for your, discretion. I'll be going now.
Well, sorry to have bothered you then, sir. Carry on.
Interesting. I mean, yeah, one fish possibly won't be, you know, too bad, but... Roa. Wait, what's the symbol that she has here now?
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path.
What did you think of him?
I can understand your sympathy for that man, but feeding him for one day will hardly remedy his circumstances. You would have done better to help him more substantially than by covering up a single petty theft.
Yeah, are we literally supposed to tell him how to fish? Holy shit, there is a lot going on here. This is crazy. Well, probably want to... I don't want to steal anything here anyways. Painting of a rooster. So somebody's selling their paintings. An armorer merchant. Somebody with potions. I definitely want to get more healing potions, I feel like. Let's take a look what we can get, shall we? As long as we're here. Fletcher.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Yeah, I know that I can trade with characters. Let's trade. What do you have? Ricochet, Farseer skill book. Stance, Splintered Arrow skill book. Holy shit, those can be actually pretty expensive, it seems like. So, switching over to my other character, yeah. People just like Lillian more. Shooting antique cloth braces of the cut purse. Okay, +1 bow, +1 pickpocketing, +2 initiative. Huh. Terra antique leather armor of the runner. +9% earth resistance, +1 initiative. +10 HP, okay. Bunch of cool stuff then, I guess. Poison arrow, aged cloth cap. I mean, I don't think this looks much better than what I'm currently wearing, so... Let's actually repair current equipment, shall we? And then let's just sell a bunch of stuff. So, shells.
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Sword, the bow, sharp fighting knife. Yeah, let's sell the old stuff. I don't really need it right now. I mean, the other stuff isn't really worth much. Could sell the normal skull, it's worth more than the other one. I mean, I want to keep a couple of the, like, normal crafting ingredients, I guess. Is there something that I actually could use? Farseer skill book. Absorb the elements skill book. Yeah, I mean, this isn't really all that important, right? Don't necessarily need to upgrade my equipment at this point. What do you sell?
Ah, hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no?
Proportionate one? What the fuck? I mean, she looks beautiful, but still.
I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Sicil, and you'd be quite right. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps. Like this rooster I'm working on now, and the landscape that surrounds him.
So I can buy maps from him. Treasure map. Oh, okay, so those just lead to treasure. Yeah, I don't know if I'll need that at any point. Usually you can find that treasure on your own. I don't think that... What's up with you? Cilia the Enchantress.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Okay. Minor healing potions are pretty expensive. That's, unfortunate. She also has regeneration scrolls, but those are actually a bit cold. Okay, so these skills grant you basically a certain spell. What is Water of Life? Vitality boosted for 4 turns. Okay. Freezing Touch, Ice Shard, Avatar, Rain. I mean, if I would be able to teach regeneration to my main character as well, then both of them would be able to heal, which would be pretty cool. But the problem is that he doesn't have Hydrosophist right now as a slow current. Blessed Antique Robe of the Runner. Plus movement, plus HP. She sells a cooking pot, though, so I have a feeling that cooking pots are required for certain things. Pixie Dust. Do I want to buy the healing potions? I mean, they're really, really expensive. Wait, so if I change my character, yeah, they're more expensive, okay. They heal 20%, right? It's really not a lot. But it can help you out in a pinch, especially because they only cost 2 action points, right? Holy, oh, that's one of them that costs 187 gold. Ooh. Ah, that's really fucking expensive. Maybe I want to hold off on those. I mean, question obviously being what should I do with my money otherwise, right? But harmful old wooden water wand of the doctor. What makes this thing better than the one that I have? It's more damage, right? Because it's level 2? Okay. Also gives you HP. Yeah, this might be more worth it, for example, than buying 2 healing potions, right? Yeah, I might return to her if we leave the city, right? Let's talk to the captain first. Why is there a chicken running out of the door? Oh, this is Esmeralda's shop. Everything from panties to potions. Okay.
Kind Septimus, you must have fought many a battle, am I right? In fact, I bet you're a
Press L3 to activate or deactivate selector mode. Oh, right, that's, yeah, where I can do this.
For the Legion.
Well, you certainly are my hero. The rock upon which I may rest my weary soul in these trying and troubled times.
Never fear, my lady. As long as I'm around, no hair on your haloed head shall be harmed.
So she's trying to charm her protectors, I guess? Shop security guard. Okay, well, he doesn't want to talk. He looks kind of tough. Man, I really, really like the music. Yo, Septimus.
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here. Sworn as I am to protect Lady Esmeralda from the rabble that would enforce summary justice on her. Even though she is, until proven guilty, wholly innocent.
So, is he actually part of the Legion, or what's going on? You are?
I am Septimus, 7th son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods.
He definitely likes to talk. I'd like to ask you some questions.
And what questions are those?
Tell me about Sicile.
The Sicilians used to say this was a chosen place, favored by the higher powers. But they don't talk like that much these days. Hard to feel favored with such horrors haunting every border, I imagine.
Tell me about the undead.
I can tell you one thing about the undead, and that is to stay the hell away from them. I've seen too many men and women put on a brave face and vow to undo Death's scourge, only to be struck down and have their innards eaten out of them, while their hearts still thumped madly away.
Yeah, but what if the undead are coming to you? What are you doing then? Okay, let's discuss Jake's death.
Jake's murder is, in a word, a tragedy. He was well loved in all of Sicile. The Council of 7 couldn't have wished for a better ambassador. That he of all people should have braved the undead siege for so long, only to be felled by foul sorcery, is heartrending.
It's the Council of the 7. What do you think about Esmeralda?
So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. And I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication. Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof exists.
Okay. So he's clearly on her side, but he's also the one that's been assigned to watch over her?
Dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you worry, milady. We legionnaires are highly trained soldiers who fear neither orc nor demon.
Oh, but what if you were to be ambushed, caught unawares?
So...
Oh, catch me, for I might faint.
Renegade, consider it, okay. Leader and side, status effect permanent. What is that? Ally has leadership. Has leadership 1 boosted by obedient trait. Willpower +1, initiative
So
+5, damage +5. What the fuck?
Would your wife or sweetheart be compensated by the Legion should tragedy befall you on the battlefield?
I suppose so, milady. But seeing that I'm neither married, engaged, or attached in any way, I've never bothered to inquire.
Polite, handsome, and single. Don't go anywhere tonight, Legionnaire. I'd be afraid alone in the dark.
Holy shit, yeah, she's really hitting on him, right? Why is there a white point on my map here? Let's talk to her. Hello, my lady.
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter?
I mean, she doesn't seem to be too bothered, though, by the fact that her husband has been killed. But then again, you know, I can get behind that. Who are you?
I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor. but his one and only princess just the same.
You do realize that that actually gives you a motive to kill him, right? Can you tell me more about this place?
What do you want to know?
Tell me about Sicil.
Sicil? Now that's a sad story. Roofs of elegant homes burned for fuel, oaken cupboards emptied, and ladies dragging the dregs of their great skirts to bargain for fish bones. They came out of nowhere. Must have been, 2 years ago now? The very heart of winter. I smelt them before I saw them in the night. Torchlight reflected in their eyes like it does in predators. But these were no wolves. These were our ancestors, come to devour their offspring.
Yeah, this whole undead business is kind of weird, isn't it? Let's discuss your husband's murder.
Just about every legionnaire in town. I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer fanged and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches.
I do wish that the conversations would be a bit more you actually interacting with the characters, right? Most of the time they're just telling you something. You can, decide the subject, but that's about it, I feel like. Can we trade with you? So she still, sells us all kinds of stuff, I guess. Aqua corroded copper ring of the runner. Water resistance move. That's actually not that great. Salved wooden earth staff of the vandal. Let's not really buy anything of those things quite yet.
She seems to be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
So, can we just sort of freely move through the house? I guess not really. So we're not allowed to any open, locked doors or something, but we can use the staircase? Wait, I'm not even allowed to use the mirror? Okay. Can steal a key. Why is there a cooking pot just sitting on the floor? So, I wonder if we, for example, opened this chest, right? If we would find her diary or something that could lead us to what we're trying to find out? Well, I mean, that wasn't really all that, enlightening, right? Wait, why can't we pick this stuff up? Patty Cake, Volume 3. Let's pick up the apple. Don't really know what I should do with empty bottles, though. Fish thief. The counselor's wife. Jake's wife Esmeralda says she didn't commit the murder, but we'd be fools to take her word for it. We'd better see if we can find some actual evidence that conclusively links her to her husband's death. Well, yeah, let's talk to the captain first and investigate the crime scene, and that should hopefully give us more clues about this. The houses in the city are quite large. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh, that's the Legion's,
I'm overheating here.
I'm warm as fresh apple pie.
Why are we warm? The fuck?
Baking like a cake.
Because we're close to the fire? I'm overheating you! Yeah, okay. That's interesting, okay. So we're getting warm because we were close to a fire or something? Interesting. It's a bit of a weird concept, but okay. Right, I wanted to take a look at the book that I picked up earlier. It was this one, right? Patty cake. Dough, the happy child of water and wheat, serves as the base for many a hearty and filling meal. With a lump of dough in one hand and either apples, cheese, fish, or tomato sauce in the other, supper is sure to delight. Okay. Apple pie dough. Wait, where's the frickin'...
You don't think it's infected, do you?
Come on now, I pulled her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
The face, Virius! She bit me in the face!
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most ferocious.
Ugly'll be the least of it. The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, Screech woman.
The beast
Who is that?
So you've half a brain behind that feral maul, have you?
The cretin's question crossed her lips and ached an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast, Virius. You'll only encourage it. Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
The curious situation. Is the woman in this case under arrest?
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls.
Yeah, because she probably wanted to eat that? I mean, why...
I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild cat and lunged right at me.
Oh, well, okay.
Bit Tullia right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
And what will become of this admittedly strange stranger?
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here forever, but we can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
I mean, if she bit half, well, not half, but a part of her face off, then she still needs to be punished for that, right? I mean, either way. Perhaps it'd be worth it taking the stranger under our wing? She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs. We're here to hunt source, not play babysitter, sorry, but we can't take responsibility for a stranger. Wait, can we take her into our party? That sounds interesting. I mean, well, having another character in our party might be a good idea, and especially one that apparently is good in melee combat or with the bow. but I mean, I'm kind of disinclined to help her because that sounds kind of fucked up if she bit her face or something. But at the same time, I also think that, well, it'll be interesting. I want to know how this works with like the.
Sorry, sir.
Let's try the first answer.
Perhaps
See what
it'd be
happens.
worth taking this stranger under our wing. She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs.
That's a mighty big if we can't have one of our team wandering off into the wilds when we need her to be watching our back. After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Cole.
The portrait looks cool. She looks a lot younger than I would have thought. Joining party members. Open the party radio menu, highlight a party member, and press X to select. Now select another party member in the same way and press to group them.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than cannon fodder. And don't turn your back on her when she's got that bow within arm's reach.
Okay. Their daughter? How the hell do you pronounce that?
Source Hunter. I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment and freed the next by our kind.
Our kind?
In home forests, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
What's home forest? There's little in our world more variable than the minds of men. It is the source of great beauty and much despair, and all of it uniquely human. We're an unpredictable species, is likely to kill us to heal. It's best to be wary of those you meet for this very reason. Yeah, let's go with the second one. You may be unpredictable, but it serves one better to hope for the best than to assume the worst. Like attracts like, after all. However, we are a savage species at heart. Regard a human as you would a rabid animal. Let's go with the first one. We may be unpredictable, but it serves one better to hope for the best than to assume the worst. Like attracts like, after all.
It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter. I am glad that now I have you standing beside me. Even if one burns hot while the other wheezes cold. Perhaps in time I will come to know my own kind as you have. And perhaps then I will decide for myself whether ours is a noble kind.
Sorry, sir.
I kinda like her. Holy shit, she looks like... She should probably clean herself at one point, like... So... ungroup... We are already grouped though, right?
Sorry, sir.
Oh! Wait, is this leader and side thing because I'm close to them? And I'm their leader, so they get a bonus to their attributes or something?
Sorry, sir.
So now we can switch to her as well. She's dexterous, has good constitution. A little bit speed and perception. She doesn't have any... Oh, she has 2 Lawmaster points. Okay. Expert Marksman. Yeah, she might come in handy. Bow... Tenebrium? To equip more powerful Tenebrium weapons. Okay. Arrow Recovery. Bully. And Stench. Okay. Interesting. Well, I sold a bunch of other stuff, right? She gets a +1 to initiative. That's actually pretty cool. Level 3 boots. Garment. Rough, sturdy, a little rank. Who else would have made in one this big? Okay. And she has quite beautiful hair. Her portrait looks beautiful, but her character, yeah, looks pretty fucked up. Okay. She's something in her. She gets a resurrect scroll and a couple of arrows. I can actually give her, and she has 2 minor healing potions. Well, I mean, she doesn't have any sort of healing on herself, right? Huh. Well, this is gonna be good. What does she have? Cures poison. Target gains 100% poison resistance for 2 turns. Fire a normal arrow that deals piercing damage and then forks off to the next target up to 4 times within 8 meters. Okay. Wait, she doesn't have a weapon equipped? Oh, I guess that makes sense. Shit, I shouldn't have sold the bow, should I? Proof damage with bow and crossbow at the cost of precision. Why do all characters get this? That's so weird. Is that some sort of special thing that I got because I have the, yeah, I think she actually doesn't have a weapon equipped, right? Which makes sense since she was, captured, right? Oh, wait, are these her weapons? Oh, it is. Oh, well, that's good. Wait, can she dual wield those? Or how does that work? Or bow. Holy fuck, that does a lot of piercing damage. Hey, can she equip that? Oh yeah, requires dexterity 5. So the weapon's level 4. Holy fuck. Wait, what's with the potential combinations? Range. Do I actually have... That's the staff. I have a couple of branches. I have a knife as well, right? So can I, if I go to crafting...
Sorry, sir.
Let me see. So, oh, branch and branch will get us a staff though, right?
Sir, no, sir.
Potential combination, but needs more crafting ability. So, okay. So let's send those to Lillian. She should be able to do something with that. The paper knife as well. Let's see. Arrow shafts. I can send her as well.
Sorry, sir.
Wait, why do I have more traveling boots? I thought I sold those. And the stunning arrow I can send to Berdotcher. That might be what her name's pronounced, Berdotcher or something. Branch to Lillian. She can also get a hammer. I have 2 of those anyways. Send the thread to her as well, and the fuse. She's the crafter, right? So I should send her that stuff. Iron bar as well. And the arrows can go to Whisperwood to Lillian. would lock to her as well. The Resurrect Scroll I'm keeping. The Fire Staff as well. The other scrolls I can keep. The wood chips I can send to her, but the shovel I'll keep as well. Flour. And that's... I don't know the effects of that, but... Yeah. Tomato. Center the shells as well. Maybe I should sell those, actually. And then switch over to her. Elemental Quarterstaff. Okay. Not bad. Wait, was the other one a... Branch. Any dagger. Yeah, let's try the paper knife and the branch, right? Oh, that makes an arrow shaft. Okay. That makes nothing. Wait, how do I produce arrows, though? Stunning arrow, she can have that. Let's actually send... Wait, split? At least one oil flask to her as well.
Sorry, sir.
I don't... It's an arrow shaft.
Sorry, sir.
Homemade dagger. Any dagger branch. Oh, that makes a spear. Okay. Tomato sauce.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, that should be fine for now, I think. Can I, like... What else? Move up, cancel section, split, toggle selection. I wonder if you can get more companions than you have slots for? Like, technically you should be able to, right? That'd be weird, right? Now that we turn up with, like, her in... Oh, well, whatever. That's our decision. Legion headquarters. So is the white thing just a sort of a hint that this is the correct house, and the yellow ones are marking the characters, or what exactly is going on? Yo, what up?
What have we here, then? A so-called source hunter, eh? Well, look, do what you must in Sicil, but don't make waves and don't interfere with the Legion's affairs. You hear?
Tell me about yourself.
I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Sicil. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into driveling hordes of their own misshapen number. If you must.
So your main problem is the undead.
Bravo! Figured that one out, did you? I haven't been stuck here for 2 years because we're being besieged by fluffy kittens, you know. Those brain-feasting freaks out there keep on coming. And it takes all the sword arms and all of Ahu's half-baked contraptions to keep them at bay. Keeping them at bay, that is all we do. Were that I could break their backs once and for all.
And what, in your opinion, are the orcs doing on the beach?
I'd say they are looking for weak spots in our defenses. They can't make an attack over land for fear of Ahu's magical machines, so they're trying their luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against the Legion.
It's such a curious situation, right? They have both orcs and undead attacking them? Arhu tells me he suspects a sect might be at work around Cyseal.
Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guise of a cat, licking God's knows which body parts. Sects, sorcerers. He'll be seeing flying carpets next.
Yeah, you don't think that a horde of undead walking around is the work of at least something nefarious, like of magical nature? Tell me about the Legion.
We are the pride of Rivellon, to be found and to be seen everywhere. We don't hide in the dark and lurk in corners like some I could mention. No, we protect the civilized from the barbaric, and we do so impeccably.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw at least like 7 of your men die on the beach, like when the orcs attacked, and there were like 2 ships that have been sunk. So that's such a weird question, right? How are you enjoying Cyseal? Let's change the subject. Let's discuss Jake's murder.
Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother, but he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop, understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary.
Sounds fair. Though I would argue that the mayor probably has more to decide about that than you do, but okay.
The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you!
Yeah, that's maybe... Let's not talk to him about Esmeralda just yet. He probably thinks she's the murderer anyways, right? Also, I don't think that these conversations actually change depending on how much charisma you probably have, so I'm just gonna stick to my main character for now while walking around. What's the other thing that I was trying? Oh yeah, I wanted to take a look at the log. Serious murder. We met with the captain, who reluctantly gave us permission to visit the scene of Jake's murder in the King Crab Inn. This officer has a great dislike for source hunters, but no matter. We're here to conduct an investigation, not make new friends. It's a little bit weird that the woman that is apparently bitten off a chunk of some Legion's soldier's face can just be part of the investigation now, but yeah. Whatever. Hello. That looks interesting. What do you have here?
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome.
Let's talk about Source Hunter
By
business.
all means.
Discuss Jake's murder.
I hope your investigation fares well.
Well, we haven't really started. What happened the night of the murder?
I can but piece together what few morsels fell from the grapevine into a rather disappointing meal, I'm afraid. They say a woman arrived in the King Crab Inn sometime after midnight. She retired to a room on the ground floor where she was soon joined by a man who had been nursing the same cup of wine for hours.
So that woman couldn't have been Esmeralda because people would have recognized her definitely, right? If she runs like a shop in town and is also the one who's really flirty with everybody.
I say man and woman because both of them were cloaked and recognized by none. About an hour later, another figure arrived, headed for the same room. Soon after, a terrible commotion erupted and the thundering light of magic was witnessed by the few remaining patrons.
And they really think... How can they be so stupid to suspect Esmeralda? I mean, honestly, that kind of sounds like the three people that we met on the beach, right? Or rather, not really the beach, but exiting that dungeon cave that we investigated.
It took a while for the landlord to pluck up the courage to enter the mystery room. When finally he did, he found Jake there, dead. How and why he came to be there, no one knows. But I had a good look around the scene of the crime before the Legion barred anyone from entering. The traces of magic I felt were vile. Source, no doubt.
I wonder... I mean, it's definitely a possibility that Jake might have been... Well, not really in league with them, but maybe he wanted some sort of... He thought he'd gain some sort of advantage by, I don't know... by being with them, and they might have disagreed or something? Who, in your opinion, are the suspects?
I myself have none. Even though the rest of the town has already mentally tried and convicted Jake's wife, Esmeralda. Now, it may well be established that she is, in fact, the guilty party. I'm not claiming that I'm certain she's innocent, but let's just say that if I really thought this murder case would be so very easily resolved, I wouldn't have sent for source hunters.
Is there more that you can tell me about the strangers that seem to be in league with the orcs?
I can't say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural enemy. You won't see me teaming up with a terrier in a hurry.
I have a few questions about Cyseal.
Those be.
What can we do about the undead that threaten
Those who are
Cyseal?
raising the dead dwell among us. They simply must be. But even though I've spent many a night leaping from tree to rooftop, watching on as citizens stagger home from the inn or simply burn the midnight oil, I haven't spied a single soul worthy of true suspicion.
Right, I forgot about that. He would actually be really, really capable of discovering something that was amiss in the city, right? As a cat?
The enemy is wily. They know us better than we know them, and they've found ways to avoid both detection and distrust. And yet, I am somehow convinced that you may succeed where the Legion and I have failed. Call it instinct.
Yeah, I also have a feeling that a couple of these things might just be connected. How did you design those magical ballistae of yours?
A mere trifle for one with the intellect of a feline and the engineering skills of a human. You basically construct a classic ballista, add a 100% legally obtained self-regenerating source of destructive magic to it, and Bobcat's your uncle.
What about the orc problem?
You have a flair for understatements, Hunter. I'm sure they are but a minor nuisance in the eyes of a born warrior. But to the Legion, they are green-skinned death incarnate.
I mean, the ones we encountered were quite, tough to deal with, to be honest.
Until they conclude what mischief they intend to see through, or, less likely, they are conclusively defeated, we can but bar the gates and hole up like mice while the cats are on the prowl.
How about you tell me a bit more about yourself?
But certainly. What would you like to know?
Who, or rather what, are you?
I am but a wizard, a guardian of man and beast, and indeed I am both. My body, like any other, is bound to temporal decay. But my spirit is a speck of light that shone forth from the eternal sun that is the cosmic soul.
Okay.
My task upon this earth is to protect the heart of nature, the very antithesis of which is the intrigue spun by demons and directors of the dead. Hence my involvement in Sicil. You see, my one desire is to witness a world in which every mother looks around her and purrs with calm contentment, for she knows that her chicks or children, her cubs or calves, will grow up without knowing the meaning of menace, the enfeeblement of fear.
I mean, don't get me wrong, that's a noble cause, but you're at the same time also... I don't trust him completely. He seems to be very, very open. But maybe he's also trying to charm us.
To my great regret, none of them purr as yet.
Tell me a bit more about this cat trick of yours.
But that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Or does it surprise?
That's the same...
Magic is a gift, Hunter.
Yeah, okay, that's the same that he already told us.
To speak in more than
Isn't it dangerous to polymorph like you do? What if you get stuck in another form?
That'll never happen. Granted, a witch could make the polymorph permanent if she'd enchant me in my cat guise, but I'll just have to be careful around witches, won't I?
Yeah, okay, maybe... I don't distrust him. He seems to be very, very open. And now we even know a weakness about him. Potential one, anyways.
I'm my own wizard, you know, and I don't intend to become anyone's familiar.
Also, he's level fucking 20, I just noticed. So, two cloaked figures, followed by a third, entered a room. Shortly afterwards, sounds of a great struggle broke out. When the innkeeper went to see what had happened, the room was destroyed and Jake was dead and alone. Yeah, somehow, I don't know. I mean, at least that sounds very much like Jake was potentially part of them, for whatever reason. I mean, that doesn't mean that he's part of any sort of conspiracy and or whatnot, but it certainly could mean that it could mean that he was somehow at least involved with them, and therefore, like, I don't know, tried to bargain with them, something like that, and yeah. Was she asking who smelled so foul because I have, what's her name? Berdotra with me?
Source Hunter. A sight for sore eyes, if ever there was one.
Selenia. Okay.
I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help as well.
I mean, maybe you could tell me more about the murder, and I'll help you with your business.
We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success.
With whom do I have the honor of speaking?
Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards source hunters than he is.
It's good to hear.
Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition, and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth.
You're a lot more capable than he is, you realize that, right?
And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction.
Okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I mean, I'm level 2. Let's discuss the undead.
The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers have fallen. The dead must be put down without mercy, if we can.
Yeah, I mean, they already died once. It's, you know... It doesn't really help to think of them as the same people that they were while they were still living.
The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the west and stronger in the east. So I suggest you head westward if you want to flex your muscles and test the waters before blindly diving to your death.
Okay, westward, that would be the cave that we heard about as well, right? So that might be a potential threat to investigate if we wanted to investigate the undead. Which again, might be connected to everything else, so... Some matters concerning the Legion?
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you.
There are some sailors looking for work. Perhaps there is a place for them in the Legion?
It's very sweet of you that you are trying to get these men a job. But I'm afraid they're not Legion material.
Fair enough.
Sure, they can tie a knot and blow a whistle like the best of them. But even with a sword in their hands, they wouldn't stand a chance against the undead. And I don't want any more blood on my hands.
Okay. Well then, let's discuss the expeditions into hostile territory you mentioned.
If ever we want to be victorious in Sicil, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that. But so far, none of their participants have returned.
Yeah, that doesn't really sound like a good... Why would you send them into 3 different territories instead of 1 at a time? Together?
3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation. The lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all.
Well, to be fair, those sound like typical places where an undead, I don't know, army would rise from. Maybe not the lighthouse, but guarding the lighthouse.
There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle every night.
Oh, sounds more like there's somebody who made that their home.
The locals say it's haunted, and 6 legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety.
6? Well, that's a lot to investigate a lighthouse. The burial mounds?
There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say?
True.
A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them.
So she mentioned that the west is sort of quote-unquote easier to deal with than what's in the east. So if I were to investigate those, then I would go to the lighthouse first, I guess. And the old church?
There's a church to the northeast of here, built atop the very place where once stood a temple dedicated to the source.
Oh.
The Sicilians razed it, and built a church for the 7 instead, supposedly to symbolize the victory of the gods over evil sorcery.
Huh, well yeah, that could be a good point of contention, right? Maybe they want to claim that land back?
All superstitious mumbo-jumbo, if you ask me. But when the dead rose, that is when they were first spotted. Hence the expedition.
Yeah, that does sound like a potential source for them, right? I mean, either way, it might be that the source magic is still somehow below the church. You mentioned a pact you made with your legionnaires.
So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission behind enemy lines. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home.
Ooh. Kind of a clever, but also kind of a fucked up way to deal with this, but, I mean, what else are they, you know, what else can they do? Oh shit. Undead Scourge. Asked us to root out the source of the Undead Plague in Seal, Expedition Lighthouse, Burial Mounds, and Church. Oh boy. I've been playing this game for what, 7 hours now, and look at my freaking quest log. Holy shit. Also, does it actually... Oh, filter completed. Ah, okay. So the ones at the bottom are completed, right? Orc fight on the beach, shell on the beach, guards at the bridge, fire, and fish thief. Those are the completed ones. Probably better to filter them out for now. Alright. Let's go back to the scene of the murder, now that we're allowed to enter it. And actually take a look at what has potentially happened. What's up with all the animals? I mean, with these many animals roaming around, I feel like it actually might be really, really good to be able to talk to animals.
Of your indulgence, if you please. You are the source hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Seal is abuzz about. The talk of the town. The juiciest grape on the grapevine. Such a pleasure to meet you. A delight.
Okay, what do you want?
No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot so I may tell you all about a most intriguing opportunity indeed.
And you are?
Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? I saved lives, to be sure, but today I change them.
And what is this opportunity that you mentioned?
Oh, it's not merely an opportunity. It is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to become better. To become the full extent of the promise that is locked inside of each and every one of us. So first of all, let me ask you this question. Do you like adventure?
Get to the point, man. I'm here to do my duty, which is hardly the same as adventuring.
I'm here to do my duty, which is hardly the same as adventuring.
So you mean to say... Let's disagree on this.
So you mean to say we do not live a life of adventure? We don't do anything else all day long?
Because that's kind of true.
Clearly, two strong personalities stand before me. Two who voice their opinions with vigor when they differ. What else could I expect from mighty source hunters? Too bad your line of work comes with such measly recompense. Am I right? The wage of a mere soldier. Now, between you and me, tell me truthfully, don't you sometimes wish you could earn more?
I mean, I kind of have more money than I need currently, but... Riches do not interest me much, actually.
Riches do not interest me much, actually.
Wealth is but vanity.
Nor me. Wealth is but vanity.
Oh, but I know you're just being bashful. I bet that in your heart of hearts, your eyes water with joy when you discover yet another treasure during your travels.
That's true.
Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety, without spice? To be a source hunter must get frightfully dreary sometimes. Am I right? All those orders. Investigate this, retrieve that, and at the end of the day, what do you have to show for it? Wouldn't you prefer to call your own shots? Be your own boss?
I mean, we have a lot of freedom in our line of work. It's better to lead than to follow, that much is true. Yeah. I mean, there is no shame in following directives if your masters are worthy of your trust, is also true. I actually like that answer, to be honest.
There's no shame in following directives if your masters are worthy of your trust.
True enough, we serve a just cause, so why wouldn't we follow
True
our
enough.
orders?
We serve a just cause, so why wouldn't we follow our orders?
Come now. I refuse to believe such a uniquely skilled individual would settle for a puppet's role. Life's too short to spend it doing someone else's bidding. Am I right? Of course I am. And I could help you attain the dream. Enact the change you deserve.
Funnily enough, right, I personally actually do like, quote-unquote, following orders more, because then you're not responsible for the leadership, right? If you're sort of the second in command, let's say, the person that pulls the strings behind the scenes, that is actually quite free in their work, but isn't responsible for the outcome at the end, I personally think that's much more enticing than being the ruler, right? Because then you're also being held responsible for all of your decisions. And you also have to, you have the pressure of constantly, living up to that title. Whereas if you're more in the background, you can sort of lean back and sometimes just let other people do the work.
And that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about the marvel that is the Fabulous Five. The invitation to join is yours. Grab it.
And what are those Fabulous Five?
Oh, the Fabulous Five. How I enjoy simply saying the words that describe the most illustrious and celebrated adventurers' guild in Riverlon. Our mission, to better the world. Our mantra, to better ourselves as we do so. To realize our dreams and cleanse our souls.
Technically, if you're part of an adventurous guild, you're still not really, free. I mean, you're free to, choose your own adventure still, but, Adventurous guild, huh?
You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course you would. And you can. Of course, if you still have questions, I shall answer them to the best of my abilities. But if not, how about we get started?
Why are they called the Fabulous Five, though? Are those the five that founded the guilds? Or the current, board that's leading them? So what is it that members of the Fabulous Five actually do?
What a gem of a question. Straight as an arrow. Sharp as a switchblade. Most meritorious of you. Now then, to join the Fabulous Five is to join a fellowship. To join a fraternity, a sorority, a community. The title of Knight is bestowed upon you the moment you sign our waiver, and so it all begins. I shall be the one to give you your first contracts, and once the job is done, I shall see to it you get your fair share of the reward. Of course, should you spread the word, should you propagate the gospel of the Fabulous Five and thereby draw new knights into our fellowship, you will get a share of the reward from their contracts too. Isn't that wonderful?
So it's a pyramid scheme. Nice.
By now, the genial glow of the fellowship must have warmed your heart. It has, hasn't it? But did I say fellowship? I mean family. For like a family, we support one another, cheer one another, see each other through thick and thin, partake in glory and defeat. Work hard, fulfill contracts, enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you rise through the ranks. You will better yourself. You will better Rivellon. You will make the stars shine all the brighter, and you'll get fabulously wealthy in the process. What's not to like?
Uh-huh. Well, the fact that I probably don't really trust you on that. I mean, you really don't like joining a pyramid scheme. It would be quite fun if we could sort of, I don't know, join and take this whole thing over. And, yeah, let's change the subject for now. Guess we might be able to come back to him, hopefully. See if maybe at some point we'll hear more about the King Crab, about the Fabulous Five. Unsinkable Sam. These places look really cozy, right? I really like that. So yeah, I think the white diamond on the map actually refers to the building that your target's in. Can I talk to the... Apparently not. I want to talk to the barkeeper. Hey.
Hearty welcome to the King Crab Inn, and a pleasure to have you. You look like you could use a round or three, so what'll it be? Have a seat and stay a while.
Tell me about yourself.
The name's Ivad. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I've been offering the weary travellers of Sicil drink and rest for nearly 2 decades now, but the King Crab's older than that by a long shot. All you see before you is the manifestation of my great-grandpappy Horatius Dungeness's noble vision.
Dungeness?
Beer and naps for everyone. No questions asked.
So how's the business?
Well, between you and me, things have been rather slow since the, incident. But with spirits high and liquor flowing like it is tonight, it seems the crab may just come out of that pinch.
What do you know about the murder?
Mind if we keep our voices down over that sensitive subject? Death and dark magic ain't exactly great for business, you know.
Tell me about the night of the murder.
The room where it happened. It was rented to a certain woman, though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions, if you know what I mean.
I mean, probably the woman that summoned the undead, right? That we fought against.
She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured this were just more at same.
Oh, so that's why they immediately suspected her. So I guess she, even when Jake was still alive, she came here cloaked and, you know, had a little bit of fun with other men.
I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standard practice for Mrs. Counsellor and her visitors. I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, bleary-eyed and awash in fright.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a whole lot more sense now why they immediately suspected her.
By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake, on the floor, dead, surrounded by what may as well have been a battlefield.
Tell me, Alistair,
Have you ever had the
Yeah, that really looks like he sort of entered the room trying to maybe catch his wife in the act, and then he got murdered for it. I don't think that's what happened, but it very much looks like it.
Whoever done it has escaped through the window, but I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that.
Do you suspect anyone?
Councillor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything, but after all that's happened, I wonder if that weren't a grave mistake. Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know. He's called the Duke of Ferrell, a high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda, I'd recommend it.
Well, at least we have a lead. Do you by any chance have any work for a trio of sailors?
3 hopeless sailors? Truly wish I could help you, but I'm barely keeping afloat as it is.
Okay. Let's try and trade with him. What do you have? Oh, well, not that much apparently. Do I still have anything that I could sell?
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Let's just sell these shells. I don't think I'd ever... The music's really fun. I don't think I'd ever use the shells anyway. Okay. Wait, we can go through the hatch as well? Door to crime scene.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone who hasn't received Captain Aureus' explicit approval.
Spoken to him, let me inside,
Not
please.
exactly the friendliest bloke, the Captain, is he? Well, your reward for getting your ear chewed off is a waltz through the town's finest magical murder scene. Enjoy.
What's up with all these people being so happy about something happening here? I mean, I guess it was... Maybe they were bored without this. It's interesting that it's on the ground floor, though, right? Also, directly... The room directly overlooking that square with the water fountain?
So...
What? The fuck?
What? What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone. Somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
What stone? What happened? Yeah, we're actually in the stars somewhere. What the fuck happened? Holy shit. Oopsie, I guess. Let's quick save this. Yeah, this is something that I did not expect. I just wanted to investigate the fucking murder scene. The hell are we? With these statues. Maybe we are in a dream? The fuck?
Terrible, terrible, terrible! It will consume us all!
Is that a gnome or something? What is happening? Zigzags?
By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? 2 Rivalonians here? At the end of space and time? How very, very, very curious.
We were suddenly and mysteriously transported here. Do you know how or why?
Your guess is as good as mine, my newfound comrade. Here I stood upon this tiny vestige of space and time, and appeared. Quite good timing, by the by, because the ground here has been fast shrinking beneath my feet.
What? Where the fuck are we?
Oh, but I suppose I should make a proper introduction. Zixax the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was and is and hopefully all that is to be.
What? Wait, are we actually in the heavens and this is some godly... What? Why is this place, as you say, shrinking?
At last a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach and your pulse a-flutter, it should have.
Yeah, that sounds wrong.
Time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse nightmare for a chronicler such as myself. But something totally, utterly terrible has happened.
How can time come to an end?
Show, don't tell, I always say. So go, peer through yonder looking lens, and feast your soon-to-be terrified eyes on the darkness that is approaching.
Are we actually in some sort of vision? What the hell is happening here?
You know, I think that imp may be quite mad.
Then we'd better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
I mean, how can you call him mad if we're, like, here? We're literally on a rock that looks like it's floating in space. Wait, how do I do that? The hell?
You looked. You saw. Terrifying, isn't... What's this? The portal. It's...
What the fuck is going on?
The portal has become active. Fantastic. Astounding. Onward we should go.
I mean, that looks like a normal portal, right? I mean, at least the color's the same as the waypoints that we're using. Can I pick up these things, by the way? Plate. Let's pick up a couple of things. He doesn't seem to need those anymore. Moonstone. Experts claim the stone can be found in many Rivellonian quarries, but folk rumors insist it falls from the moon itself during every third equinox. What the hell is going on? Wait, we can pick up the pillow? Let's take that with us, just as a sort of so that we can actually
The portal. It's quite sprung to
say
life,
that we were
just
here.
like the long dormant flames that decorate this observatory. After all my waiting and hoping, could it be?
Could it be what?
You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing the end of time to grow. The true end itself to move further away.
Wait, the end of time is growing, or is it moving further away? What?
Those torches, a light! This portal active once more! It cannot be coincidence.
You believe we're somehow connected to this plane?
It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this very portal would ignite. Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one.
Okay, can we first discuss what we just witnessed through your looking lens?
Goodness me, how right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I first discovered it. It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. When I speak of the end of time, this is exactly what I mean.
Holy shit, how did we suddenly get from a murder investigation in like a small town on the beach to the world ending and being devoured by a dragon? The fuck?
I can't say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well.
And what lies beyond this portal?
Though I cannot say for certain, if it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagues your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies beyond this portal is nothing other than... But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, we'll find out for certain.
I feel a little bit uneasy about that, but, I guess we don't have another choice through the portal then, huh?
After you. Oh, what wonders we may find on the other side. You first, but don't dilly-dally.
The fuck is happening? We visited the scene of Councillor Jake's murder in the King Crab Inn. Though traces remain that tell of the bloody spectacle that must have taken place here, we can't make any definitive conclusions until we've inspected the countless corpse. It doesn't mention that we've been transported through space and time? One moment we're in Cyciel, and the next we're in some otherworldly realm where an imp called Zigzags is babbling about the end of time. Is this a dream, or do we really find ourselves at the end of time like the imp claims? We looked through his looking lens and saw a great nothingness, a great void at the heart of space. What does this mean, and why does it fill us with so much dread? According to him, we're making the end of time grow. That is, we are delaying the end of ends. We can hardly tell whether this could be true, but we do want to discover what lies beyond the portal that we've supposedly activated. The fuck is going on?
Yes! Just as I hoped! There she is! There it is! Come.
And he's off.
It seems the imp has spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
The hell are we? I mean, not gonna lie, this looks somewhat dangerous, to be honest. Or are these like different portals that lead to different points in time? There's an orange in this vase for some reason, and a smoke grenade. How did that get here? And who's this? Guy actually is pretty awesome. Where are we? There's all kinds of what look like portals or something, right? These, or inactive portals maybe? Man, the music's really good. Last chest.
Could it be, milady? The weaver of time? Mother of history? Author of all that has ever been?
The Weaver of Time?
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
I really like that screen behind her. Why is she sitting here alone with 4 chairs, though?
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have so many questions for you, so much to ask, so much to say.
You have brought guests, I see. strange. Very strange guests.
Okay.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely you must know.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane?
How did we even... I didn't even see any sort of stone. We just entered the room and bam! Then we were here. Was a stone. A strange stone that zapped us from where we stood in Rivellon to the... Oh! Wait, maybe... Was it that stone that they... The trio that summoned the undead took from that dungeon?
A stone. So... It was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here. And it infused you with new life as well. Is that so?
Whatever that means, but yeah, I guess. Have you seen it before?
Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in all my work. Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence, you see.
That's actually really... So she's the weaver of time, and she basically weaves history behind her on that screen? Is that what's happening? That's such a cool imagery for that.
But yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called.
Okay.
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
Well, probably not. I mean, the tapestry seems to still have, like, open places, right?
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone.
Okay.
Source hunters. It would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are.
And what is the Starstone exactly? Where does it come from?
Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret. A secret lost, even to me.
Okay.
Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus, it restores time itself.
Okay, that seems to be really powerful then. I'm kind of... How does that connect back to everything that we've been doing? Like, they wouldn't just leave that stone behind unless they couldn't figure out how it worked, maybe?
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
Yes. Though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all.
I mean, this does sound important, but we are Source Hunters of Rivellon. We have a mission that doesn't involve chasing down magical stones.
Without these stones, Hunter, there will be no Rivellon. The entire tapestry will crumble. Even this plane will fall victim to the Void's insatiable hunger.
I mean, I get that, but... I mean, that could be tens of thousands of years away, though, right? I mean... Right?
For a reason I do not yet understand, you and you alone can unlock the powers within Starstone. But we are not the only entities who know these stones to be so much more than pretty gems.
Ooh, I wonder if whoever's responsible for the murder of Jake, I wonder if they specifically left the stone behind because they knew that we were coming and they knew that we might be able to interact with it.
Why, of course! That's what they were doing. I have recorded their doings, you see. Collectors of Starstone, more and more by the day. Now I understand. They'd keep the stones from our reach. They'd prevent the mending of time.
Okay.
That shall never be. As sure as Zix comes before Zax, we will put a stop to it. First we mend the tapestry, then we stop the void.
So, the people that we're chasing, they're trying to help the void, potentially?
Please, our most mysterious guest, are you ready? Are you willing? Will you hunt out the stones? Will you help us restore what has been lost?
I guess I kind of have to.
Not a moment ago we were hunting Source in Rivellon, and now we're being told that we alone can prevent the end of time by way of some magical stones. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it sounds pretty crazy, doesn't it? You can't deny our reaction to Starstone. There must be something to all this, mad as it may seem. I mean, I don't really need evidence, right? Because clearly we have been transported to another plane, so that we can't really deny.
We can't deny our reaction to Starstone. There must be something to all of this, mad as it may seem.
It's quite a leap from finding a strange stone to placing the world's salvation on our shoulders.
Still, it's quite a leap from finding a strange stone to placing the world's salvation on our shoulders.
I really like the different sort of dialogue options that you can pick there.
The last chest, the last chest,
What?
the last chest! If you believe yourself worthy of rifling through my ample treasures, I do dare you to prove it! Find my 4 sisters, no more than one in each of the realms of your wide world, and each by each, you'll discover how to open me!
Okay. Cool. Did not expect the chest to talk back, but yeah, okay. Sure. Can we take these cups and everything? Like... Oh, that's a candle, never mind.
What do you think, Source Hunter?
Light golden teaspoon. Assortment of books. Oh, there's nothing in there. Yeah, wait a second. I want to take a look at what you have here. I want to make sure that this is actually real before I answer.
So, what do you think, Source Hunter? The glint in your gaze and the set of your brow suggest to me that you've not given up on our dear old Rivellon. Not just yet.
I mean, that's the plane that we know. Of course I wouldn't give up on it.
No, with you searching out Starstone, I believe we'll mend the tapestry in no time. We'll find out just who you are and how exactly to send the void back to wherever it came from. But you'll need a way to travel between Rivellon and this homestead, won't you? Who wouldn't want to see what fantastic changes your search will yield? And who knows what the Weaver might discover about you?
So we'll be able to actually travel to this place and, like, back and forth? That's kind of crazy, but cool.
Luckily, to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust these days. Off you go, then. You've Starstone to find, and I've a tapestry to examine. Surely there must be some clue here as to how on earth you're related to the end of time.
Well, hopefully, the Weaver of Time said our finding Starstone helps her weave the tapestry once more. How's that possible?
Cross my heart, hope to fade in the void. I honestly don't know. But ask her. If she claims it is so, perhaps she knows why.
What can I ask him?
The imp said to the ballista operator, shoot!
You say you are the imp historian, but you seem to be more than a mere imp and more than a mere historian.
Oh, I don't know if I'm more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers me with a sword, and even then I'll be back in a jiffy. But of course I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task that is. Not to mention how much stress that void out there is causing me. The end of time. I'll be out of a job.
I mean, if you know everything, surely that must be very, very big. Like, couldn't we ask you about the murder that happened? Wouldn't you know who did that?
So, gather those starstones so that we may know the history that was lost. Know so that we must not repeat what leads us to this dangerous precipice, but do better and close the dark eye of the void forever.
I mean, I suppose the murder might have been related to the Starstone, so maybe they can't actually look into the matter. I still don't understand how Starstone and the Void Dragons are related, or the Void Dragon.
But the mere fact that activated Starstone has set the Weaver of Time weaving again more than implies that it and the Void Dragon are natural enemies.
It's a little bit on the simpler side in terms of assumptions, but alright, I take it.
This in turn more than implies that you are the Void's natural enemy, for it is you who is setting new events in motion. You who is handing the Weaver new threads. And that which she is weaving is more than an ornament to decorate the shelter plane. It is both history and future history. It is all of time.
I wonder if a little bit of what he's saying is also not entirely to be taken literally.
We may not understand the how yet, but our aim is clear. We shall save creation from the grip of the void. Now, isn't that a lovely mission?
Because I was just thinking, right? Because he kind of mentioned that we are the ones who can change something. So I was thinking that maybe we as the Source Hunters are the only ones that can actually bring meaningful change to humanity. And maybe that's why this is happening, because humanity desperately needs that or something? If I'm supposed to search for Starstone, it would be handy to know where to start looking.
Wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide, but alas, such a booklet does not exist. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously absent from history, both in my writings and on the tapestry of time.
Well, that's unfortunate. Though that is pretty cool because that means that, you know, it makes sense that we have to look for them and don't, you know immediately where they are.
From what I can gather, though, they were once cherished by devious sorcerers whose reign ended long ago.
Oh.
The stones are therefore most likely to be found in the ancient places of this world.
So it seems like those sorcerers might have known something about Starstone. Interesting.
Ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should frequent. 2 more pieces of advice. Don't go unarmed, and consult with my agent.
Who's your agent? What the fuck? Don't you find it somewhat lonesome being the sole chronicler of time?
Lonesome, observing the frontier of creation, surfing the vibrant tide of the eons, always approaching yet never reaching shore. Lonesome being privy to all that has been and all that is. Well, yes, actually. I don't mean to complain, but one certainly doesn't mind a bit of company now and then.
What is sometimes going on with the audio? That's weird, right?
Perhaps you can imagine the profound pleasure it is to have made the Weaver's acquaintance after all these years. I can hardly wait to pick her brain about the great battle of the Sons of Sigurd. The last Rivalonian who remembers it died more than 7,000 years ago. Before you go, Source Hunter, a final word. Once you return to Rivalon, there will be someone waiting for you. My agent. My eyes and ears upon your world.
So, well, at least that's a good thing that we have somebody to talk to about all of this.
I hope he'll be able to help you as much as he can. Time, I need hardly remind you, is of the essence.
You've received a rune that allows you to quick travel. Press options to access the game menu and select waypoint to instantly access all the available waypoints. Okay. Wait, now he's just sitting here? Okay.
The Lady of Time, the Weaver of History.
Oh god.
I am your biggest fan, dear lady. Could I get your autograph?
It shall be my pleasure, Sir Im. I'll embroider it in the first volume of your all-encompassing chronicles.
Okay, is that in my inventory, that rune, or how exactly do I use that? Oh, waypoints from here? The end of time, so now I can actually travel here.
I wonder, do you know more about the Void? What it is? What lies?
It's a bit weird that that's here.
Lies at its heart. Why?
But okay.
Nothing, of course. The great absence of all that even the gods cannot comprehend. It eludes us, like infinity, or the finality of tick-tocking time.
Tick-tocking time. Can we talk to her, the Weaver of Time? She's level... Wait. The Imp is a higher level than the Weaver of Time? What?
How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it may yet seem.
Please tell me about yourself, madam.
In the ethereal threads of eternity, do I record the deeds of gods and men, of beasts and spectral apparitions. The drift of continents through changing seas, the rise and fall of empires, the shift of every grain of sand on every beach, the fall of every raindrop on every world, the all but imperceptible touch of lovers' hands. This and all I chronicle without fault. Except, it seems, you.
It seems indeed very strange.
Ask, and I shall answer, if I can.
So, if I understand correctly, I'm not at all featured on the Canvas of Time.
Quite so. Your absence, it should be an impossibility, but no matter where I look, you cannot be found. I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfection, a blind spot in the eye of time.
That is indeed very strange.
But perchance I may be cured of this blindness. Perchance the blemish may be undone, and time can be redeemed.
I've heard this place called the End of Time. Is that what it is? No more, no less?
What it is but a seed bereft of sun and water. What it could be, that is what the star stones will tell us. What it is but the end. What it could be is the end of ends.
Well, that didn't answer any question at all. Okay.
I reside in another realm altogether. But ever since the End of Time appeared in these deep, dark skies, I materialized here, as if forced to watch the one thing that is unwatchable, unendurable. A thankless task that you may yet free me from forever.
Okay, well that puts a different perspective on it if you're trying to be freed, maybe. Who are you really?
I am the Weaver of Time, as I have told you. Though my existence is one that falls behind and yet far exceeds the verb, to be. I am but what I am, and that is task. It is the same for the historian. Chroniclers both are we of the epics of eternity.
That's definitely a concept where it's inherently difficult to wrap one's mind around it.
Perhaps we are one and the same. Task multiplied by 2. Who has made us? I do not know. Why have they done so? I do not know. Am I the beginning? And am I to be the end? Who shall say? Perhaps I am the first thing in creation. Perhaps I am creation. Perhaps I am the creator. Or maybe it is you. You who makes dying stars rekindle. Time alone will tell.
We make dying stars rekindle? Like, can you not trip over yourself with the... What the fuck is happening? Like, how is this all of a sudden... We're in this, like, time-spanning adventure of, like, what? How can I redeem time if, as you say, I'm not even part of it?
I think that perhaps you can redeem time because you create time.
What?
Indeed, you have set in motion an event I no longer held possible. Know that no longer I did weave. I sat here at the end of time and watched on as the void frays the fabric of time like a terrified god that fears the offspring of his own creations. But suddenly there was you. You who stirred the life within the stones. These stones, children of stars. They place new ribbons along my fingers like phantoms out of time. New threads emerged, and I began to weave anew. Starstone gives me new strands to braid into the tapestry. And because you give Starstone energy, it seems that you are creating time.
Well, that sounds kind of crazy.
These starstones, please, seek them so that time may yet be mended. Please, for the sake of all that lives and all that loves, seek them so that the void may yet devour itself alone.
Why is Starstone so important, and why does it react to me and my colleague alone?
Alas, the answers to those questions still elude me. You and Starstone remain the imperfections upon the tapestry. As yet. A hidden answer lies behind this veil of inscrutability, though. For the link between you and the stones reveals that your destinies are intertwined.
I'm also I'm really thinking, how did the stone get into the room? Did those people we witnessed coming out of the dungeon, did they know that, or did they suspect something? Are they working for the Void somehow? The hell?
I believe that starstones will not lead you to new places of wonder only. No. They will also lead to new knowledge through the restoration of the threads of old.
Why can't we all ask them if they're lonely?
Oh, Hunter. I have no need for company. Like I have no need for air or appetite or affection. All I need, and all I am, is time. And time is running out, unless you remedy its decline. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship, for you may prove to become the cure that will heal my slipping soul.
A Source Hunter's Journey.
The question has me stumped, milady. Why are there two of us? Two beings that record all of history parallel to one another?
That is a good question, Zigzags. One without a conclusive answer, though its resolution may lie in conception. Where you chronicle, I both chronicle and create. Where you arrive at conclusions, I spin origins besides.
Okay, so now what? I mean, okay, so I expect these to be potentially portals to like different places in time or different places within this world that we might be able to visit at some point. There seem to be a lot of portals here. I mean, in terms of the game, right? This very much seems like some sort of hub. I'm just still really taken aback by the fact that the game suddenly turned from like a murder mystery investigation to this. Oh, what's going on here? Who's that? Some sort of goddess? Wait, did I like get a new ability, or why was that? What? Oh, probably because I got some trait. Pragmatic romantic. So I'm currently like in between those, I guess. But yeah, are we just supposed to leave, or? Zigzag showed us how to travel between the End of Time and Riverland. We can come and go as we please. He also reinforced our mission to find more Starstone and thereby avoid the obliteration of time and space by the looming void. So I guess we're just meant to leave? I mean, we've talked to both of them. Oh, this brings us back here, okay. So, I guess I have to go back to... wait, top legend. I guess let's go back to the North Gate. This was a crazy expedition.
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. Nice to have found a shelter, wouldn't you agree? Where you can come to no harm.
I mean, I was kind of expecting him to know something about that, but it's still... like, what?
I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I.
That makes more sense now.
So, now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzax, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone.
Actually, our business at hand is the murder of Councillor Jake.
So it is, and so it should continue to be. For I suspect his foul murder and the plight of dying time are somehow interconnected.
Yeah, that could be true, I guess.
Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek.
Wait, Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones? So maybe he did work with the ones that we found at the dungeon? Maybe they were trying to bring him a new stone? Maybe he was actually part of the expedition? I mean, again, we saw 3 people running away, right? So that would fit with 3 people being in that room.
That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way.
I wonder, do you put absolute credence in the word of Zigzags? Time void, the looming end?
Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of creation. It is void. It is death. It is nothing.
Sure, yeah, but that doesn't mean that you actually believe what he says.
I'll not pretend to have all the answers, or that I understand all that is happening here and out there among the stars, but I do know I'd rather err on the side of caution.
Okay.
If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I lays beside the hearths of home.
Yeah, but you're talking about the void. I'm talking about the fact that that whole setup in general is really strange. And, like, really crazy to think about. That there exists something that seems to be sort of in the stars, weaving time. I mean, why is it so particularly nice for us to have found a shelter somewhere?
Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a word, safety.
True, but how safe is it really if there is a void dragon trying to destroy everything?
But perhaps I speak only for myself. Not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, save it all too seldomly.
Well, that I can agree with. And how did you become Zigzags' agent?
I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore.
Where's that?
He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert, then shared what little food and water he had with him. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled and told me stories about his travels. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I could. As of now, that includes helping the two of you.
Okay. I mean, that's all great, but I mean, yeah, I guess we just continue with our quest and maybe that'll answer some questions, because otherwise this is just incredibly crazy indeed. How did you find out Jake was the Starstone collector?
While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, I snuck into his house and had a look around.
Oh.
The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house even rewards you with a slice of fresh herring.
That's pretty clever, though, and something that I definitely appreciate, that he actually did something while we were away, right?
That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name. Oh, before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give to you.
And what is that? If I already have a rune to return to waypoints?
You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin.
Well, if you've misplaced the twin, though, then we don't know where we'll end up, right?
Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So if you spot a white cat during your travels, do stop to say hello.
Will do. Teleporter pyramids. You've just received a teleporter pyramid. These pyramids are linked to each other and always come in pairs. Open your inventory and use the pyramid to teleport to its pair. The plot thickens. Arhu told us that Councillor J collected Starstone. He's quite right when he says that it can hardly be coincidence that J collected the one thing both we and scheming sorcerers are after. Could the reason for his murder be linked to this collection? Teleporter pyramids. Arhu presented us with a teleporter pyramid, which seems to have misplaced its companion. We can find the second pyramid by using the one in our possession. And a Source Hunter's Journey. Upon returning to Rivellon from the End of Time, we met Arhu, who turns out to be Zigzags' agent upon this world. According to him, the sorcerers we seek are also after Starstone, and it would be in the interest of all if we beat them to it. One thing that I do find a little bit strange is that the game shows you like a date and time connected to your... or to like how much time has passed in game since we started, I guess, but, you know, there is no day-night cycle, so it's kind of a weird setup, but alright, I guess. Oh wait, that's where the... Wait, so we're not supposed to go back to the scene of the murder? I kind of want to go. Wouldn't the guard be incredibly suspicious of us now because we just disappeared right when we entered the doorway? Oh, a toxic grenade. That sounds good. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what to make of all of this now. That seemed like kind of a crazy plot twist all of a sudden. That now we're in some sort of grand time involving, or like time and space, the end of time and space involving thing. Not that I minded, it just sort of, I don't know, happened so suddenly. So, did you see us vanish?
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean to hinder your investigation, but I can't open this door for anyone.
Okay, ooh, that was a sudden change. So, I guess he didn't really care that we suddenly vanished, or he just didn't see that, or I don't really know. Huh. I mean, this looks pretty crazy, doesn't it? This looks like multiple explosions have taken place here or something.
Looking good.
That's your... okay. Wait, what? We can still... can I... okay. That was weird. Inert stone.
Another piece of trash!
What? Another piece of trash! Isn't that the stone that just teleported us, though? Inert stone. What? Maybe it lost its magic now or something? Lock level 1. Wait, I thought you still had... oh, that's the teleporter pyramid, okay. Use to teleport to the location of the other pyramid. Oh, that's worth a lot. Holy shit. Also, we took these things? Useless but pretty, sell it. So you just... they just basically give you a whole bunch of... So, I still have lockpicks, but I guess, let me see. None of us has lockpicking, right? She has pickpocketing for some reason. I mean, having somebody with lockpicking might not be the worst idea, to be honest. Locked. I mean... we can potentially come back to it, right? I mean, there's surely something of importance hidden within it. Then again, what other choices do we have, really, right? I mean, the only thing that I can really do is destroy it. I mean, I could level my lockpicking. Doesn't seem like the worst idea in the world to do that, though I was kind of hoping that there might be some sort of spell or something that might be able to open locks. I mean, to be completely honest, I mean, I feel like the undead threat also has to do with it. Like, it definitely, there is a distinct feeling that everything here is linked, right? The architects, the undead threat, and whatever's up with these stones and everything. So, for example, I could just go to that cave and then return here. I mean, Lillian does still have... what did I want to use the ability point for? I think I wanted to get her... Wait, did I want to get her charisma to 2? But she already has that, right? Because of a trait, I think? You know what? Let's increase her lockpicking ability. I think that should be able to... if I give her the lockpicks, she should hopefully be able to open the lock, right? Let's see. I cannot pick lock. Let's see. Letter from the Duke of Farrell. That's the guy she was meeting, right? This particular sheet of parchment smells as though it had a long, luxurious bath in a vat of strongly scented cologne. Huh. Maybe this is connected to Esmeralda after all?
The Duke of Farrell is the worst poet in Rivellon.
In his defense, not much rhymes with murder.
Okay. Wait, let me read that letter. Dearest Esme, your lips are red as emeralds, your hair is black as birch, your love is like cholesterol, and oh, my heart, it hurts. Oh my god. Okay. I want to hold you in my arms and stroke your little head, and all this would be easier if Counselor Jake were dead. Forever yours, the D of F. So, it is actually her responsible for this? Or at least her lover is responsible for this? I mean, if she was meeting with him all the time already anyways, though, then why would they resort to murder? Counselor's wife. At the scene of the crime, we found a love letter from the Duke of Farrell to Esmeralda. They must have had quite the romance, but was it enough to instigate the murder of Counselor Jake? Well, so the difficult piece here is that, I mean, this room might have been used by them frequently, right? So this being here doesn't necessarily prove it. Like, it can be a strong hint as to who might have been the murderer, but doesn't definitively prove anything, right? Though that certainly does make the Duke look very bad. I wonder where that guy is, to be honest. Who are you? Francis. You look very similar to the people that...
Greetings, traveller. And may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, have you yet heard the revelation?
What revelation do you mean, exactly?
You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has, as yet, been lost.
The fuck are you talking about?
Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift, and the gift is thus. By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle within the goddess's right eye.
Okay. Let's go back. Tell me about yourself first.
What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring.
Tell me more about this conduit.
She came from on high to we mortals, and showed us the path to the goddess, where all living souls are naturally inclined. She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend to greater life in service of the goddess.
And what do you mean by the one way?
For this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen, where all may be revealed.
Okay.
There, among her followers and friends, dwells the goddess's ecstasy, her one way. Go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit has great plans for you.
Okay.
He says he's an immaculate. But I thought they'd been banished after the death of the Source King.
Oh. Really? So that's why the others that were with the orcs also had the same sort of style and clothing? So they're followers of what was forbidden? Or has been forbidden now?
Pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Please continue interrupting my drink if you'd be so kind.
Who are you?
How curious of you to show interest in a lonesome stranger at the bar. Let me answer by saying that who I am is hardly any of your business, and anyone with an ounce of tact would have known that already.
Okay, bye then.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the northern cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lying in your pockets.
Drink, you please.
Please do keep
What are you guys talking about? Anna.
What have we here? A source hunter, is it? Well, my day just became rather more stimulating. Oh, stand still then, if you don't mind. I want to take a good long look at the so-called savior of Sicil.
Who the fuck are you?
Tall as an elf, strong as an orc, but your face, quite classical, isn't it? Statuesque, some might say.
Hey, what does that mean?
Smooth and sturdy as marble, yet fine as a chisel's edge.
Okay.
And my word, what passion burns from your eyes. Please forgive my being forward, but I dare say, can it be? You're exactly the person I've been searching for.
You've been searching for someone.
That I have. For nearly a lifetime, it seems.
Okay.
Well, I'm sure you must know what I mean. Like existence itself lacked a significant component? Like if you could only fill a certain void, could connect with the right body, the right spirit. Together you could uncover new and thrilling vistas.
Lady, where is this going exactly?
I believe I have found that component, that body, that spirit within you, Source Hunter. Come, if ever we are to be united, we must truly entwine our fates. We must link our causes forevermore.
Okay, wait a second. Back off, lady. This is going a little fast. Like, what about a date first?
Yes, You must join the Fabulous Five right away,
Oh.
as soon as time permits. Together, as a team, we'll explore the boundless realm before us. We'll uncover fate, inch by inch.
Okay, never mind. I thought this was about something else entirely. Tell me a little bit about yourself first.
I am Anna, jewel in the crown that is the Fabulous Five. I've cut 1,000 throats, and baked 1,000 bread rolls, stolen the crown jewels of the Queen of Errata, and, with my pockets full, helped her reach enlightenment.
All of these guys from the Fabulous Five are really quite something, to be honest.
When the day comes that I die, the gods will evacuate the heavens to make space for my formidable collection of designer slippers.
What are you going on about?
I contain multitudes, you see, and I am utterly replete. Except that, much to my dismay, I had as yet to find the companion to whom my heart so clearly calls.
So, I mean, if she is the one that convinces us to join the Fabulous Five, that, like, she wants to buy more pairs of slippers, right? Because she would get part of our compensation if she's the one who hires us, I guess?
But then, Source Hunter, you wandered into this tavern, and I am most certain that that companion is you.
About the Fabulous Five.
Yes. I am part of that band of valiant heroes, and ever there must I remain. But you, my match, my soul's twin, may tie our fates together by similarly fighting under the banner of the Fabulous Five.
Yeah, you're coming on a little bit too strong, unfortunately.
You must speak with Mendius. He stands right outside this very tavern, and he alone can bring you into our illustrious fold. Then, my equal, friend of my body and mind, may we unite.
Oh boy. Yeah, bye.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever had the fortune of challenging the fabled wizard of Hunter's Edge?
Fortune? Ha! He should be so lucky as to be defeated by Alistair the Great.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
So, Alicia is also part of the Fabulous Five?
Handkerchiefs. An Alistair keyring, maybe. In any case, make it quick. You're not the only fan who wants some of my time.
I'm sorry, I'm not actually familiar with you.
What do you mean, not familiar? You expect me to believe you've never heard of Alistair the Almighty?
Correct.
Why, I'm only the most famous wizard this side of the Distis. Although, it'd be worth checking the other side too, just in case.
He reminds me of Gilderoy Lockhart.
And don't forget, I'm the most eminent member of the Fabulous Five to boot. Surely you already know we've been voted the most influential adventurers guild by SideQuest Monthly.
There is a fucking magazine called the SideQuest Monthly? What the fuck? Oh god. Who are these guys?
Oh, my good man.
You know, if you're so famous, then do you know anything about the undead? Maybe you can help us.
Those nasty beasts are hardly worth my time.
Sure, buddy.
Though I suppose I'll step in if none of the recruits manage to prove adept enough to handle a few skeletons.
If the Fabulous Five are part of this town, why does it seem as if this town has a lot of problems that could actually use proper adventure guilds? Oh god.
Oh, you think you can speak that way to her? Well, suffice to say it, I've got my eye on you, Baron.
Got my eye on you, Baron. Oh wait, is he the Duke?
Back,
Dora?
demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days.
Dude, then dodecahedron these days.
I'll tell you, It sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order.
Oh.
From Academy West, aren't you? Give Captain Wartruce my regards next time you see him.
I hadn't heard about the Source Hunter being assigned to Cecile. What are you doing here?
Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, one that might concern you. See, I'm here on, well, let's call it a loan from a town to the north of here. Hunter's Edge by name.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
There's been an attack there, comrade. Orcs. Not your run-of-the-mill savages either, but ones who've taken dark magic to new heights.
Sounds familiar.
What they want in Hunter's Edge, I can't say, but it's my responsibility to send them packing. Preferably with their horns in their suitcases and a knee-knocking fear of ever crossing paths with a Sauce Hunter again.
Sauce Hunter again? What are you doing here then, though?
I came south seeking the Legion's help, only to find it tied here in Cecile. They don't have a spare soldier to send northward, and even in my finest form, I can't clear the place of that many orcs without backup.
Who did you say you were? I don't recognize you from the academy.
You wouldn't. I trained up in Academy North, after all. We don't cross paths with you Westies all that often, but it's always a pleasure when we do. Medora's the name. Retired, or so the Order keeps trying to tell me, but never out of commission. My hand to your cause and my sword at your side.
Wait, if you're retired, so the Order doesn't know that you're actually working there, or trying to clear out the orcs? They attacked your village? How did you manage to escape?
By the skin of my teeth, comrade. The savages were rounding up villagers when one of them activated a tripwire on our village wizard's property. Fortunately for me, that particular wizard has a penchant for things that go boom in the night. I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip and flee toward the forest. He pursued me for miles, but I'd lost him before I made it into the Cecile hinterlands.
And what's your next plan of attack?
Well, comrade, I hadn't thought of it till you tapped my shoulder just now. But perhaps that's where you come in. I need a contingent I can trust if I'm to take back the town. And the way I see it, you could use reinforcements here in town.
That's true.
I've been scouting Cecile for some time now, and I believe I've sussed out sufficient intel to help solve the murder of the Counselor. With our minds and swords in tandem, we'll make short work of the perpetrator.
So that's your proposition. You help us here in Cecile, and we'll help you take back your home village thereafter?
Well, you know the old expression. 2's a tea party, 3's an invasion. I know this place like the back of my hand by now, and the orcs up north will be short work for a trained-up trio of Sauce Hunters.
Actually, it doesn't sound like a bad proposition at all. I mean, she helps us first, right? So it's not exactly a task that is far removed from our current mission. Especially because we have to go north anyways, it seems, to investigate a couple of things. Sure.
A fantastic plan. With 3 Source Hunters working in tandem, we'll put an end to all the evils bent against this fair land.
Yeah.
Another Source Hunter on the team will make us all the more formidable against this wicked magic. Welcome aboard, Medora.
That's the spirit. Listen closely now. Do you hear it? That's the sound of every orc and sorcerer in a 100-mile radius shaking in his wee boots.
That's actually pretty cool. That now we have a full party already. Holy shit. Medora. Character. Eight strength. You can use two-handed weapons, bodybuilding, man-at-arms. It's actually pretty cool. So now we have a melee attacker and a ranged comeback kit. When an opponent lands a blow that should kill you, comeback kit will leave you with 1 health as long as you had more than 1 left. Wow. Opportunity gives you the ability to perform attacks of opportunity. Oh, you need that for... Okay. What a Rush. What a Rush increases your turn action points, the maximum action points by 2 when your vitality is below 30. Okay. Gets a couple of healing potions. And she has Medora's two-handed sword equipped. A fine sword engraved with dense filigree and burnished to a high shine. By the care shown it, the sword is clearly beloved. Ooh, well, Medora's armor plus 1 initiative. Medora's equipment appears pristine, more ceremonial than functional. These must have been a gift from the Order of the Source Hunters after her retirement. And she has like a wolf corpse wrap. She looks awesome. Holy fuck. Well, that's... I like her character. Her introduction's definitely a lot better than Daughter's, whatever she's actually called. Not that I dislike her at all. I mean, we haven't really talked to her that much, but yeah. So you're the Duke of Pharaoh, then. We found an interesting letter, let's say.
Ah, hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you.
Well, start with the easy ones. Tell me about yourself.
I am the Duke of Ferrol, though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now.
You know about Jake's murder.
It's very tragic news. I won't posture and say that the Counselor and I were anything near allies, but I truly never wished the man harm.
Oh, really now? I wonder if we should actually confront him with the letter we found, because we can't be quite sure whether or not it's his writing, right? I mean, we wouldn't know. Technically, somebody could have tried to forge that. I wonder if he's going to try and wriggle himself out that way. But currently, that's our hardest lead, so I kind of want to ask him about it. I've heard quite the story involving you and Esmeralda.
Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake while he lived.
Probably not. That's true.
As easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the busybodies around town make it out to be.
Mm-hmm.
Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder.
I mean, I kind of do agree with that. Up until the point where we found the letter, I wouldn't have necessarily, like, that murdering him seems way too inconvenient, right? I mean, they already had an affair going on. A lot of people already knew about it. Jake didn't care. So why would they need to murder him, right? That doesn't really seem to make sense. There has to be something more to this. But I do want to know, because I now kind of suspect that he didn't actually write this letter, so maybe he can pinpoint us to who might have done that? Let's confront him with it.
Which one? I've written, Esmeralda, more works of lyrical mastery than I can count. All that letter proves is my devotion to my lady, not any actual intention to do away with Jake.
But I mean, you can't deny what it looks like, though. What the...
Which one? I've written
Oh,
Esmeralda
that's weird that
more
we can
works
do
of
this
lyrical
twice.
mastery than I can count. All that letter proves is my devotion to my lady, not any actual intention to do away with Jake.
They say he's privy to
Okay, so he does admit that he wrote it, though? Well, that makes the whole thing even more strange. Hmm. Huh. Huh.
Come now, Alistair. I'm sure you've met your match once or twice.
Let's go upstairs. I'm a little bit confused as to what I'm supposed to be doing now. I mean, let's try and ask other guests about them. Citizen.
Seal. Now that's a sad story. Elegant homes, but
I think we've already heard that, or at least some part of that. Okay, this room is locked. Doesn't seem to be anybody in there, though. Oh, hello there. Who are you? Sheriff's bodyguard?
Move along.
Greetings, greetings. Oh, you are most welcome in my chamber. Customers rarely find me up here, but I do so abhor the hustle and bustle of the marketplace.
I take it you're a traveling merchant? Wait, the other guys now just come in here as well because the door's open? That's a bit weird, but
That
okay.
I am. I have spent more of my life on the road travelling alongside great caravans than I have in any given place in Rivalon. All of this earth is my home, for a few days or even but a few hours at a time, that is. You wouldn't believe some of the things I have seen. Oh yes, a city besieged by the dead isn't even remotely special to me. All the better that it isn't. For you and for me, because outlandish events lead to outlandish wares.
Can that other guy just leave? Like, what the fuck? Okay, let's discuss your wares.
Oh, but let us not discuss. Let us browse and barter.
Okay. So, she's just a special merchant up here? Okay. Adrenaline, become air, winged feet, venomous, fast track, walk in shadows, lacerate, precise incision, trip, destroy summon, oath of desecration, rapture, decaying touch, drain willpower, low resistance, malediction. So if I wanted to learn one of those skills, I would come to her. Considering the investigation that we're currently doing, I'm kind of slowly starting to think that something like walk in shadows might be a good idea, or it might be something that would be, you know, beneficial to have, but... Oh, I can potentially sell her these, right? Man, I wish I could move them to... That's a bit... Because I forgot that I had these, right? Let's send them over to Lillian. Lillian, was there anything else? Send that over to her as well. The Moonstone, I'm gonna keep. The... Oh, that's a bottle of beer. Bottle of wine. You can get the herbs as well. All the crafting stuff. Wait, where'd she go? Oh, there she is.
How gratifying to see you return. You are quickly becoming my favorite customer.
I didn't even buy anything. Let me sell that stuff. Let me sell this. Light gold cup. 69, nice. Light golden teaspoon. If she knew where those came from. Yeah, okay. Do I want to buy, the Walk in Shadow skill book? I don't even know what that skill would be. I don't even know if I can learn it, right? Because don't I need to first unlock the related skill? Yeah, let's leave for now. What is this? Like a large suite or something? Maybe this is like a common room. Like those are probably the cheap beds, right? Where you just basically all live in the same room, but you get like an additional room to bathe and stuff. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm a little bit... I don't really know where to properly continue this investigation, to be honest. Maybe it would actually make sense to return to the captain to... I mean, maybe we can tell him something? Clearly something big has happened.
I smell... the fierce stench of frightened source goblin.
Actually, I think that's only roast pig.
Ah, yes, of course. This time.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like we're supposed to potentially update him about the situation, I guess? I wonder if it's worth it to talk to Esmeralda again. I mean, technically, we haven't really found anything of major importance, right? Or at least the things that we have found have some,
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth.
I've been told your husband collected something called Starstone. Care to elaborate?
Starstone? I've never heard of such a thing. Dear Jake had a mineral collection, yes. As far as I knew, it was one of his pastimes, nothing more. Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Oh, this is all too much. I feel like I'm drifting from nightmare into nightmare. Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you had better find the evidence to back up your ridiculous claims.
I mean, this love letter seems kind of incriminating.
Oh, don't put stock in the hastily scribbled words of a lovelorn fool. This letter, it was a show of passion. A poorly worded passion I did not echo in the least. The Duke, he's like a spoiled child. He's not a man. He's not like Septimus.
Aww. Esmeralda dismissed the Duke of Farrell's love letter as the ravings of a lovelorn fool. It seems that the case against Esmeralda remains threadbare at best. Yeah. I wish she would have elaborated on her husband's... Oh god, what is he doing? What the fuck was that?
Legion's greetings, Hunter.
Did I ever properly talk to him anyway? What do you think about Esmeralda?
So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivellon, my friend. and I have traveled more extensively than migratory birds do. She stands accused of murder, but in my mind, her presumed guilt is a fallacy, and indeed a fabrication.
Yeah, I think I did talk to him, right?
Steadfast will I guard her. Never will I waver unless absolute proof of her culpability should be brought before me. And I hold no such proof exists.
Let's discuss Jake's death.
You claim to possess evidence that implicates Lady Esmeralda in the murder of her husband? Well, let's have it then.
So you can probably find multiple pieces of evidence then, right? I think you should have a look at this letter.
There now, she was stringing Ferrell along. Ha! A pampered brat, that Duke, just like she says. Barks worse than his bite, no doubt. He'll be gone from here the instant he can, but I'll still be here, steadfast and by Milady's side.
Okay, fair enough.
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful orcs. I can't bear to imagine something would happen to you.
Oh, but don't you...
I wonder if we'd be able to get to his mineral collection somehow, because it doesn't look like there's any sort of... Or maybe this is it? Star Pebble. Malachite? I mean, it doesn't really help me much to just steal that, though, if I don't really... I would need somebody to actually identify it, right? And even then, like, it doesn't really help with the murder. I mean, it might, but... not really, I guess. Let's go back to the captain, I think. Though then again, we can probably only show him the letter as well, right? I mean, I'd need more evidence than that, I feel like. This case is probably going to be more complicated than I thought, to be honest.
That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
That's it, troops. Train up while you can. The next orcish strike could land at any moment.
Probably, yeah. Did I ever go down into the cellar? Hatch? Is there a fucking skeleton in one of those cells? Really?
Quiet! No talking to these scoundrels, criminal scum!
Criminal scum? Is there even anybody here? I only see a fucking skeleton. Doesn't look anybody's incarcerated here.
I'll thank you to take a step in another direction. This is the Legion treasure room, and you've no business bothering with it. Your not-so-sterling reputation happens to precede you.
What the hell are you on about? Oh wait, there is... No, that's the rat. I was thinking there is somebody in here. There's a yellow spot there on the map, but that's the rat. Also, why would you put the treasure room right next to the prisoner cell? Whatever. I guess I don't expect them to actually break out.
Ah, the Source Hunter. Oh, joyous hour.
Let's discuss the murder.
What about it?
In regards to Jake's wife, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is convinced she killed him. Now, the girl has the reputation of being a flirt. There is that. But that doesn't suffice as evidence, wouldn't you say? Or do source hunters rely on hearsay alone, perhaps? That certainly would explain some of the cock-ups you lot have made in the past.
Would you care to elaborate on that, by the way?
What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly.
Okay.
But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition.
Fair enough. I mean, if that actually happened somewhere in the past, then I might be more inclined to understand his predisposition towards the Source Hunters. I don't know if I want to show him the letter, though, specifically. He claims he would look at that objectively, but I feel like the letter itself... And then again, let's show it to him.
Like I said, the girl's known to be a flirt. But that sob of a feral doesn't have the mettle to commit murder. And as far as I'm concerned, neither has she.
Okay, fair enough.
If you must.
I wish they would show you which ones you've already asked, because, yeah, that's a bit... Did I already ask him what the orcs are doing on the beach?
I'd say they're looking for weak spots in our defenses.
I don't think so.
They can't make an attack over land for fear of Ahu's magical machines.
No, he
so
already
they're
told
trying
me.
their
Okay.
luck by sea. They won't succeed, though. Not against the Legion.
Okay. So everybody's dismissing the letter, which I think is fair.
Source Hunter, welcome, welcome. By all means.
The more you can tell me about strangers seem to be...
I can't say much more, but that they're madmen. All the more dangerous to us because of their alliance with what should be a natural... Of course.
Yeah, he already
I
talked
hope
to
your
that.
investigation fares well.
Let's discuss Jake's corpse.
It might be a bit late to inspect the body, in that it has already been buried. It may be worth your while to speak to the mortician, though. Chap called Roberts. He has a house by the graveyard.
Ah, okay, yeah. That sounds like a good new lead. Arhu suggested we question Roberts, the mortician responsible for handling Jake's corpse, to find out more information about what exactly killed him. It does seem to be a good idea. Man, I kind of want to continue playing the game, but it's also... it's getting kind of late for today.
Sorry, sir.
Attention! About grace! To the barracks, march!
Let me see, where would that be exactly? I think, wasn't I already close to that? I thought at least. Oh yeah, that's the morgue, okay. Interesting that the morgue's located right next to the tavern, but, well, I mean, the entrance is on the completely different side. Which is interesting in and of itself, that the tavern only has that one entrance, but, guess that makes sense. Oh wait, what is this? The hell? That, like, why is there a piece of the map uncovered?
Sorry, sir.
But yeah, I think... let's actually go back to the tavern, because I think that's quite the good place to rest. I wonder, can we actually... I don't think you can actually rest at the tavern, right? Or maybe that's a thing? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's any sort of resting mechanic in the game where you'd have to...
The perimeter.
But anyways, I just like the idea of saving in the tavern. Seems like quite the funny thing to be doing. Can we all sit, like, around a table, by the way? No. The other ones will get up. I mean, technically you could split the party and everything, but yeah. Anyways, let me save the game. Save over the other slot. Where is it? This one.
To ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, old friend.
Save successful. Let me see if I load. Yeah, 8 hours, 20 minutes. Okay. Let's go back to the main menu then. Yes. The game's really, really fun. It's definitely quite difficult, quite a lot more difficult than I thought to get leads on this murder investigation. But, you know, maybe the morgue and potentially some information at least about the body might get us further. That being said, yeah, it's a ton of fun. I did not really expect the twist with the whole like world-ending thing and weaving the fabric of time. I don't have anything against it. I just thought that it might have come a little bit too early. I mean, once it, like, obviously without knowing how the story progresses, I have absolutely no idea whether it was too early or, you know, how the pacing of the story works out in the end. It was definitely very, very surprising and unexpected, but, I mean, it's still really interesting, right? And I definitely like the game overall. The one thing that I would, you know, say the game sort of needed was maybe a little bit more elaborate conversation sometimes. I wish that your party members especially would, like, those are definitely the best conversations that I've had so far, when you're kind of going back and forth with your party members and everything. So I wish there would be a little bit more of that in most of the situations. In general, the dialogue seemed to be definitely not basic. Like, don't get me wrong, right? They're still pretty good, and they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, but at the same time, I do think that some of the dialogue options, I think, could be a little bit more... not elaborate, what's the word? They're very clear in their structure, right? You can address a certain topic, and then you can address a certain other topic within that topic, and it works well, but it's also, it's not a natural flowing conversation, right? Which I get that most RPGs struggle with that a lot, because it's like difficult to do when you have these sort of dialogue boxes pop up and everything. But yeah, the conversations can sometimes seem a little bit stiff. Which is not to say that the contents of them aren't interesting. It's just that, you know, I do enjoy sort of more, I guess, quick and witty writing, if you want to call it that. But again, not a big deal. I really like the world so far, though we haven't really seen that much of it, right? I mean, we've basically been to a beach and then entered the city proper. City seems pretty cool. Not that big, obviously, but, you know, still definitely cool. There's a lot going on within it. And the combat that we've done so far was really, really fun. I really, really enjoyed the combat. So I hope there's more of that to come, and I'm actually really looking forward to seeing how the combat works with more party members, right? Especially since now I have more, you know, options, with one of them being melee and having a ranged attacker as well, or like physical ranged, that is. So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes. Yeah. But so far, this game has definitely fulfilled all of my expectations that I had for it. It seems really, really fun. And yeah. I'm definitely going to play more of it on Thursday. That would be the current plan. Tomorrow is going to be more Jedi Fallen Order. Maybe I'm going to do a split stream tomorrow, but I want to get back into Final Fantasy XIV as well. But I'm not quite sure if I'm there yet, and, I don't know. We'll see about that. But tomorrow, definitely going to be more Fallen Order, and then on Thursday, more Divinity. And we'll see where this murder mystery takes us, shall we? Also, I can already see, with us basically now being sort of in the beginning stages of the story, this is going to take ages and ages. I've been to one town and one small cave, right? That already tells you how crazy this is going to be. But I'm all here for it. Really, really cool so far, and definitely what I wanted the game to be, which is great. That being said, though, that's going to be it for today, and I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. Maybe I'll see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye!